Chapter 3483. The things inside these tumors were naturally myriad demon pills. Yang Kai was certain of this. However, what surprised him was that the cave wall in front of him was full of these myriad demon pill tumors, densely packed together. At a rough count, there were at least a few dozen of them. Why are there so many? Although the nest of 10,000 devils on Cloud Ying's side was also in a similar situation, there were obviously fewer of them. They were all separated by a certain distance, and definitely wouldn't be densely packed together like this. Before Yang Kai could figure out what was going on, Return to Ruins, who had been crawling on his shoulder, rushed over excitedly, pounced on the cave wall, and with a roll of its tongue, half of the tumors disappeared. With a gudong sound, a large lump appeared on its throat before it rolled into its stomach. With another roll of its tongue, the rest of the tumors disappeared as well. Yang Kai's face darkened. He had been hoping to obtain more myriad demon pills for his embodiment so it could become a half-saint as soon as possible and become his most powerful ally, but Return to Ruins had given it a taste of its own medicine. Return to Ruins liked to devour the demon race, and since these myriad demon pills were formed from the essence of the demonic chi, they were naturally favored by it. Dozens of myriad demon pills were gone just like that, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely distressed. Quickly reaching out and grabbing this evil creature, ignoring its howls and protests, he directly threw it into his sealed world bead, giving him some peace and quiet. Turning his head to look at the bare cave wall, Yang Kai's face twitched fiercely, hoping that there would be more myriad demon pills in the 10,000 demon nest instead of all of them growing outside. Calming himself down, Yang Kai walked deeper, and after a short time, he smiled happily again. Sure enough, there were even more myriad demon pills here. Just like what he saw just now, they were densely packed together, and there were dozens of them. With his previous experience of collecting myriad demon pills, Yang Kai reached out and touched one of the tumors, causing it to blossom like a flower. A round, rolling myriad demon pill fell out and was quickly caught by him. Just as he was about to stuff it into his space ring, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something else and carefully examined the myriad demon pill, his thick brow rising as a look of joy appeared on his face. He found that the myriad demon pills here were larger than the ones he had obtained before, and their quality seemed to be better as well. Unable to figure out what was going on, Yang Kai didn't plan to investigate. In any case, the better these myriad demon pills were, the more useful it would be for his embodiment. As he walked deeper in, Yang Kai could be described as having a great time collecting myriad demon pills. The scene inside the myriad demon cave was beyond his imagination. Almost every 10 meters or so, he would find a large number of myriad demon pills, ranging from 20 to 30 at a time to 40 to 50 at a time. The number of myriad demon pills collected by Cloud Ying could not compare at all. After more than half an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the deepest part of the myriad demon cave. This was the end of his journey, and there was no way forward. All the myriad demon pills he had encountered along the way had already been collected. Taking out his space ring and counting, Yang Kai found that he had actually collected more than 1,400 myriad demon pills. If he counted the ones that had been eaten by Return to Ruins at the beginning, then the number of myriad demon pills produced in this myriad demon cave was almost 1,500. This number gave Yang Kai quite a fright. Although he had somewhat expected this from the beginning, so many myriad demon pills still shocked him. According to normal calculations, since the blood flame continent had disappeared for 1,000 years or so, even if myriad demon pills were produced once every 100 years, only 10 batches would be produced every 1,000 years. Each batch would produce a few dozen pills, so 10 batches would only produce a few hundred pills. This number was much lower than 1,500. However, Yang Kai knew that the myriad demon pills here were not produced under normal circumstances. Instead, the blood flame continent had undergone a mutation, and the myriad demon cave had suddenly erupted with a powerful force, swallowing all the life forms on this continent. Of course, if the essence of the entire blood flame continent's demon race was converted into myriad demon pills, it would definitely be far more than 1,500. 15,000 or even 150,000 would be difficult to measure. However, this continent was originally a withered part of the demon territory, so the myriad demon cave was likely unable to function normally. Being able to produce 1,500 high-quality myriad demon caves was already a stroke of luck. Asking for more would be somewhat insatiable. When Yang Kai walked out of the myriad demon cave, his embodiment was still nowhere to be seen. There was no need to look for it, though, as there was a subtle connection between them. If it couldn't find the myriad demon cave, it would definitely come looking for him. As for the continent under his feet, Yang Kai pondered for a long time before he made up his mind. Raising his hand, he summoned the sealed world bead. Forming a series of seals, the sealed world bead burst out a cloud of smoke and turned into a huge monster that covered the sky. It looked like a fat fish, but only the outline of a fish with no facial features. Instead, it had a bloody mouth that could swallow the heavens and earth, causing one's hair to stand on end. The bloody mouth opened, aimed at the continent under its feet, and bit down. With a cracking sound, a large piece of the continent disappeared. The sealed world bead underwent a mutation when Yang Kai returned to star territory in the past. Could now transform into a behemoth that could swallow planets. In the territory of the Great Desolation Star, 3 cultivation stars were swallowed by it, causing the space inside the sealed world bead to become extremely vast. So far, the creatures of those 3 cultivation stars were living peacefully inside the sealed world bead. Since the blood flame continent no longer had any living creatures and had been reduced to fragments, it was perfect for the sealed world bead to swallow. After all, there were still remnants of the demon territory's world principles here, which were still very useful to the perfection of the sealed world bead's internal space. Since the blood flame continent could no longer return to the demon territory, it naturally couldn't waste such a huge resource. As the sealed world bead bit down, the fragment of the continent under his feet shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared into nothingness, turning into an endless void that caused one's heart to palpitate. In just a few days, this fragment was completely swallowed up by the rolling sealed world bead, leaving nothing behind. Under Yang Kai's control, the rolling sealed world bead then targeted another fragment of the continent next to it. The embodiment finally came over, obviously also aware of the movement here. After just a glance at the rolling sealed world bead, he understood what was happening. Taking the space ring Yang Kai threw to him, he swept it with his divine sense and immediately exclaimed, "So many!" Obviously, he was also shocked by the huge number of myriad demon pills. According to Yang Kai's previous estimation, 3,000 myriad demon pills were enough to allow the embodiment to truly become a half-saint. With this, he had already achieved half of his goal. If he could find a place similar to the blood flame continent, he would be able to completely gather the cultivation resources needed for the embodiment to become a half-saint. A lot of continents had disappeared in the demon territory over the years, and the blood flame continent was just one of them. Now that he had the help of the return to ruins, it would be very easy to find other lost continents. Yang Kai had already made up his mind. After he finished his business here, he would search for other lost continents and collect myriad demon pills. When the embodiment became a half-saint, it would be much easier for him to act in the demon territory. Could it be that this was his opportunity? Before coming here, the Heaven's Revelation's great emperors, Chu Tianji, had once told him that in the demon territory, he had an opportunity and a tribulation. Yang Kai still had some trust in the words of the Heaven's Revelation's great emperors. Since they were called Heaven's Revelations, they naturally had their reasons, but if this was the opportunity, what was the tribulation? Could it be that his intentions were exposed and he had a falling out with Yu Rumeng? In the demon territory, becoming an enemy of a demon saint was a great tribulation. It would take a certain amount of time to roll and devour the fragments of the blood flame continent, so Yang Kai alone could take care of it. The embodiment had already returned to the mysterious small world to devour and refine the myriad demon pills. The myriad demon pills he obtained from Cloud Ing last time had long been devoured by him. This time, he obtained more than 1,400 pills from the blood flame continent. Even if the embodiment had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, it would take him at least 2 months to completely refine them. Although the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was powerful, it was not omnipotent. There was always a limit to what it could bear. If it swallowed too many myriad demon pills at once, it would need time to digest them. Only then would it be able to maximize the effects of the myriad demon pills. More than 20 days passed in a flash, and the rolling finally finished devouring the blood flame continent. Not only did the space inside the sealed world bead expand by a lot, it even gained some world principles from the demon territory. The passage he came in from before had disappeared. It was probably assimilated and repaired by the world principles in Cloud Ing. Fortunately, he had the return to ruins and released him. He let him search for traces and bite out a passage in the void. Only then was Yang Kai able to return to Cloud Ing. After identifying the direction, he rushed all the way to Cloud Ing City. When he entered the city and entered the palace, the demon race guards all bowed respectfully. As soon as he took office, he killed Lai Kuang with lightning speed. Even now, Lai Kuang's dried corpse was still hanging at the highest point of his residence. No one dared to put it down. After that, he led the demon race here to fight against La Yuan. He defeated the strong, killed 6 high-rank demon kings of La Yuan, completely subdued La Yuan, and repaired the realm gate with his own strength. He maintained the stability of the realm gate and protected the Cloud Ing mainland from falling. Everything that happened in the past few months was shocking. Even if they did not personally participate in the demon race in the palace, they had heard about it. How could they not be respectful? To the demon race, having a strong and powerful boss was also a source of pride. He did not see Lao Ku and the others, and did not know what they were busy with. Yang Kai did not plan to look for them either. He called Xiao Wu over and instructed her to prepare warm water. He wanted to take a bath and change his clothes. He had been running around outside for the past few days, so he was a little travel-worn. He wanted to take this opportunity to think about his next plan. After a while, he was in a huge pool. The water temperature was moderate, and the pool was filled with flower petals. The fragrance was pleasant. Yang Kai leaned against the wall of the pool and soaked his body in the water. He placed one hand on the edge of the pool, and the other hand casually took out jade slips from the side and checked them. These jade slips were handed to him by Xiao Wu just now. She said that the spies sent out from the 2 continents had gathered all the information and gathered it in her hands. However, because Yang Kai was not around, she could only keep it for the time being. Yang Kai did not specify what the spies were looking for. He only instructed them to report everything big and small to him. After all, this was related to the great emperors of Bright Moon. He did not dare to be careless. He only hoped that he could find some clues from the information and see if there were any traces of the great emperors of Bright Moon's whereabouts. Chapter 3484. Looking through the jade slips one by one, Yang Kai found that most of them were trivial matters. Occasionally, there were some major events, but Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, through the information gathered in these jade slips, Yang Kai had some understanding of the internal strife in the demon race. The demon race had never been a peaceful race. Even though they were still at war with the Star Realm, their internal strife was not peaceful. On the contrary, the flames of war were incessant. Today, the demon king of this continent and the demon king of another continent had a dispute. Both sides had gathered a large number of troops to attack each other. Tomorrow, the demon king of that continent would find helpers to take revenge. In short, some places were in complete chaos. This made Yang Kai more and more convinced that the demon race had too many people. The demon saint intended to use all kinds of methods to whittle down their numbers. Otherwise, they could just throw all of these demon race members into the 2-realm battlefield. Only one of the jade slips revealed information that he was somewhat concerned about. The information recorded in this jade slip was about a place called the Eternal Heaven Continent. This continent originally had 6 world gates that led to 6 different continents. However, 4 of the world gates suddenly disappeared a year ago. Not only that, the exits of the remaining 2 world gates were heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. At first glance, there was nothing strange about this information. In the past 10,000 years, the disappearance of the world gates of the continents could be found everywhere. Many continents had disappeared from the map of the demon territory because of this. In the eyes of those who did not know the truth, the Eternal Heaven Continent would undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of those disappeared continents. However, Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he read it. Although the time recorded in this information was not too certain, it matched the time when the War of the Two Realms broke out. In other words, the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent also fell into the demon territory at that time. And the sudden disappearance of 4 world gates was clearly too abnormal. Looking at the world gates that disappeared in the demon territory, all of them first had some abnormal reaction, and then slowly disappeared. However, the 4 world gates of the Eternal Heaven continent seemed to have strangely closed up overnight and disappeared without a trace. This situation could only mean that there was an external force that interfered with these 4 world gates, or even an extremely powerful force that caused these 4 world gates to collapse. And to be able to have such a powerful force, it could only be the Demon Saint. In other words, it was very likely that the Demon Saint had made a move in the Eternal Heaven continent. The only ones who could exchange blows with the Demon Saint were the great emperors of the great emperors, of course. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai almost had a complete train of thought in his mind. At that time, the 4 great emperors had become the demon race's territory to investigate together, but they had fallen into the Demon Saint's ambush. The great emperors of the Bright Moon continent sacrificed themselves for a righteous cause, delaying the many Demon Saint with their own strength, allowing Iron Blood and the others to escape to the star boundary. Then, they retreated as they fought all the way to the Eternal Heaven continent, and finally fought a life-and-death battle with the Demon Saint on the Eternal Heaven continent. If this conjecture was true, then the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent must have fallen into the Eternal Heaven continent. As for whether they were alive or dead, it was unknown. However, the Bright Moon continent was the great emperors, and was recognized by the star boundary. If something really happened to them, the star boundary would certainly change. In addition, the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations had once said that the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent still had a chance of survival. Therefore, Yang Kai felt that the Bright Moon continent wasn't dead, but should be trapped. The Eternal Heaven continent, Yang Kai tightly grasped the jade slip with an excited expression. After being in the demon territory for such a long time, he had finally found some clues. His efforts hadn't been in vain. He promptly took out the map he had bought before and checked it. After seeing the location of the Eternal Heaven continent, he couldn't help but frown. This Eternal Heaven continent wasn't in Yu Ru Meng's territory. This made things a little difficult for him. If the Eternal Heaven continent was Yu Ru Meng's territory, it wouldn't be difficult for him to sneak in with the help of the space law with his title as a prince. But now that the Eternal Heaven continent was in the territory of another demon saint, things were a little difficult. After all, he was a human. Yu Ru Meng valued him so much that she didn't hesitate to use the heart imprint secret technique to bring him back to the demon territory. However, it didn't mean that other demon saint also thought the same. If he rashly ran into someone else's territory and was accidentally killed by them, he would become a laughingstock. But no matter what, he really had to make a trip to the Eternal Heaven continent. At the very least, he had to figure out whether the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent were there or not. If they were, then he had to think of a way to rescue them. If they weren't, then he had to continue to inquire for information. But before that, it would be best to let his embodiment advance to half-saint. At that time, his safety would be somewhat guaranteed. Just as he was pondering, a burst of footsteps came from behind him. Yang Kai wrinkled his brows and put away the jade slip and map somewhat unhappily. He thought to himself, why is this Xiao Wu so insensible? I clearly ordered not to let anyone in. He turned his head to look back and was slightly startled. The person that had arrived wasn't Xiao Wu, but a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure, a charming appearance, and red lips. This woman was probably a snow devil. She had long silver hair that hung loosely down to her buttocks, and her skin was whiter than snow. She wore a pure white dress, and she gave off a pure and holy feeling. This kind of pure and holy dress formed an extremely strong visual conflict with her charming and enchanting figure, giving people a kind of surprise that was neither pure nor demonic. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He was secretly baffled. Is there such a person in the palace? Why haven't I seen her before? But judging from her posture, she seemed to be just a maidservant. She was walking over with a tray, on which there was a cup of crimson blood wine and a bunch of grape-like spirit fruits. Their eyes met, and the woman smiled, making the world lose its color in an instant. Only this smile was enough to make Yang Kai's mind fall into a trance. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus emitted a cool aura that woke him up abruptly. In an instant, alarm bells rang in his heart and Yang Kai's face sank. He slapped the pool of water and, under the stimulation of his Emperor Qi, turned the pool of water into countless tiny droplets that flew towards Snow Demon. Each droplet was supported by Yang Kai's Emperor Qi and was incredibly heavy. A trace of surprise flashed across Snow Demon's beautiful eyes, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to recover so quickly and react so quickly and decisively, directly attacking her. Seeing the countless droplets approaching, Snow Demon smiled and raised her hand, causing the tens of thousands of droplets infused with Emperor Qi by Yang Kai to strangely float in front of her, as if frozen in place. When she looked again, Yang Kai had taken advantage of the moment her sleeve blocked his vision to leap into the air, his aura surging as he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Snow Demon's face warmed. Yang Kai's action had undoubtedly made her a little angry, so she gently raised her jade-like palm to meet his attack. With a loud bang, a shockwave swept out, causing the tables in the room to crash and the pool of water to churn. Yang Kai was surprised, realizing that he had underestimated this woman. Even if he did not use his full strength, that palm was not something an ordinary demon king could casually take. The fact that the other party could block it so easily showed that she was at least a high-rank demon king, or even a half-saint. If it was a month ago, Yang Kai might have been a little afraid. He had no way to resist the might of a half-saint, but now that his embodiment had become the master of Cloud Shadow, his embodiment had a unique advantage on this continent. Even if the other party was really a half-saint, he was not afraid. If she provoked him, he would release his embodiment and guarantee that he would beat her until even her mother couldn't recognize him. When the time came, he would let her know how strong he was. When he landed, Yang Kai had already summoned his myriad sword and pointed it at Snow Demon. With his nose in the air, he shouted with an insufferably arrogant look, "Who are you, lowly slave?" Snow Demon's unhappy little face suddenly fell, and the plate in her hand trembled slightly. Obviously, she was very angry. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai and said indifferently, "What did you say?" The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She seemed to be smiling, but in fact, there was not the slightest hint of a smile. "You should have heard what I said. Quickly tell me your name, and I will spare your life." Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking out a set of clothes from his space ring and wrapping them around his waist to cover his vitals. He had been completely naked before, but there was nothing he could do about it. This woman had come too suddenly, so he hadn't had time to put on any clothes. No matter what the other party's intentions were, just the fact that she had entered uninvited was enough to make Yang Kai hostile. He did not remember having such a female demon king under his command. The other party's strength was not weak, so she was obviously not from the Cloud Shadow continent, or even the Blue Origin continent. It was ridiculous that this lowly slave disguised herself as a maid and approached him. He did not know what her purpose was. "You have guts, daring to speak to this queen like this." Snow Demon was obviously on the verge of exploding in anger, but she inexplicably laughed again. "You also have guts, daring to barge in when a man is bathing. Aren't you afraid that something will happen between a man and a woman alone?" As he spoke, he deliberately looked up and down, as if he wanted to use his eyes to do something to her. Snow Demon faintly asked, "What do you want to happen?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, whatever happens will happen." Snow Demon looked at him strangely for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. Although she looked pure and holy, that didn't mean she couldn't understand Yang Kai's words. On the contrary, this kind of giggling made her seem even more charming. "What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? If you dare laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." Yang Kai looked at her with his nostrils and cursed in his heart. Why were all the women in the old demon's territory so bold and unrestrained? Yu Meng was like this, and this Snow Demon was also like this. He was now almost naked, but she did not know how to avoid suspicion. After a long while, Snow Devil stopped smiling and slowly shook her head. Her beautiful hair fluttered behind her back like a silver fairy. I was going to punish you severely, but seeing how interesting you are, I'll just give you a small punishment as a warning. After a pause, she tilted her head to look at Yang Kai and said, but then again, if you Ru Meng knew that you were teasing this queen like this, do you think she would teach you a lesson? Yang Kai frowned and said arrogantly, it's not certain who will teach who a lesson, but your tone is as big as your guts. Chapter 3485. Seeing Yang Kai act so arrogantly, Snow Demon was taken aback. She hadn't expected that he wouldn't even put Yu Ru Meng in his eyes. Her beautiful eyes carefully examined Yang Kai before a look of realization appeared on her face, and she said in shock, she's really willing to spend so much on you. Yang Kai was baffled by these words, but before he could think about it, Xiao Wu stumbled in from outside the door, followed by Li Shiqing, who lived next door. Obviously, she had also heard the commotion and ran over to take a look. However, when she saw Yang Kai's nearly naked body, Li Shiqing quickly covered her eyes and turned around. Crash. 2 rows of soldiers rushed in from outside, led by Lao Ku, filling up the room. Just now, although Yang Kai had only fought with Snow Demon for a short time, the noise it had caused was not small. If Lao Ku hadn't noticed this, then he would have been too negligent. After all, he was the city palace's commander. Great King, what happened? Lao Ku asked in alarm. Yang Kai immediately cursed. A bunch of trash. Someone has sneaked in and you don't even know? What does this king need you for? Even if this Snow Demon was a half-saint and Lao Ku wasn't her match, allowing her to break into his room was still a big mistake. At the very least, he should have noticed. Only then did Lao Ku notice that there was an enchanting woman with silver hair in the room, causing sweat to appear on his forehead as he cupped his fists and said, please calm your anger, Great King. Raising his head again, he stared at Snow Demon's back with eyes filled with anger. Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, what are you standing around for? Take her down. Just now, he hadn't been able to test the depths of this woman's strength. But now he could use Lao Ku to test her. Lao Ku immediately obeyed, suppressing his anger as his demonic chi surged, and he slammed his palm towards Snow Demon's shoulder. Halfway through, his palm turned into a claw, obviously intending to capture her first. Although Lao Ku was old, he was still a high-rank demon king. However, Snow Devil seemed to have not noticed. She still stood there calmly, and then slowly turned half of her body. Her beautiful eyes glanced sideways at Lao Ku, and the corners of her mouth hooked up into a smile as she quietly looked at him. When their eyes met, Lao Ku's pupils abruptly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The aura of a high-grade devil king burst out like snowflakes under the blazing sun, instantly disappearing without a trace. His palm abruptly stopped when it was less than 3 inches away from Snow Devil's slender palm. The strong wind brought about by the palm-blue Snow Devil's hair, causing her snow-like hair to flutter in the wind. Time seemed to stop. The sweat on Lao Ku's forehead became even denser, converging into bean-sized beads of sweat that slid down his cheeks, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Wu couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands as she looked at Snow Demon's face in shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned. He looked at Xiao Wu, then at Lao Ku. He suddenly felt that the situation had become a little complicated. He could clearly see fear in Lao Ku's eyes. Lao Ku knew this woman? What was her background? She could actually make a high-rank demon king feel fear. Was it really, as he had guessed, a half-saint? While he was still in shock, Lao Ku had already hurriedly retracted his hand and knelt down on one knee. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, Lao Ku greets the Holy Sovereign. In an instant, the demon race soldiers who had been eyeing Snow Demon covetously also knelt down. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Snow Demon in front of him in disbelief. Holy Sovereign? He had clearly heard what Lao Ku had called this woman. In the entire demon territory, the title of Holy Sovereign was only given to the 12 Holy Sovereigns who stood at the peak. Even the half-saint subordinates didn't have the qualifications to be called Holy Sovereign. This woman was actually a demon saint? Yang Kai was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This wasn't good. He had originally thought that the person who had come was at most a half-saint. Now that he had joined forces with his embodiment to occupy Cloud Shadow, he didn't need to be too afraid of a half-saint. However, if the other party was a demon saint, then the situation would be completely different. Even with the convenience of Cloud Shadow and the embodiment being the master of Cloud Shadow, the two of them wouldn't be able to do anything to the other party. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. If she was a demon saint, she should have just revealed her identity. Why did she have to sneak in as a servant girl? No wonder Lao Ku and the others didn't discover her. It would be strange if a demon saint had entered this place. However, in any case, this matter would be difficult to resolve. Yang Kai didn't know why the demon saint had come to Cloud Shadow, but it was obvious that she had come for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have quietly approached him. Fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus, otherwise he would have fallen into the other party's trap. The situation was worrying. After Lao Ku called out the two words Holy Sovereign, Yang Kai's eyes drifted left and right, looking for a way to escape. At this time, he had already made a decision in his heart. He immediately urged the law of space to escape from here. No matter what the other party's intentions were, a demon saint wasn't something he could fight against right now. If he really fell into the hands of the other party, he was afraid that even death would be an extravagant hope. She wasn't like Yu Ru Meng. Yu Ru Meng had the heart seal secret technique to restrain him. No matter how he treated her, Yu Ru Meng wouldn't really do anything to him. This woman's mental state didn't seem normal. Who knew if she had prepared some kind of torture waiting for him? But just as he urged the law of space, Snow Demon suddenly looked back and said with a smile, "Where do you think you're going?" Saying so, she gently raised her hand and flicked her finger in the direction of Yang Kai. Heaven and earth were imprisoned, and the law of space collapsed. Yang Kai, whose figure had just drifted a little, was suddenly pulled back from the void. With a bang, he felt a pain in his head. In an instant, he saw stars and his vision turned upside down. His whole body was sent flying backwards, hitting the wall and falling to the ground. When Kai Yang stood up again, he grimaced in pain. Reaching out to touch his forehead, he was shocked to feel a large bulge. Looking up, he saw Snow Demon smiling at him, a mischievous look on her face as she walked towards him, step by step. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand. "If you have something to say, let's talk it out. Gentlemen use their mouths and not their fists, all right?" Snow Demon smiled sweetly, a very moving sight. But Yang Kai felt that this smile was more sinister than anything else. He smiled bitterly in his heart as he thought to himself, what an unlucky year. While he was staying in the city palace, a demon saint had actually come knocking on his door. Now, the only one who could save him was Yu Ru Meng, but that woman was still in the Phantom Continent, hundreds of millions of kilometers away. By the time she received the news, his bones would have already turned cold. Using our mouths and not our fists, Snow Demon pursed her lips into a smile, causing her red lips to become even more lustrous. "You really are a gentleman. Did you enjoy scolding me just now?" Speaking up to this point, her voice had already become somewhat cold. That cheap slut had really angered her. She was one of the 12 dignified demon saints, so when had she ever been insulted like this? Even when Yu Ru Meng was scolded by him, she still had to pester him, let alone a strange woman. Yang Kai solemnly said, "What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I hope Holy Senior won't take it to heart." In other words, if Holy Senior was bathing in the fragrant soup and someone suddenly came in without invitation, how would Holy Senior react? When Lao Ku, who was half kneeling on the ground, heard this, his back was immediately drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, this king really dares to say anything. This Holy Senior is a woman, but he actually dares to mention the matter of bathing in the fragrant soup in front of her. Snow Demon lightly said, "Naturally, I would kill you and then extract your soul, making you suffer for eternity. But how can you be compared to this Holy Senior? Don't worry, this Holy Senior won't kill you. At most, this Holy Senior will just rip off your tongue." Yang Kai bared his teeth, seeing that not only did Snow Demon's aura not decrease, but it also increased as she approached him. He knew that today's matter could not be settled peacefully. Immediately, evil thoughts rose in his heart, and he became angry. Although this king's strength is not as strong as yours, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for the Holy Senior to rip off my tongue. If the Holy Senior insists on doing this king can only fight to the death. He held the myriad's sword in front of him, and his expression suddenly became as calm as an ancient well. Snow Demon chuckled. Now this is interesting. If you don't resist, this Holy Senior won't be able to enjoy myself to my heart's content. Fuck you, Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Today's matter was purely undeserved. If Snow Demon did not sneak in, there would not be so many troublesome matters. Seeing this woman approaching step by step, Yang Kai hurriedly restrained his thoughts, and did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Heaven and earth buzzed, and everyone in the room felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Those demon generals and demon general with lower cultivation even had blood flowing out of their ears and noses. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. Snow Demon and Yang Kai were getting closer and closer, and the demon saint's aura reached its peak. Suddenly, a sigh came from behind. Yang Kai, have you had enough? As soon as this was said, Snow Demon, who was almost in front of Yang Kai, finally stopped in her tracks. She turned her head and smiled gently. You finally showed up? Are you afraid that I will really rip off your man's tongue? The voice said coldly, you can try. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise as he looked through the gap in Snow Demon's neck and found that the person who had just spoken was none other than Xiao Wu, who had followed him from the Phantom Continent to Cloud Shadow. However, at this moment, the maidservant Xiao Wu, who had always obeyed Yang Kai's every command, had a completely different temperament. Although her face was covered in scars, an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from her body, causing her to become incomparably dignified. Her eyes were filled with anger, as if she was standing in the clouds, overlooking all living beings. Yu Rumeng? At this moment, the aura exuding from Xiao Wu was surprisingly Yu Rumeng's aura. Yang Kai's mind flashed and he immediately realized what was going on. Soul descent. He had encountered this kind of thing with the guard by Yao Lin's side. Breaking through the seal of space, a wisp of the great emperors of the Serene Soul descended. At this moment, Xiao Wu's situation was exactly the same as the guard by Yao Lin's side. Obviously, a wisp of Yu Rumeng's soul had descended on her. Chapter 3486. Only now did he understand why Yu Rumeng felt at ease coming to Cloud Shadow Continent alone and even let Xiao Wu follow him. Yang Kai thought that Yu Rumeng wanted Xiao Wu to be her personal servant and monitor him so that he wouldn't fool around outside. But now it seemed that Xiao Wu was the carrier prepared for today's soul descent. Soul descent was not easy, and it was not as if as long as one was strong enough, one could simply descend into anyone's body. There must be a variety of secret techniques in advance. If not for this snow demon called Bei Liemo coming here today and pressuring her step by step, Yu Rumeng obviously would not have shown up. Yang Kai even suspected that this Bei Liemo did it deliberately. Otherwise, with her ability, if she really wanted to teach him a lesson, why would she go through so much trouble? The one she really wanted to find was Yu Rumeng, and threatening Yang Kai was just one of her methods. If she wanted to find Yu Rumeng, she could have just gone to Phantom Continent's holy city. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Bei Liemo chuckled and said, not to mention just a wisp of soul. Even if your body was here, do you think this senior would be afraid of you? Both were demon saint, so Bei Liemo really was not afraid of Yu Rumeng. Turning her head, she looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, I'll pull out his tongue and break his teeth now. You dare. Yu Rumeng shouted. If you dare touch a single hair on his head, this senior will not leave a single chicken or dog in your proud snow continent. As soon as these words came out, Bei Liemo stared at Yu Rumeng in a daze, a look of disbelief on her face. After a while, she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, almost to the point of tears. Yu Rumeng looked at her coldly, then glanced at Yang Kai worriedly. Yang Kai shrugged, only thinking that Bei Liemo's nerves were really abnormal. A dignified demon saint could actually have such violent mood swings. After a while, Bailey-mo's laughter subsided and she looked at Yang Kai with interest and said, I was just a little suspicious at first. I didn't expect it to be true. Did you really use that secret technique on him? None of your business. Yu Rumeng coldly snorted. Bailey-mo sighed. The secret of the heart seal is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You've invested too much in him, is it worth it? Yu Rumeng still said, It's none of your business. Bailey-mo nodded slowly, as if she didn't care at all. She even reached out her hand and lifted Yang Kai's chin. Kai Yang's face was filled with disgust, but due to the situation, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only turn his head and shake off her teasing. His face was blank. He felt like the roles had been reversed. Shouldn't he be the one teasing her? Bailey-mo snorted. You have quite the temper. Don't think that Yu Rumeng can save you. She's just a strand of her divine soul. She can't do anything to me. Yang Kai sighed and said, If you guys have something to talk about, just don't involve me. Bailey-mo snorted. I like to involve you. Saying so, her jade hand gently hooked around Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai was shocked and instinctively wanted to resist, but an irresistible force passed from her jade hand, instantly making him unable to move. In the next moment, her jade hand pressed down and Yang Kai lowered his head, burying his face in a very soft and fragrant place. Staring with wide eyes, he could even see a white ravine with the help of the weak light. Damn, what's going on? Yang Kai was stunned. Instinctively, he took a deep breath. His mouth and nose were filled with that sweet and sticky smell, making him linger on and forget to return. His blood vessels were swelling. You court death. Hearing Yu Rumeng's gritted teeth roar, Yang Kai didn't even need to look to imagine her angry appearance. She could tolerate Yang Kai, Su Yan, and the others running amok. She could even tolerate Yang Kai indulging in debauchery outside. But she absolutely couldn't tolerate Baemoli taking liberties with Yang Kai. This woman was her natural enemy. They had been enemies for tens of thousands of years and had always been entangled with each other. Over the years, they had both won and lost. At this time, she didn't hesitate to tease Yang Kai. It was nothing more than a show of force. Otherwise, how could a dignified demon saint act so absurdly? Bailey-mo ignored her and simply whispered into Yang Kai's ear, Little brat, what that woman Yu Rumeng can give you. This senior can also give you, and even better. How about you come with me? Yang Kai said in a muffled voice. Nothing much. Rumeng and I are in love with each other. The heavens and earth can bear witness to our unswerving loyalty. How can a woman like you try to sow discord between us with just a few words? Bailey-mo sneered. In love with each other? In love with each other? Not necessarily, right? Do you know what kind of secret technique she used on you? She's a succubus demon. What you're feeling right now is fake. It's the effect of that secret technique. If you come with me, I can help you dispel that secret technique. Yang Kai thought to himself. Father already knew. Moreover, that bullshit secret technique was already broken by me. Why would I need you to give me advice in hindsight? Immediately, he refused without hesitation. No need, we're very good. It's like this now and it will be like this in the future. Rumeng and I will love each other forever. Even when the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, our hearts will never change. On the other side, when the furious Yu Rumeng heard this, most of her anger disappeared in an instant, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to be able to melt everything in the world. Bailey-mo snorted. She also knew that under the effect of the secret technique, whether it was Yang Kai or Yu Rumeng, both of them would view each other as the most important person in each other's lives. It was impossible to move them with just a few words. However, she had managed to grab hold of Yu Rumeng's little tail with great difficulty, so she was a little unwilling to let go just like that. Yang Kai then said, As for you, I advise you to hurry up and leave, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Although this position was pleasurable, it was really embarrassing. Being pressed on the chest by a woman and unable to move, even if the other party was a demon saint, it would only make him a laughingstock if word got out. Oh! Bailey-mo didn't have any intention of teasing him and was about to let go. But when she heard this, She calmed down and said with a smile, "What are you going to do to this senior?" After a strange muffled groan, Liemo hurriedly retreated, a touch of red appearing on her white face as she glared in front of her. Just now, this man had mercilessly bitten her, and although it wasn't a vital place, it still bit her chest. "I warned you." Yang Kai looked at her and sneered. Liemo's face was cold as ice as she gloomily said, "You are courting death." Murderous intent filled her eyes as her hair fluttered without wind. Behind her, Yu Rumming said indifferently, "I'm not afraid to tell you. This senior has already set off for Proud Snow Continent. If you don't want Proud Snow Continent to be destroyed by this senior, you'd better behave yourself." If it was another continent, Liemo might not care too much, but Proud Snow Continent was the place where she made her fortune and was incomparably important to her. This trip to find Yang Kai was also because of Proud Snow Continent. If Yu Rumming really destroyed Proud Snow Continent, it would have a huge impact on her. Liemo knew that with Yu Rumming as a hindrance, there was no way she could do anything to Yang Kai unless she was prepared to completely shed all pretense of cordiality. She couldn't help but coldly snort, gritting her teeth and glaring at Yang Kai. "I'll deal with you later." Withdrawing her murderous intent, she turned to look at Yu Rumming and said, "Let's talk. What do you want to talk about?" Yu Rumming looked at her and asked. Liemo smiled gently. Then her divine sense surged as she communicated with Yu Rumming. No one knew the content of the conversation between the two demon saint, but from the changes in the expressions of the two, it was obvious that some dispute had occurred, and finally reached a certain degree of compromise. After a long time, Liemo said, "Then it's settled." Turning to look at Yang Kai, she smiled and said, "This senior will wait for you." Finished speaking, she flicked her sleeves and walked away. "Psycho," Yang Kai muttered, reaching out and rubbing his forehead. Just now, he had been flicked by that woman, causing a big bump to appear on his head, which had not disappeared yet. That woman was really heavy-handed. If it had been someone else who had been flicked by her like that, they would have lost half their life. "Everyone leave." Yu Rumming raised her hand. Lao Ku and the others quickly obeyed and retreated. After the door closed, Yu Rumming looked at Yang Kai and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai's face was filled with lingering fear as he slowly shook his head and said, "I'm fine. But that woman? What's the situation?" Yu Rumming sighed. "She came to you for help." Yang Kai sneered. "Then I don't see the slightest sincerity." After pondering for a moment, he said, "Realm Gates. If there was anything he could help the Demon Saint now, it would be to repair and maintain the Realm Gates. His actions in Cloud Shadow would certainly not be hidden from the observation of those who were interested. Cloud Shadow now had 3 Realm Gates, 2 of which were repaired by Yang Kai. Yu Rumming had also said before that many Realm Gates in the Demon Territory were abnormal. Yu Rumming's territory was like this, and the other Demon Saints' territories were also the same. Since Yang Kai had the ability to repair them, he would naturally be targeted by those Demon Saint. It was just that Liemo's territory was very close to Yu Rumming's territory, so she was the first to come. In other words, even if there was no Liemo today, there would be Nan Liemo and Dong Liemo in the future. Yu Rumming nodded and said, "It is the Realm Gate. She wants you to go to her territory and repair the disappeared Realm Gates and stabilize the other Realm Gates." "You agreed?" Yang Kai frowned. Yu Rumming sighed. "What can I do if I don't agree? This kind of thing will happen sooner or later." Although she asked Xiao Wu to follow Yang Kai to prevent something like today from happening, she also knew that since Yang Kai had this ability, he would attract the attention of other Demon Saints sooner or later. Instead of letting those Demon Saint join forces to pressure her, it was better to plan early. Moreover, Yang Kai had this ability to rely on, so no one in the Demon Territory would dare to take his life. "What price did she pay?" Yang Kai asked. 5,000 million demon pills. "Oh, what a big deal." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said unceremoniously, "Give me half." Chapter 3487. Yu Rumming laughed and said, "What do you want the million demons elixir for?" Although Yang Kai had become the demon race in the astral world and had a demonic nature, The million demons elixir should be useless to him. Taking it would only harm him. Why do you care? Just tell me if you will give it to me or not. Yu Rumeng knew about the existence of the embodiment, but at this time, he did not intend to tell her in detail, lest she think too much. But then again, the cloud shadow was Yu Rumeng's territory. The embodiment had now refined the origin of the cloud shadow and became the master of this continent. If her original body really came here, she would definitely find some clues. After all, the demon saint was not so easy to deceive, but now she was just a wisp of her divine soul, so Yang Kai was not worried about the matter being exposed. Yes, 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 I will give it all to you. Although 5,000 million demons elixir was not a small amount, almost equivalent to the total harvest of hundreds of continents, Yu Rumeng really did not take it seriously. She had been a demon saint for many years and had accumulated countless million demons elixir in her hands. While speaking, Yu Rumeng glanced at him, which made Yang Kai shudder involuntarily and look away. If Yu Rumeng was herself, this posture would definitely be pleasing to the eye and make people restless. The key was that the object of her soul was Xiao Wu. This girl's figure was not bad, but the crisscrossing scars on her face like centipedes were really disgusting. Yang Kai did not dare to look at her, who knew that Yu Rumeng would not let it go. She walked directly to him, grabbed his collar with one hand, stared up at him, and gritted her teeth. Why don't you look at me? Do you think I am ugly now? Yang Kai quickly glanced at her and quickly looked away. This is Xiao Wu's face, not yours. What does it have to do with you whether it is ugly or not? Yu Rumeng said angrily, well, you stinky men are really the same. When you see a beautiful woman, you can't bear to look away. But when you see an ugly woman, you disdain. If I become so ugly one day, won't you not even want to look at me? How could this matter be tangled up? Yang Kai really didn't know what she was thinking. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop messing around. You're a grand demon saint. Who can ruin your appearance? Yu Rumeng gritted her teeth and said, I will scratch my face now and come to you immediately. I'd like to see how you react. Yang Kai originally didn't want to pay attention to her. This woman was clearly pestering him endlessly, but thinking that if he ignored her, she might really do such a thing. At that time, there would be no end to this matter. Sighing in his heart, he lowered his head and looked in front of him. At this moment, his eyes became tender and sweet. He said in a low voice, Rumeng, no matter what you become, my feelings for you will never change. What I said just now was not for Bei Liemo to hear, but my words from the bottom of my heart. At the same time, Yang Kai grabbed one of her hands and placed it on his chest, as if letting her touch his conscience. After speaking, he slowly and firmly leaned over, his eyes fixed on her. Yu Rumeng didn't move, as if she was stupid, but her violently trembling eyes and eyelashes showed the fluctuations of her inner emotions. Just when Yang Kai's lips were about to touch hers, Yu Rumeng suddenly turned around and stepped back from him. Biting her red lips, she said, Little Wu, you also want to kiss me? You really have no taboos. Yang Kai smiled slightly. At this moment, he felt a little gentle like jade. Since your divine soul has descended, then the one standing in front of me is not little Wu, but the person in my dreams. He secretly exclaimed in his heart. That was close. I almost made the play real. Fortunately, he was sure that Yu Rumeng wouldn't let him have any intimate contact with other women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Sure enough, it was useful to take risks. However, this last sentence had undoubtedly completely defeated Yu Rumeng's psychological defense. At this moment, the dignified demon saint showed a shy expression like a little girl. She said in a happy and angry tone, You still have some conscience. Seeing that you performed well, I won't argue with you about what happened just now. Yang Kai was at a loss. What happened just now? Yu Rumeng glared at him. Don't you know what happened? Only then did Yang Kai realize that she was referring to the matter of Bei Liemo pressing him on her chest. He immediately complained, You can't blame me. She is a demon saint. If she really wanted to deal with me, I couldn't resist. Humph! Yu Rumeng curled her lips and squinted at Yang Kai. Did you feel good? Yang Kai immediately showed a warm expression. This is the shame of this king's life. Sooner or later, I will make her pay the price. He said it as if it was true. In fact, it felt quite good. All right, I said I won't bicker with you, so I won't bicker with you. But you really have to be careful of that bitch. Although I agreed to let you go to her territory to repair the world gate, she definitely won't give up so easily. She and I have always been on bad terms, so don't fall into her trap. Yang Kai frowned and said, Can I not go? He had just obtained some clues about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Originally, he wanted to go to the Eternal Sky continent as soon as possible. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? He didn't know if the Eternal Sky continent was in Bailey Mo's territory. If it was, he could go there. If not, it would be a waste of time. Bailey Mo's territory bordered Yu Ruming's territory. On the map, the Eternal Sky continent was very far away. Yang Kai estimated that the chances of the Eternal Sky continent being Bailey Mo's territory were very slim. Yu Ruming smiled bitterly and said, You can't avoid this matter. The reason why I tried so hard to bring you back to the demon territory was because of the realm gate. If the other demon saint knew about your ability, how could they abandon you? You will have to work harder. For a long time in the future, you may be running around the various continents in the demon territory. As for your safety, you don't have to worry too much. With me here, they won't do anything to you. At this point, Yang Kai also knew that he couldn't resist. However, Yu Ruming's next words made his eyes light up. If it was as she said, and the other demon saint valued his ability to repair the realm gate, then he would be able to enter the Eternal Sky continent sooner or later. However, this matter should be done sooner rather than later. If it was delayed too long, it wouldn't be good if something happened to Bright Moon. After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai asked, Then when should I go to Bailey Mo's place? Yu Ruming said, In a few days. First, you should deal with the realm gate in my territory. By the way, now that you have a way to repair the realm gate and can even reopen the realm gates that have disappeared for many years, do you have the confidence to find the missing continents? Yang Kai shook his head and said, The reason why those realm gates can be repaired is because the connected continents still exist. There are some traces that can be found, but I can't do anything about the missing continents. These words weren't all lies. With his own strength, he really couldn't find the missing continents. However, if he had the help of the Return to Ruins, then it would be different. Only he knew the situation of the Blood Flame continent. Perhaps even Yu Ruming and the other demon saint didn't know that once the continents disappeared, the plates that were separated from the demon territory would completely collapse and all life would be extinguished. Even if he could find them, it would be meaningless. However, he didn't give her a definite answer and continued, Perhaps when my attainments in the law of space are deeper, I will have some ideas. Yu Ruming wasn't too disappointed by this and only tried her best to say a few words to Yang Kai and didn't ask anymore. After that, Yang Kai asked her a few more questions about the two-realm battlefield and learned that the battle there had escalated. The half-saint and false emperor frequently appeared on the battlefield and fought to the death. Both sides had suffered casualties. This made Yang Kai's heart tremble. It hadn't been long, but the battle was already so intense. If it continued for a few more years, he didn't know if the astral territory would be able to hold on. Before coming to the demon territory, he wasn't too clear about the strength of the demon territory. However, after coming to the demon territory, he discovered that the number of top experts in the demon territory was much higher than in the astral. Even if both sides suffered losses, the demon territory wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Once the demon saint and the great emperors stepped onto the battlefield, the final battle would begin. There was still time. Yang Kai was worried. He didn't know what he could do in the demon territory and how he could help. Even if he could borrow the power of Cloud Shadow to stir up the situation in the demon territory, the power of an entire continent couldn't shake the foundation of the demon territory. Yu Ruming had already left. Yang Kai carried the unconscious Xiao Wu back to her room. Soul Descent still had some side effects on Xiao Wu. Although Yu Ruming had restrained her strength to the greatest extent, the divine soul of the great devil saint was not something Xiao Wu could withstand. Therefore, after Yu Ruming left, Xiao Wu fell limply to the ground. Yang Kai didn't doubt that if Yu Ruming had really fought with Bai Liamo just now, regardless of the outcome, Xiao Wu would have undoubtedly died. After settling Xiao Wu down, he walked out of the room and saw Li Shiqing standing timidly at the door. Their eyes met and Li Shiqing's expression was a little complicated and also a little fearful. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Li Shiqing pursed her red lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. However, after a while, she didn't make the slightest sound. Yang Kai was impatient and turned to leave, but he didn't expect her to suddenly grab his sleeve. Yang Kai sighed and said, "If you have something to say, say it. If you don't bother me. I have enough things to do today." Li Shiqing mustered up her courage and said, "Can I follow you?" "Follow me? Follow me where?" He couldn't let her hear what he said to Yu Ruming just now. What did she mean by that? "I mean, when you go out in the future, can you take me with you?" Li Shiqing looked up at him and then quickly lowered her head. Yang Kai frowned, thinking, "What can I do with a little doormat like you?" It was because of this reason that he had left her in the city palace. Just as he was about to refuse, his heart suddenly moved and he looked up at the corner of the corridor. Over there, Boya's head quickly shrank back. Yang Kai looked at Li Shiqing thoughtfully and suddenly understood why she had made such a request. She couldn't stand Boya's harassment anymore. "Get over here." Yang Kai looked up at the corner. "Why are you sneaking around? Do you think I'm blind?" Chapter 3488. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Boya had no choice but to walk over unwillingly. She squeezed out a smile and greeted him. "What a coincidence. You're here too." Yang Kai stared at her and pointed at Li Shiqing, saying, "Stay away from her in the future. If you dare to disturb her again, I'll break your legs." Boya's face turned pale and she said angrily, "Don't go too far. This is my freedom. Who are you to control me?" Yang Kai sneered and didn't say anything. He took out the soul puppet slowly, bent his finger, and pointed it at the soul puppet's forehead. As if he was about to flick it, Boya immediately covered her forehead with her hand and took a few steps back. She said with fear in her eyes, "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over." "Do you remember what I said?" Yang Kai asked seriously. Boya looked unwilling, but she could only nod. Yang Kai then turned to look at Li Shiqing and said, "Come find me if you have any problems in the future." Li Shiqing gave an "oh" and showed a grateful expression. Yang Kai waved his hand and left, leaving Boya looking at Li Shiqing with a bitter face. Her eyes were filled with despair and she was about to cry, but she only received an apologetic smile. After returning to his room, Yang Kai studied the map of the demon territory again. He looked at the place where the realm gate connected to the Eternal Heaven continent was. He also called Lao Ku and asked him some questions. Only then did he have some clues. The next day he set off alone. Since he had promised Yu Ruming to deal with the realm gate in her territory, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to delay. The war in the two-realm battlefield had escalated, and the final battle between the human and demon races could come at any time. There wasn't much time left for him and the great emperors. Yu Ruming controlled as many as 50 to 60 continents, and nearly half of them had half-saint overseeing them. In other words, Yu Ruming alone had 20 to 30 half-saint subordinates. Bai Zhua and Yu Sang were only two of them. If Yu Ruming alone was like this, then the other 11 demon saint subordinates were similar as well. In the entire demon territory, there were nearly 300 half-saint level powerhouses. This was an extremely terrifying number. Yang Kai didn't know how many fake emperors there were in the astral boundary, but it was impossible for there to be so many of them. It would be a miracle if there were even half of the fake emperors here. Every half-saint was the master of a continent. Of course, among the many continents, there were also ownerless lands like Cloud Shadow, which accounted for almost half of the total. However, these ownerless continents always had the opportunity to give birth to a new half-saint. This was why Bai Zhua had said that the number of territories one had was directly related to the strength of a demon saint. This wasn't just because the more territories one had, the more myriad demon pills they could obtain. A considerable part of the reason was the number of half-saint subordinates they had. Yang Kai finally understood why Bai Zhuo was so friendly to him at that time. He even didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yu Sang to protect his safety. Of course, it was because of Yu Rumeng, and also because he didn't get along with Yu Sang, but more importantly, he needed to use Yang Kai's law of space. As a half-saint, Bai Zhuo also had his own continent. The situation of his continent was almost the same as that of Cloud Shadow. Most of the world gates had disappeared and only 2 were left. One of them was extremely unstable, and no one had dared to enter or leave through that world gate in the past 100 years. Since he needed Yang Kai's help, he naturally had to treat Yang Kai with special respect. Cloud Shadow was an ownerless land, so Yu Rumeng let him come here first. There must be the intention of letting Yang Kai experiment with Cloud Shadow. If Yang Kai could really repair the world gate, it would be great. If he couldn't repair it, even if the last world gate was destroyed, it wouldn't be a big loss. Anyway, the last world gate in Cloud Shadow would disappear within 100 years, so it didn't make much difference if it disappeared earlier or later. Now Yang Kai's performance in Cloud Shadow could be described as amazing. Not only did he maintain the stability of the last world gate, but he even repaired the 2 world gates that had disappeared. Only then did Yu Rumeng feel relieved and let him work hard. Nearly 1/5 of the continents under her control had more or less problems with the world gates. In serious cases, the world gates had disappeared, and in minor cases, the world gates were unstable. They all needed the help of Yang Kai. Before leaving, Yu Rumeng told him the locations and names of these continents. She also said that she would let each continent fully cooperate with him and satisfy any request he had. Therefore, Yang Kai's trip could be said to be extremely smooth. Every time he arrived at a continent, he would be warmly received. He even got to know several half-saint who were overseeing their own continents. Since they had a request, these half-saint naturally wouldn't put on a high and mighty attitude like Yu Sang. What's more, Yu Rumeng seemed to value Yang Kai very much. Yu Sang only had a small conflict with Yang Kai, but was sent to the 2-realm battlefield by Yu Rumeng and was not allowed to return without imperial orders. With Yu Sang as an example, how could they dare to be careless? They even guessed that this human who was proficient in the law of space was the Lord's gigolo. Although their lord was born as a succubus demon, her reputation was still very good. They had never heard of any strange rumors about her with the opposite sex. Suddenly, she favored a human so much it was hard to guarantee that others wouldn't think too much. However, in this way it was convenient for Yang Kai to do things. Everywhere he went, his requests were met. Many half-saint called him brothers. Those demon kings who didn't have a half-saint overseeing the continents didn't dare to slight him. They practically treated him like a grandfather. The name of Prince Yang Kai was also widely spread in Yu Rumeng's territory, so that the demon race at the bottom had heard of him. It took Yang Kai a full month to deal with the realm gates of more than 10 continents. During this time, he also secretly found 2 other continents that had disappeared. Including the Blood Flame continent, 3 continents had already been swallowed by the sealed world bead. There were more than 3 continents that had disappeared from Yu Rumeng's territory. According to the information obtained by Yang Kai, there were 6 continents. However, the other 3 continents needed to be entered through different continents. Currently, the realm gates of the 3 continents had no problems, so Yang Kai couldn't casually enter to avoid arousing suspicion. After the sealed world bead swallowed 2 more continents, its area expanded again. Moreover, the law of heaven and earth within the demon territory had become much more dense and condensed. Yang Kai even suspected that if it swallowed more continents, the sealed world bead would become another demon territory. The only thing that Yang Kai felt was a pity was that he didn't obtain the omnipotent demon pill from these 2 continents. It was because these 2 continents had disappeared for too long, and even the nest of myriad demons had collapsed. Naturally, he couldn't obtain the omnipotent demon pill. Yang Kai originally thought that he could obtain the omnipotent demon pill enough to promote his Dharmakaya to a half-saint, so he was slightly disappointed. As soon as he returned from the disappeared continent, Yang Kai slightly identified the direction. Before he could move, he saw a stream of light rapidly approaching him from afar. The stream of light was like a flash of lightning, and its speed was somewhat ridiculous. Before it even arrived, a terrifying pressure had already hit him in the face. Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked back at the void that was bitten by the return to ruins and thought to himself, "This is bad." Because he wanted to search for the disappeared continent, Yang Kai ordered the demon kings of this continent to scatter around 100 miles away. He didn't let them come forward, and only told others that he was trying to repair the realm gate here. In any case, they wouldn't know what he had done here. It would only take a few days for the gap that was bitten by the return to ruins to automatically repair itself. At that time, there would be no trace of him at all. Who would have thought that someone would actually come over at this time? Moreover, judging from the aura, it was surprisingly a half-saint. Didn't the half-saint of this continent already go to the two-realm battlefield? Could it be that he had coincidentally returned at this time? It was definitely too late to cover up his tracks now. The other party had probably already discovered the situation here. As his thoughts raced, Yang Kai made a decision. Using the law of space, he reached out and punched the gap in the void. The law of space surged, causing the void to become even more chaotic and formless. Although this move couldn't completely cover up his tracks, it could make it difficult for others to see clearly. With a whoosh, the stream of light stopped 100 feet in front of Yang Kai, revealing a tall figure. He glanced curiously at the gap in the void before sizing up Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Are you brother Yang Kai?" During this period of time, he was used to calling the half-saint brothers, so he didn't have much of a reaction to the other party calling him Yang Kai. He nodded and said, "That's me. May I ask who you are?" As soon as the other party appeared, he knew that this half-saint wasn't the master of this continent. According to his understanding, the master of this continent was a female half-saint, and the newcomer was a man. Who was this guy? Why did he come here? Yang Kai was full of doubts. The demon race smiled slightly and said, "Sure enough, it's Brother Yang. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. I am half-saint Bai Ye, a subordinate of Holy Senior Bai Liemo. I am here to welcome Brother Yang to proud Snow Continent under the orders of Holy Senior." Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard this. It turned out that this person was a subordinate of Bai Liemo. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Bai Liemo. Although this woman was a demon saint, her actions were somewhat absurd. If it weren't for Yu Ru Meng's soul descending last time, he might have suffered a big loss at her hands. However, the other party was polite, so Yang Kai couldn't show a sour face. He could only cup his hands and reply, "So it's Brother Bai Ye." After a pause, he laughed and said, "It seems that Holy Senior Bai Limo's temper is quite impatient." Yu Ru Meng had clearly discussed with her that he would go to her territory after dealing with the matters here, but she still sent a half-saint over. To put it nicely, it was to welcome him, but to be realistic, it was to escort him. This made Yang Kai very unhappy. How could Bai Ye not understand the meaning behind Brother Yang's words? He smiled and said, "Since Brother Yang has the ability to repair the realm gate, Brother Yang is naturally valued by Holy Senior. I hope Brother Yang can forgive me." After a pause, he said, "Not only Holy Senior, my brothers are also looking forward to Brother Yang's arrival." The brothers he mentioned were naturally referring to the half-saint like him. Everyone was carrying a sedan chair. Since a half-saint was so polite, what else could Yang Kai say? He could only smile and say, "Brother Bai Ye is too serious. Since the two holy seniors have an agreement, this king will do his best." Bai Ye glanced at the void gap and frowned. "Brother Yang, have you dealt with the matters here? It's almost done. It will take a few more days." He had to wait until the void here was completely closed before he could leave. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any mistakes. Chapter 3489. A few days won't hurt. Bai Ye smiled slightly and looked at the gap in the void again. "I have long heard that Brother Yang has a very deep understanding of the law of space. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." As he spoke, his expression suddenly became solemn as he carefully identified his position, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he asked, "If I remember correctly, the mainland this world gate was connected to has long since disappeared. Could Brother Yang be able to find it?" The law of space in the gap in the void was surging strangely, as if it led to a mysterious place. Even though Baya was not proficient in the law of space with his cultivation level as a half-saint, he could see some clues. It was no wonder that the Lord valued this human so much and even asked him to come and meet him personally. When Baya first received this task, he was very tired of it. To think that he, a half-saint, had to travel hundreds of millions of miles just to meet a human. Even if this human was very capable, the Lord thought too highly of him. However, he could not disobey Bei Limo's order, so he could only come here reluctantly. Now it seemed that this human did have some skills. If he could really find the missing continent with the law of space, he would not mind suffering a little. Yang Kai smiled when he heard this and said calmly, "I can't do it for the time being. I am just trying to do it under the Lord's order. Although I have some clues, I still can't determine the coordinates of the continent on the other side of the void." Coordinates of the void? Baya showed a doubtful look. Yang Kai explained with a smile. Although the continent disappeared and was swallowed by the void, it must exist somewhere in the void. It's just that it is difficult for humans to reach it. If we can determine its position in the void, we will have a chance to find it. With the help of many space secret techniques, we may be able to reopen the realm gate. Its position in the void will be its coordinates. Baya nodded doubtfully. Although he was a half-saint, he still did not know much about the law of space. He could not tell if Yang Kai was talking nonsense or not. He gently nodded and said, "Brother Yang is very talented. If his words just now were perfunctory, then his praise at this moment was more sincere. It was already shocking enough to have a chance to find the missing continents. If Yang Kai could really do this, he would definitely be a hero in the entire territory of the demon realm. Perhaps he could even get the recognition of that person. By then, even if he was just a human, he could not be ignored. He had already made up his mind that even if he couldn't be friends with him, he definitely couldn't be enemies with him. If Brother Baya has nothing else to do, you might as well go to Clouding and wait for me for a few days. After a few days, I will return to Clouding and we will set off together." Baya was slightly startled, but since Yang Kai had already said so, he naturally could not shamelessly stay, so he smiled and nodded. "All right, then I will be waiting for Brother Yang. Please." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Watching Baya leave, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling just now. If Baya had been a little suspicious and insisted on entering the void gap to investigate, the things he tried to hide would have been exposed. Fortunately, this guy did not seem to want to offend him, so he was able to pass smoothly. However, this made Yang Kai realize a problem. In Yu Rumeng's territory, Yang Kai could mobilize all the resources available to him to protect him, but if he went to Bei Limo's territory, he wouldn't have any sense of security without his own people on guard. This was also the reason why he had the bright idea to ask Baya to go to Clouding and wait for him. He had to go back to Clouding first and bring some people out with him so that it would be convenient for him to do things. After waiting for a few days, Yang Kai finally set off and returned to Clouding mainland when the heaven and earth law in the territory of the demon realm had completely repaired the void gap. Driving the tiger-headed chariot, he passed through several realm gates and finally returned to Clouding City. Without further ado, he summoned Celestial Resonance. After giving some instructions, Celestial Resonance left with the order. Baya had been here for a few days and was carefully received by Lao Ku. When she saw Yang Kai return, she quickly came out to greet him. They chatted for a while, and the faint urging in her words made Yang Kai feel funny. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not need to delay. Even if Baya did not urge him, he was in a hurry to go to Bei Limo's territory. After a while, Een came back and whispered a few words to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then let's go." Walking out of the palace, there were already thousands of demon race gathered outside. Among them, there were nearly 50 middle and low-rank demon king, and the rest were all demon commanders. There was not a single demon general. Baya looked at Yang Kai curiously. He did not know what Yang Kai meant by gathering so many demon race at this time. Could it be that he wanted to bring them to the proud snow continent? Yang Kai obviously saw his doubts. He smiled and said, "Brother Baya, please don't blame me. It's not that I don't trust Saint Master Bei Limo, but I need some people to repair the realm gate. These people are used to cooperating with me, so it's easy to use them. I'm afraid that it will delay the progress, so I have to bring them with me. Baya said with a strange expression. Brother Yang can make the decision for this kind of thing. I don't think the Saint Master will refuse. He said that he did not trust Saint Master Bei Limo, but it was obvious that he did not trust him. But you are going to the proud snow continent, what's the use of bringing these guys with you? If the Saint Master really wanted to harm you, not to mention a few thousand people, even tens of millions of people would be useless. He did not know what this person was thinking. However, Baya did not want to say much about this kind of small matter, so he simply followed Yang Kai's instructions. Yang Kai turned to look at Lao Ku and Carson and said, When I'm not here, you must take good care of Cloud Shadow. If anyone dares to harm Cloud Shadow, inform me immediately. He was not afraid of others, but he was afraid that Yu Sang would suddenly return from the two-realm battlefield. Although this possibility was very small, it was still necessary to guard against it. Lao Ku and Carson naturally agreed respectfully. Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted, Let's go! After that, he nodded slightly at Baya, and the two flew out side by side. Many middle and low-level Demon King followed closely behind, followed by the demon commanders. After a while, they formed a long line, which attracted the attention of countless demon race in Cloud Shadow City. They did not know what was going on in the palace. After flying for a while, a demon commander suddenly rushed up from behind using a secret method. He stopped beside Een and said a few words to her through telepathy. Een nodded slightly and waved him away. What's the matter? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Een said, Your Majesty, you'll know when you see what's behind us. Yang Kai looked back and saw that more than 10 miles behind the large group, a white light was following them unhurriedly. In the light, a graceful figure was faintly discernible. The scene made Yang Kai's teeth ache. He thought to himself, What's the matter with this girl? Why is she following us? But no matter what, since she had followed them, he could not ignore her. He immediately stopped and said to Baya, Brother Baya, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon. Baya obviously also noticed the situation behind them. She smiled meaningfully and said, No hurry, Brother Yang. Do as you please. Why did you rush me just now if you're not in a hurry? Yang Kai cursed in his heart, then turned and flew back. As soon as he stopped, the thousands of demon race also stopped in midair. The people following them also had to stop. Approaching them, Yang Kai stared at Li Shiqing and asked, Why are you following us? Li Shiqing lowered her head and said, I don't want to be alone. No matter how bad Yang Kai's attitude towards her was, she was still a human. Moreover, he was the only human in the demon race's territory other than her. Compared to the demon race, she was naturally more willing to stay with Yang Kai. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai was both amused and annoyed. After pondering for a moment, he said, Forget it. Since you're already here, let's go together. The main reason he brought Xiao Wu along this time was that he was really worried about Bei Liemo. With Xiao Wu by his side, even if there was any danger, Yu Rumeng could use soul descent at any time. In the past few days, Li Shiqing and Xiao Wu had occasionally communicated with each other. Although they were not very familiar with each other, at least they were not strangers. Now that Xiao Wu had left, Li Shiqing had no one to talk to in the entire Cloud Shadow City. For someone of her character, staying in Cloud Shadow City was undoubtedly a kind of torture. Even if Lao Ku and the others did not dare to be rude to her, they would still be afraid. Not having expected Yang Kai to agree so readily, Li Shiqing's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help bursting with joy as she stared at him, a trace of gratitude flashing across her eyes. Kai Yang continued, But you must be obedient, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. Taking advantage of the situation, he put on a ferocious look, scaring Li Shiqing into nodding her head like a chicken pecking rice. Yang Kai sighed in his heart, looked her up and down, and asked, Won't you be affected by rashly urging your strength? After all, this was demon territory, and the surrounding world essence chi was constantly eroding her protective emperor chi. Once she consumed too much of her strength, she would inevitably be affected. If she was really eroded by the demonic chi, it would not be a small problem. Li Shiqing whispered, "I'll be careful." Yang Kai nodded and asked, "Do you still have source crystals and pills?" "Yes, you gave me a lot, but I only used a little." Li Shiqing raised her head and summoned the courage to smile at him. But her smile was extremely stiff. "Remember to look for me when you're almost done," Yang Kai said before wrapping her in his emperor chi and flying forward with her. Li Shiqing was a little flattered and suddenly found that Yang Kai didn't seem so fierce after all. On the other side, seeing Yang Kai return, Baya smiled faintly, looking at Brother Yang's luck with women. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him and simply flew past him with Li Shiqing, taking Xiao Wu with them. Behind them, Boya secretly gritted her teeth and moved her red lips a few times. Although no sound came out, there was no doubt that she was cursing something. With thousands of people marching, it was naturally impossible for them to travel too fast. After a full day, they finally saw a world gate in the distance. Baya showed a puzzled look and quickly caught up with Yang Kai, asking, "Brother Yang, why did you go this way? This place should be quite far from the proud snow continent. We should have gone through another world gate." Chapter 3490. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Passing through the other realm gate is indeed closer, but this king still has some things to deal with here. Brother Baya, please don't be impatient." Hearing him say so, Baya could only gently nod. In any case, his task was to take Yang Kai to the proud snow continent as soon as possible. A little delay and a long detour didn't matter much. The team of several thousand people had just passed through the realm gate and entered the blue origin continent when a large group of people suddenly came from the distance. The two leading demonic chi were both high-rank demon kings. Then, the number of demon race's troops was almost the same as this group, and they rushed straight to this side. As soon as the two sides met, the two leading demonic chi clasped their hands and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Looking at Baya, they quickly looked serious and bowed. "Greetings, Master Baya." They were puzzled and didn't know how Yang Kai got together with Baya. They naturally knew that Baya was one of the half-saint subordinates of Holy Sage Bei Liemo. Her relationship with Yu Sang was neither good nor bad. They couldn't be considered friends, but they occasionally had some contact. The two who came were naturally the high-rank demon kings of the Blue Origin continent. One of them was Tukaro, and the other was called Baza. They also received a message from Cloud Ing, so they hurriedly gathered their troops and rushed over to join Yang Kai. They didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. At this time, when they saw Baya and the elite demon race behind Yang Kai, they more or less misunderstood. They thought that he was going to attack some continent, and couldn't help but feel a little pressured. Baya gently nodded and didn't say much. Although a high-rank demon king was not bad, he really didn't need to care too much about it. He was just a half-saint. Yang Kai didn't say much. He just waved his hand and said, "Follow." Without stopping, they continued to fly forward. The team of several thousand people suddenly expanded to over 10,000 people. There were more than 100 demon kings, and although there were fewer high-rank demon kings, there were still 3 of them. Under the command of Tukaro and Baza, the demon race on the Blue Origin continent quickly gathered with the Cloud Shadow Demon. These 2 demon kings came to Yin's side and quietly asked a few questions. After learning that Yang Kai actually had the ability to repair the Realm Gate, he was valued by Holy Sage Bei Liemo and specially invited him to deal with the realm's Realm Gate, Tukaro and Baza. They thought that they were really going to start a war with some continent, but it turned out that they were only going to repair the Realm Gate. This lineup was a bit too big. Was there a need for this? Not only the 2 of them couldn't figure it out, but Baya also couldn't figure it out. Looking back at the team of over 10,000 people, she thought that those who didn't know would think that Yang Kai was going to send troops to the proud snow continent, which was disadvantageous to the Holy Sage. It turned out that he was referring to this when he said that he was going to deal with something. For a moment, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shuttling through the Realm Gate, they passed through one continent after another. Although the scale of the march of 10,000 people wasn't large, it was definitely not small either. It made several continents along the way a little nervous. 2 days later, when Yang Kai plunged into a Realm Gate, an ice-cold aura hit him in the face. Looking around, he couldn't help but be stunned. The continent in front of him was a world of ice and snow. It was a scene of pure white without a trace of impurities. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers were constantly falling from the sky, and the hot air exhaled from the mouth and nose could be clearly seen. In the distance, a few mountain ranges rose and fell, like a few enchanting white dragons. Between the mountains, clouds tossed and turned, and it was a magnificent sight. The undulating white world was vast and boundless. Coming to this world, it was as if his body and mind had been purified. There was no need for Baya to explain more. Yang Kai also knew that they had arrived at the proud snow continent. Bai Liemo was born as a snow demon, so she liked this kind of cold environment the most. This was somewhat similar to the second elder of the dragon race, Fuxi. Her ice snow island was like this scene in front of him, but it was just an island, so naturally, it wasn't as majestic and beautiful as the whole continent. Behind them, the team of over 10,000 people arrived one after another through the realm gate, and those who had just arrived here were a little dazed. Xiao Wu was not stingy with her praise. "What a beautiful place!" Li Shiqing nodded vigorously at the side. Baya smiled at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, what do you think of this place?" It's beautiful, it's beautiful. No wonder Saint Senior Bai Liemo can rise here." Baya smiled and said, "Brother Yang is right. The proud snow continent is closely related to Saint Senior. So Baya sincerely asks Brother Yang to help Saint Senior solve her problems. It's my duty." Yang Kai responded readily, but in his heart, he was a little disapproving. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to secretly go to the Eternal Heaven continent, who would be willing to come to this place? He couldn't wait to see the destruction of this continent. Maybe he could shake the foundation of that bitch Bai Liemo. However, on the way here, he also checked a little. Although the Eternal Heaven continent was not in Bai Liemo's territory, but in the territory of another demon saint, it was not impossible to enter. The realm gate in the Eternal Heaven continent was connected to a continent under Bai Liemo's command. If he could use that continent as a springboard, he would definitely have a chance to sneak into the Eternal Heaven continent. He just didn't know if there was a problem with the realm gate of that continent. If there was, it would be convenient for him to do things. Baya naturally didn't know what he was planning, but seeing him agree so readily, she couldn't help but have a good impression of him. She laughed and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Yang. Please come with me." Saying so, she led the way. Everyone followed closely. The proud snow continent was not small. Generally speaking, the area of the continent where the demon saint resided would not be too small. Moreover, the yuan qi between heaven and earth was also very rich. If the entire territory of the demon saint was divided into 3 classes, then the proud snow continent and the phantom continent belonged to the upper class, or even the upper class of the upper class. The cloud shadow continent belonged to the middle class, and the blue origin continent should be considered to be in the upper middle class. They walked quickly all the way until a day later, when a towering and huge building appeared in the distance. Before they even got close, a vigorous aura had already hit them in the face. Moreover, under the refraction of the sunlight, the building was actually emitting a colorful light, which was magnificent and magnificent. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Only after using his eyesight to look did he discover that the building was actually a huge ice palace. The whole structure was completely carved out of blocks of ice. The colorful light was all refracted by the sunlight that soaked the ice, making the ice palace look like a fairyland. Baya pointed to the front and explained, "That is the proud snow ice palace of the Lord. The Lord has been waiting for a long time. Brother Yang, follow me directly to see her." "Thank you, Brother Baya." After a while, everyone arrived at a distance of 10 miles in front of the ice palace. Baya paused and looked at Yang Kai a little hesitantly. The Lord does not like to be disturbed by too many people. "Brother Yang, look at your subordinates." Yang Kai turned around and shouted, "Stay here and rest." Even if Baya did not say that, Yang Kai did not intend to bring all of them into the ice palace. Although he did not like Bai Liemo, he still knew the basic etiquette. Moreover, now that he was in her territory, it was better to be honest, lest she find fault with him. Although she had a request, she would not really do anything to him, but she could still do something to make him feel uncomfortable. In, Tukuro and the rest nodded in agreement. Baya then led Yongkai and continued to fly forward. After entering the ice palace, Yongkai was a little surprised that there weren't many servants here. At the very least, compared to such a large place, the number of servants was far too small. In addition to some necessary guards, there weren't many maids walking around. However, the scenery in the ice palace was still very beautiful. The surrounding walls and the underground walkways were all made of crystal-clear ice. There was not a single gap. Yongkai wondered if the entire ice palace was made by Bei Limo by hollowing out a huge block of ice. There were also some white ice flowers on the ice walls, and the whole ice palace was exuding a faint fragrance. Not only that, but there were also some strange colors flashing through the ice walls from time to time, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Yongkai looked around, and although he was already past the age where everything was new to him, he still couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of this place. He thought to himself, women are still women, whether they are demon saints or not, they are always very fond of beautiful things. Even their own residence is so special. But then again, although this was an ice palace, it did not feel cold. Instead, it felt warm. He did not know why. While he was looking around, Boya, who was leading the way, had a cold expression on his face. He quietly sealed his pores, and even his breathing temporarily stopped. After walking for a short while, Baya suddenly stopped at the door of a room. She cupped her fists and said, Baya is here to bring Yongkai to see the Lord. Only then did Yongkai realize that they had arrived at the place. He immediately stood behind Baya. The door was not closed tightly. There was a gap of a few fingers wide. There was some movement inside, but it could not be heard clearly. After Baya finished speaking, a woman's voice came from inside. Baya is back? Bring him in. In the entire Ao Shui continent, only Bei Liemo dared to call Baya by her name. However, this woman's voice at this moment was extremely languid, completely devoid of the coldness from the last time they had met. This kind of languidness gave Yongkai an indescribable feeling. When Yongkai heard this, it was as if there was a small invisible hand grasping his heart, causing it to suddenly jump. Damn it! I knew this woman was up to no good. Last time she suffered a loss at my hands. Oh no, at my mouth. This time I will definitely get back at her. Yongkai sneered in his heart. He was secretly vigilant. Baya turned around and gestured to Yongkai. Brother Yang, please. Without any hesitation, Yongkai pushed open the door and strode in, his eyes widening as he tried to see what kind of trap Bei Liemo had set for him. But when he looked around, he was greatly disappointed, because there was no one in front of him. Instead, there was a door to the side. Bei Liemo should be inside. Without any delay, he did not need Baya to invite him in. He raised his head and opened the door curtain. He plunged in. Behind him, Baya looked at him with pity. Chapter 3491. Yongkai greets. Following the principle of being careful, Yongkai cupped his hands in greeting as soon as he entered, so as to not give Bei Liemo a chance to find fault with him. However, halfway through his words, he couldn't continue. His eyes widened even more as he stared in front of him, dumbfounded. On the soft couch in front of him, a graceful body was lying lazily. She was wearing a translucent chiffon dress, and the beauty inside was faintly discernible. Although the dress was called chiffon, it was actually a piece of silk woven fabric. It barely covered some of her vital parts, but the scenery in front of her chest was exposed. Almost half of her chest was exposed, and her exquisite collarbone and slender neck were in full view. Her two beautiful legs were dazzling, and her dress was directly parted to her buttocks. With a casual glance, one would be able to see the beautiful scenery inside, but they couldn't see it, which made one's heart itch. When he heard that languid yet seductive voice just now, Yongkai had already mentally prepared himself. He knew that Bei Liemo would definitely tease him, and if a woman wanted to tease him, her body was nothing more than an asset. Coupled with her supreme status as one of the 12 demon saints, she could definitely arouse a strong desire to conquer any man, making his blood boil and making it difficult for him to restrain himself. But when he saw the scene in front of him, Yang Kai was still a little surprised. This girl was too willing to spend her capital. You are a demon saint, so is it okay for you to dress so indecently? If you want to wear it, you should wear it secretly. Baya and I are both men. Even you Ru Meng, a succubus demon, didn't wear it like this. If the last time he saw Bei Liamo, she was a perfect combination of holiness and charm, then at this moment, she was completely devoid of holiness. Every part of her body was extremely seductive. This made Yang Kai wonder if this person in front of him was the same pure and flawless Bei Liamo he had seen last time, wearing a pure white dress. If that was all, it would be fine. But this woman was surrounded by 4 or 5 other women. These women were all heavenly fragrances, and their appearances could turn the world upside down. They were all dressed similarly to her, wearing chiffon dresses that covered half of their bodies. At this moment, Bei Limo's head was resting on a woman's slender thigh. The woman's head was lowered, and she gently exhaled a weak breath from her mouth. It swept over Bei Limo's earlobe and neck inch by inch, causing Bei Limo to squint her eyes and let out a soft moan. Only then did Yang Kai understand that the faint movement he heard outside was this. On the other side of the soft couch there was another woman. Her pair of delicate hands gently stroked Bei Limo's thigh, as if she was playing with the most exquisite piece of art in the world. Her movements were careful, and her expression was joyful. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that one of her hands had reached the base of Bei Limo's thigh. The remaining 3 women surrounded her on the left and right. They were either stroking her sensitive parts or licking her earlobe. They were doing their best to please this demon saint. Their every movement, coupled with the weak sounds in the room, were almost at the peak of seduction. Even if Yang Kai was mentally prepared, the scene in front of him was like a bolt of lightning. He was a little dazed, and his throat instantly became dry. He thought to himself, "You fucking reincarnated into the wrong body. You should be the succubus demon. Compared to you, Yu Rumming was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. What a disgrace to the name succubus demon. If you have the guts, why don't you find a few men here? What's the point of having a few women here?" Turning his head to glance at Boya, Kai Yang saw that this fellow had his head lowered. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, like an old monk in meditation. Kai Yang sneered in his heart, knowing that this fellow didn't have the guts to look at these things. He understood Bei Limo's plan, so no matter how shocking the scene in front of him was, Yang Kai quickly recovered and coughed lightly, then said again, "Yang Kai greets the holy senior." Bei Limo turned a deaf ear to these words. Perhaps she wanted to show off her strength to Yang Kai, or perhaps she wanted to deliberately leave him hanging here, but she simply continued humming softly under the care of the other women. Yang Kai shouted again, this time deliberately circulating his emperor's qi, causing the surrounding ice walls to rustle. This caused the women to glare at him angrily. Even Baya was sweating and quietly reached out to tug at the corner of his clothes. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since the holy senior is busy, I won't disturb you any further. When the holy senior is free, this king will come and visit again." After saying so, he turned around and left without hesitation. Originally, this woman had something to ask of Yang Kai. Previously, she had run to Clouding and forced Yu Rumeng's soul to appear and negotiate with him. This time, he had come to help her, but she still had ulterior motives, so Yang Kai was too lazy to serve her. If it weren't for his strength being inferior to hers, Yang Kai would have already turned this ice palace upside down. "You're already here and you still want to leave?" On the soft bed, Bei Liamo finally opened her eyes. She had no choice but to open her eyes. If Yang Kai really left, she would definitely be covered in dirt. Yang Kai stopped and turned back. "Seeing that the holy senior is busy, I really don't want to disturb you. What else can I do but leave?" Bei Liamo snorted coldly. "Such a bad temper. Didn't Yu Rumeng teach you the rules of the demon territory?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes and raised his nose to the sky. "I'm just like this. If the holy senior doesn't like it, please allow me to take my leave for now." "How dare you?" Before Bei Liamo could speak, a woman beside her suddenly shouted, her demon chi rolling. Only then did Yang Kai discover that this woman was actually a high-rank demon king. Yang Kai glanced at her but didn't take her words to heart. Instead, he turned to Bai Liamo and said, "You have to understand that it wasn't me who wanted to come here. It was you who invited me here. The holy senior doesn't even know the basic etiquette of hospitality. So why should this king stay here and embarrass himself? I ask the holy senior to allow me to return to Cloud Shadow mainland." The cold sweat on Bai Ye's forehead increased, and she whispered, "Brother Yang, the holy senior didn't mean to disrespect you. But at this time every day, the holy senior is—" Bai Liamo waved her hand and said, "There's no need to explain, he's right. This holy senior has indeed neglected him." After saying so, she gave a look to the side. When the female demon king who scolded Yang Kai saw this, she quickly moved a chair from the side and placed it diagonally opposite the soft couch. Bai Liamo didn't move. She just pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Sit down." Yang Kai thought for a moment, then obediently walked back and sat down. The main thing was that he definitely couldn't leave, and if he continued to pester Bai Liamo, he would definitely anger her, and then he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. Bai Ye saw this and couldn't help but feel relieved. She cupped her hands and said, "Holy Senior, Brother Yang is here. This subordinate will take his leave first. Go." Bai Liamo closed her eyes again and said faintly. Bai Ye lowered her head and stepped back step by step until she was out of the inner room, then turned around and strode away. After a short while, she left the ice palace, turned into a stream of light, and rushed in a certain direction, with a sense of urgency. When Yin saw that she had come out, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, she immediately moved to stop her master, cupped her hands and said, "Bai Ye, master, may I ask my king—" "Go away!" Bai Ye waved her hand, and a strong force swept Yin aside, and without stopping, she left in a flash. Yin was shocked, and then she felt a little scared. Although she didn't know why Bai Ye was angry, there was obviously something wrong with Bai Ye's state just now. Her pair of eyes were actually red, and there was a trace of obvious desire in them. Although she didn't know much about Bai Ye, she knew that with Bai Ye's strong cultivation, even if she really had any desire for women, she wouldn't show it so obviously. Moreover, Bai Ye definitely didn't lack women around her, so there was no reason for her to show that kind of expression. What's going on? Yin was confused. 100 miles away from the Ice Palace, there was a huge city, just like the holy city of the Phantom Continent. This city was the holy city of the proud Snow Continent. It only took Bai Ye a few breaths to arrive here. She rushed directly into her mansion, and after scanning with her divine sense, she went straight to the residence of one of her favorite concubines, and kicked the door open with a bang. The concubine was grooming herself in front of the mirror, feeling sorry for herself. Suddenly, she heard the noise and looked angry, but when she saw who it was, she immediately showed a joyful expression. She got up and said, "Master, why are you here?" Before she could finish her words, Bai Ye bent down, picked her up, and threw her directly onto the big bed, causing her to cry out in surprise. The next moment, she felt a pair of big hands moving around her body, tearing her clothes. A moment later, gentle moans came out from the room, and they continued to ring out without end. 2 hours later, the concubine fell into a deep sleep, but more women came in from outside one after another. On the bed, Bai Ye seemed to have gone crazy, showing no tenderness to the fairer sex. He showed the full strength of a man, galloping and whipping. In just one day, he made the dozen or so concubines living in this mansion enjoy the pleasures of fish and water, truly achieving a fair share of the benefits. It was not until a day later that Bai Ye felt the scorching heat in her body slowly disappear. She turned her head to look at the bed. More than a dozen delicate bodies were lying on the bed, and each of them had more or less bruises, which were undoubtedly masterpieces left by him. Sighing softly, she floated up and waved her hand, rolling up the bed sheet to cover the seductive scene on the bed. She walked to the window and looked up in the direction of the Ice Palace. There was still lingering fear in Bai Ye's eyes. Even she, a half-saint, couldn't bear it. She didn't know how Yang Kai was doing now. Maybe he had died on the belly of one of the women. Ice Palace. Just after Bai Ye left, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill in his mind. He couldn't help but blink, and then he became furious. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, he knew that he had definitely been tricked. Perhaps it was a secret technique, or perhaps it was a drug, and it should be related to the divine soul, which triggered the soul-cleansing effect of the soul-warming lotus. A secret technique or drug that could trigger the soul-cleansing effect of the soul-warming lotus without him noticing was definitely not a trivial matter. Thinking back to the subtle feeling he had just now, Yang Kai was almost certain that it was a kind of charm or aphrodisiac, and its effect was undoubtedly to make him fall in love. And judging from the situation, the latter was more likely. Chapter 3492. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Bai Liamo, this cheap slut, had dressed so indecently. Not only was she trying to seduce him, but she had even used an aphrodisiac on him. This was no different from trying to kill him, she was simply too shameless. Yang Kai had some guesses as to why she did this. First, he had bitten her a month ago in Cloud Shadow City. At that time, Yu Rumeng was present and she was the one who took the initiative to provoke him, so she couldn't do anything to him. However, she was a dignified demon saint, so how could she let it go so easily? She didn't do anything at that time, but instead waited here for him. Second, in name, he was Yu Rumeng's man, and there was a heart seal secret technique between them. She and Yu Rumeng were not on good terms, so she naturally wanted to use him to humiliate Yu Rumeng. If he really made a fool of himself here today, Yu Rumeng would lose face. Thinking so, Yang Kai sneered in his heart. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. You brought this upon yourself. The faint sounds of debauchery continued intermittently, and the women serving Bai Liamo were undoubtedly unable to control themselves. Their breathing was rapid, and their faces were flushed. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because they were also affected by the aphrodisiac, but they all looked at Bai Liamo with strange expressions. After Yang Kai sat down, Bai Liamo didn't have any intention of speaking, simply treating him as heir. At first, Kai Yang was sitting upright, his back straight, his hands on his knees, his eyes looking straight ahead. However, as time passed, he would occasionally raise his eyes to look at the beautiful places of the women in front of him, especially Bai Liamo's body. His breathing slowly became rapid, and his eyes became bloodshot. Although these little movements were extremely subtle, almost without a trace, how could they escape Bai Liamo's observation? Even if she closed her eyes, Yang Kai's every move could not escape her perception. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she couldn't help but reveal a hidden smile. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yang Kai became bolder and bolder. After a while, he opened his eyes wide and looked forward brazenly. His Adam's apple moved occasionally as he swallowed his saliva. It had to be said that the scene in front of him was very pleasing to the eye. Even though Yang Kai knew Bai Liamo's intentions and had used the soul-warming lotus to eliminate the effects of the aphrodisiac, he couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. His reaction and expression were very realistic. Suddenly, Bai Liamo let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like the stars in the sky, bright and dazzling. Stretching her arms and twisting her waist, she changed her position and continued to lie down with her side facing Yang Kai's direction. This position made her pair of jade peaks look even more majestic and magnificent. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if she had just remembered that there was someone else in the room. She lightly said, "Don't neglect the guest." As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. As soon as she said this, the female demon king who had scolded Yang Kai immediately walked out from beside her. With light steps, she walked in front of Yang Kai and sat on Yang Kai's lap. Her hands wrapped around Yang Kai's neck as she looked at him with a smile. Her soft body was in his arms, and her amazing elasticity came from her thighs. The tip of his nose was filled with an indescribable fragrance. Yang Kai swallowed hard and looked at Bai Liamo hesitantly. "Holy sage, this isn't very good, right?" Bai Liamo looked up and lazily said, "What's not good about it?" Yang Kai looked embarrassed and said, "Holy sage, why are you asking when you already know the answer? Between me and Yu Rumeng that he, Are you afraid of her? Bei Liemo looked at him teasingly. Yang Kai immediately sneered. This king is a 7-foot-tall man. Why would I be afraid of a woman? Moreover, it's not a matter of whether I'm afraid or not. It's just that I feel that being with another woman behind her back. He glanced at the woman in his arms. This female demon king was undoubtedly under the influence of the aphrodisiac. Her breathing was hot, and she sat in his arms restlessly twisting her tender body. She even took the initiative to grab one of Kai Yang's big hands and place it on her chest, lightly biting her red lips and moaning. Kai Yang suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, I'm sorry for her. Although he said this, his big hands rubbed hard, causing the female demon king to fall into his arms. Bei Liemo chuckled. In the end, you're still afraid of her. Don't worry, they won't tell anyone about what happened here. And this holy sage won't tell anyone about it either. She won't hear about it. You don't have to be too restrained. Which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? This holy sage invited you to help me repair the realm gate, so naturally, I won't treat you badly. Yang Kai licked his lips and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Thank you for your kindness, holy sage. He looked down at the female demon king in his arms and stroked her up and down with his big hands, causing the female demon king to gasp for breath. Yang Kai's eyes were like a wolf's as he casually said, But seriously, holy sage, don't think that this king is afraid of Rumeng just because her cultivation is not as good as mine. This king really isn't afraid of her. It's not like I haven't hit her before when she doesn't listen to me. Bei Liemo was looking at the show in front of her with a teasing look, but when she heard this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but brighten up. She said in surprise, You've hit her before? Yang Kai proudly said, Not just once. His appearance was so flamboyant that it was as if he had done something extraordinary. Bei Liemo suppressed her laughter and said, How did you hit her? This was interesting. One of the 12 demon saints in the demon territory was actually beaten by a human who was only equivalent to a mid-tier demon king. You Rumeng, you also have a day like this. Bei Liemo suddenly felt that her hard work today was not in vain. She actually managed to hear such a secret. This was something that she had to investigate carefully. The next time she saw Yu Rumeng, she would use this matter to make fun of her and see if she still had the guts to challenge her. Yang Kai grinned cheekily as he reached out and slapped the demon king's plump buttocks hard, causing her flesh to ripple, causing her to let out another cry of surprise. Bei Liemo's beautiful eyes brightened even more, and she resisted the urge to laugh to the sky. Slightly raising her upper body, she said, Tell me in detail. Yang Kai blinked and looked around. This is not good. There are too many people here. Bei Liemo said in annoyance. Just say it. Yang Kai thought for a moment, then suddenly reached out and threw the female demon king in his arms away. Standing up, he pulled away the other female demon king who had been serving by Bei Liemo's feet and sat down by her feet. Bei Liemo looked at him coldly, but she didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him, but the smile on her face was somewhat thought-provoking. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked up from Bei Liemo's jade feet, pausing for a moment between her legs and her chest. Finally, he looked at Bei Liemo's eyes with a fiery gaze. Since Saint Master wants to know, then this king will tell you secretly. Bei Liemo pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, but how are you going to tell this king secretly? Yang Kai grinned and slowly leaned over, moving his head closer to Bei Liemo's as if he wanted to whisper something to her. But his 2 big hands had already grabbed Bei Liemo's ankles and began to play with them. In any case, in this woman's eyes, she was already under the influence of the aphrodisiac, so it was only natural for her to act like this. Bei Liemo's body stiffened slightly, but her eyes became more and more thought-provoking. Her smooth and sparkling skin was like the world's most exquisite work of art. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. This lowly servant was indeed worthy of being called a demon saint. Such a beautiful woman could really compete with Yu Rumeng. While rubbing her legs, his 2 big hands had already moved up her calves, brushing them all the way up to her thighs. Such a bold move not only made the female demon king feel that something was wrong, but also made them look with eager anticipation. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, these women were already somewhat delirious. Otherwise, how could they allow Yang Kai to blaspheme their saint master like this? Under normal circumstances, if Yang Kai dared to come within 3 feet of Bai Liemo, he would definitely be surrounded by them. Yang Kai at this time was in a bit of a difficult situation, and he didn't know what to do. He originally thought that Bai Liemo would stop his actions, or even drive him away when he sat next to her. If that happened, he would be able to leave this place. Yang Kai really didn't want to stay with Bai Liemo. He didn't feel safe at all. But he never thought that this woman would have no intention of driving him away, and even when he touched her, she didn't say anything. What kind of situation is this? At this moment, Bai Liemo was still lazily lying on the soft couch, her head resting on a female demon king's thigh. Yang Kai had one hand on her calf, and the other hand had already reached under her translucent dress. A few more inches, and he was afraid that he would touch that extremely sensitive place. This kind of atmosphere and posture could be said to be extremely ambiguous. The abnormality of the soul-warming lotus made him feel that something was wrong, and he also understood Bai Liemo's plan. But this woman was after all a demon saint. If he played too much, he might end up angering her. But the hesitation only lasted for a moment. Perhaps because of Yu Rumeng, Yang Kai didn't have much respect for Bai Liemo, and since she didn't stop him, it meant that she tacitly agreed. Anyway, the one who's at a disadvantage isn't me. Yang Kai's heart steeled, and he paused for a moment before he suddenly reached out his hand towards that deep place. At this time, a jade foot suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air, and fiercely kicked towards him. Even if Yang Kai's reaction was amazing, he still couldn't avoid it, and was kicked in the chest. Immediately, it was as if he was hit by a meteor. His chest felt stuffy, and his blood boiled. His whole body flew off the soft couch, and heavily hit the ice wall. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai clutched his chest, and violently coughed a few times before he raised his head with difficulty. What is the meaning of this, holy master? Bai Liemo's eyes were cold, and she slowly got up, and gently smoothed out the hem of her dress that was rolled up by Yang Kai, and coldly snorted, "Little brat, your acting is quite good." Chapter 34-93. Clutching his chest, Yang Kai's eyes flickered and his expression became awkward. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "So you can see." Since Bai Liemo said so, she must have concluded that he was acting. There was no point in continuing to play dumb, so he might as well get straight to the point. Bai Liemo coldly snorted and stared at him with a cold gaze. If Yang Kai really wanted to touch her because of the aphrodisiac, it would be excusable. After all, she had planned everything today for this. If she could make Yang Kai unable to control himself and the female demon king here, it would be for the best. Yang Kai was the man of that slut Yu Rumeng and had the heart seal secret technique to restrict him. Unless the secret technique was broken, the feelings between the two of them were inseparable. If she could make these female demon king and Yang Kai do it, it would definitely disgust Yu Rumeng. But in reality, Yang Kai was actually acting, which made it difficult for Bai Liemo to accept. For no reason at all, she was once again taken advantage of by this little brat. For a moment, her teeth itched with hatred. If it weren't for Yu Rumeng and the fact that Yang Kai was still useful, she would have already slapped him to death. "How did you see through it?" Yang Kai asked, thinking that it didn't make sense. His acting was already very realistic. There was no reason for him to reveal any flaws. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. Bai Liemo glanced at him. To be honest, at the beginning, she didn't notice anything strange. The main reason was that she was too confident in her own methods and felt that with Yang Kai's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, many of his reactions were also reasonable. It wasn't until Yang Kai's big hand paused under her skirt that she realized something was wrong. That subtle pause was only for a moment, but as a demon saint, how could Bai Liemo not notice it? The pause represented hesitation, but if he was really affected by the aphrodisiac, it was impossible for him to hesitate. Only then did she decisively give him a kick. "Sigh." Yang Kai sighed and walked over to the chair. He sat down again and looked at Bei Liemo sincerely. Why do you have to do this? If you have a grudge with Ru Meng, you can settle it yourselves. Why do you have to involve me? I'm innocent. Bei Liemo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you think you're innocent? Yang Kai said with a gloomy face. Isn't it? Although he knew that she couldn't really do anything to him, Yang Kai didn't want to make their relationship too stiff, since he had to work in her territory for a while. Bei Liemo sneered. If you weren't Ru Meng's man, this senior might not have put you in her eyes. But who told you to be that slut's man? Yang Kai's face darkened and he said, The Lord is the most powerful being in the demon territory. How can you be so rude? Bei Liemo raised an eyebrow. What, I can't even scold her? You're quite protective of her. Yang Kai said seriously, The Lord is also a woman. If someone insulted the Lord like this, how would the Lord feel? Bei Liemo sneered. Do you think that slut hasn't scolded me behind my back? I don't care if Ru Meng has scolded you behind your back. But in front of me, please behave yourself. Bei Liemo was stunned. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would dare to speak to her like this. But then she thought about how he even wanted to molest her. This human's guts had already broken through the sky. So what if he said something? She snorted coldly. So what if I scolded you? Yang Kai stood up and flicked his sleeves. If we don't agree, then please forgive this king for not being able to help you with the realm gate. The Lord should find someone else. After saying this, he turned around and strode away. If you dare to move again, this Lord will break your legs. I'm a man of my word. Bei Liemo coldly looked at Yang Kai's back. Yang Kai instantly froze in place with one foot in the air. He really didn't dare to move. He couldn't help but curse Bei Liemo in his heart. He was clearly invited by her to repair the realm gate. How did this happen? This woman is really too unreasonable. But Yang Kai also knew that he couldn't reason with her. His fist was not as big as hers. Bei Liemo lay down again and looked at his back with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Young man, you are very sensible. What do you want? Tell me the truth. This king admits defeat. Yang Kai tilted his head, his face full of grief and indignation. If he knew this would happen, he would never have come to this bullshit-proud snow continent. If he wanted to go to the eternal heaven continent, he didn't have to go through Bei Liemo's territory. He could enter from other demon saints' territories. It's not that I want to do anything, but you did something wrong. Do you want to just walk away like this? Yang Kai sighed heavily and said weakly, I was rude just now. Please forgive me, Master Saint. I won't do it again. You want to do it again? Bei Liemo coldly snorted. Also, I don't hear the slightest sincerity in your apology. Then what kind of sincerity do you want? Yang Kai turned around and looked at her. Bei Liemo looked at him for a while, then pouted her lips. Yang Kai blinked, a look of suspicion appearing on his face. Seeing her pouting her lips again, he reluctantly stepped forward, lowered his body, and pressed his ear against hers. Bei Liemo gritted her teeth and said, What are you doing? Yang Kai looked up at her and said with a serious face, Do you want to whisper to me? Bei Liemo almost laughed out loud. If he really wanted to whisper something, a divine sense transmission would be enough. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? She clenched her teeth and said, Kneel in front of this sage and apologize. This sage will let you go this time. Yang Kai's face immediately became cold. Slowly straightening his back, he looked down at her and said with a cold expression, Saint, I will pretend I didn't hear what you said. Then he cupped his hands and said, Yang Kai, I will take my leave first. This woman actually made such an excessive request. Yang Kai felt that there was no need to continue talking with her. This time he was determined to leave proud Snow Continent. Even if he had to completely fall out with Bei Liemo, he would not hesitate. He was indeed powerless to resist the power of the demon saint. Even if he had the space divine technique, it would be difficult for him to survive. But even if he died in battle, it would be better than to compromise like this. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. As for whether Bei Liemo would threaten him again, he was too lazy to care. At worst, he would have a big fight. His movements were decisive. It was not until he was almost out of the door that Bai Liemo reacted and said coldly, "You are courting death." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and simply ignored her, reaching out to pull open the bead curtain. But in the next moment, a powerful demonic chi suddenly attacked him from behind. Yang Kai quickly turned around and pushed his emperor chi, crossing his arms in front of him to protect himself. Then, his expression changed greatly and his whole body was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his arms as a violent force passed through his arms and spread to his whole body, shaking his internal organs and causing blood to flow from his orifices. Mid-air, Yang Kai's consciousness quickly blurred. In a daze, he saw Bai Liemo slightly raise her hand and a look of astonishment in her eyes. Falling to the ground, his vision went dark. In the moment before he lost consciousness, only one thought lingered in his mind. One move. Strictly speaking, it was not a single move, because Bai Liemo did not use her full strength at all. She barely used half a move to knock him out. Although she knew that the gap between her and the Devil Saint was huge, she did not expect it to be so big. On the other side, Bai Liemo hurriedly got up from the soft couch and stared in the direction of Yang Kai's unconscious body, her beautiful eyes blinking as a rare trace of nervousness appeared on her face. It was not because she cared about Yang Kai, but because if she had really killed Yang Kai, Yu Rumeng would definitely not let her off. With the heart seal secret technique, as soon as Yang Kai died, Yu Rumeng would sense it and immediately leave the Phantom Continent. At that time, she and Yu Rumeng would not rest until one of them was dead. What's more, she didn't have any intention of killing Kai Yang. It was just that she was really angered by him. How could she not know that a man's knees were worth gold? Putting forward such harsh demands to make Kai Yang apologize, she had already prepared herself for his rejection. She had intended to wait for him to reject her and then haggle over the price. Who would have thought that this guy would actually say he was going to leave, not putting her in his eyes at all? In her anger, she had sent out a palm strike. She had not used her full strength, at most 20%. She did not know if he could withstand it. After a few breaths of time, Bai Liemo waved her hand and a cold aura rippled through the room. The female demon king, who had been in a state of delirium, immediately shivered and woke up. "See if he's dead," Bai Liemo ordered. It was the high-rank female demon king who had scolded Yang Kai before. Walking over to Yang Kai's side, she stretched out her hand to check his breathing, and after checking his condition, she raised her head and said, "He's still alive." Bai Liemo breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. "It's good that he's alive." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "How are his injuries?" The female demon king replied, "His arms and chest are a few broken bones, and his internal organs are slightly displaced. Other than that, there are no major problems." No major problems? Bai Liemo was surprised. Yang Kai being able to survive under 20% of her strength was enough to shock her. But now, even his injuries were so light. Although he had broken a few bones, it was not like she did not have pills. As long as he took them and rested for a few days, he would be able to recover. But how could this be? That palm strike just now should have killed a high-rank demon king, but this guy's cultivation was only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king, so how could he be so resilient? Ha! The female demon king who was examining Yang Kai's body suddenly let out a soft cry. Her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light. "What's wrong?" Bai Liemo looked up. "This man's body is so strong." As the female demon king spoke, she actually reached out and stroked Yang Kai's chest, as if she wanted to examine him carefully. Seeing this, Bai Liemo also stepped forward and reached out to touch Yang Kai's chest, her demonic chi surging as she probed. A moment later, she showed a look of surprise, finally understanding why Yang Kai was able to survive her palm strike. Chapter 3494. Indeed, it was as the female demon king had said. This man's body was ridiculously strong. His muscles were firm and his bones were incomparably sturdy. Just this body alone was comparable to a top-notch demonic treasure. Furthermore, golden blood flowed in his body. The blood was filled with vitality, and had an extremely powerful regenerative ability. What shocked Bei Liemo even more was that she actually felt an indescribable divinity from Yang Kai's blood. Looking at Yang Kai's face with a dignified expression, as if thinking of something, she reached out and pinched one of Yang Kai's fingers. Gently cutting it, a drop of golden blood flowed out. Bei Liemo dipped her finger in the blood and placed it in her mouth, a look of surprise appearing on her face as she exclaimed, "Holy Spirit blood! This boy actually has the blood of a Holy Spirit? Moreover, from the taste of this blood and the energy it contained, this is a very high-level Holy Spirit. It may even be a dragon or phoenix." Bei Liemo couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. But now she was completely relieved. Since Yang Kai's blood had such a strong vitality and regenerative ability, it meant that this injury was really not a big deal to him. Even if he didn't take any pills, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. "Saint Master, this boy is too rude. Do you want this subordinate to kill him?" The female demon king looked up at Bei Liemo and asked solemnly. Bei Liemo glanced at her faintly. "You want to kill him? Sure, but he is Yu Ru Meng's man. If you kill him, this senior won't be able to protect you." When the female demon king heard this, her expression couldn't help but change as she looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. This guy is actually Yu Ru Meng's man? If these words didn't come from Bei Liemo's mouth, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. The other female demon king also looked dazed, as if they had heard some extremely shocking news. Bei Liemo pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned around and said, "Lock him up in the ice prison and watch over him closely. Tell him that I will only release him when he truly repents." This time, although she had injured Yang Kai and knocked him out, in the end, she was still a little disgraced. She really couldn't take it lying down, unless Yang Kai sincerely apologized. When the female demon king heard the words ice prison, their expressions changed. It was obvious that it wasn't a good place. Not only that, Bei Liemo even poked Yang Kai a few times as she spoke. Seeing this, the demon kings all looked at Yang Kai with pity in their eyes. Of all the people he could have provoked, he had actually provoked the Saint Senior. Now he was in for it. Bei Liemo waved her hand, and the female demon king grabbed Yang Kai by the neck and took him out. 10 miles away from the proud snow ice palace, In, Tu Qiaoluo, and Baza were looking in the direction of the ice palace. The scene of Baya rushing out and leaving made them feel a little strange. They didn't know what happened to Yang Kai in the ice palace, but now they couldn't do anything. Although more than 10,000 people were a lot, no one had the guts to break into the proud snow ice palace. Now, Yang Kai had been in there for 1 to 2 hours, but he still hadn't returned. However, they were certain that his life was not in danger. Otherwise, Tu Qiaoluo and Baza would have died without a doubt. After all, their lives were now tied to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had an accident, they couldn't escape. In contrast, although In was worried, she was still calmer. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that a large group of people had rushed out of the ice palace and were charging towards them aggressively. The female demon kings in the lead were all upper-rank demon kings. Each of them was riding a different type of demon beast, and they were wearing bright armor, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. And behind these female demon king, thousands of members of the demon race also came out. This scene made the people under Yang Kai a little uneasy. Even In, Tu Qiaoluo, and Baza's expressions changed. Although they didn't work under Bei Liemo, they knew that she had a group of elites called the Proud Snow Ice Guards. Each of them was an elite of the demon race. They were equipped with excellent equipment and practiced very special techniques. When they went all out, it was common for them to fight against 3 or 5 people of the same level. If they were in formation, they could even defeat enemies 10 times their number. Looking at the demon race that rushed out of the ice palace, it was obvious that they were the legendary Proud Snow Ice Guards. Therefore, even though they were not as numerous as this side, their momentum had completely overwhelmed the allied forces of the Cloud Shadow Blue Plains. The crowd was in a panic. The group of Proud Snow Ice Guards rushed to the front and stopped in unison. They were orderly as if they were one. Every member of the demon race had an arrogant look on their faces. The female demon king in the lead waved her hand and shouted, Surround them! Under the order, thousands of people spread out and surrounded them. In less than 10 breaths, they had surrounded tens of thousands of people in the middle. At the moment of life and death, Ian and the others couldn't help but tense up. Without their orders, the tens of thousands of members of the demon race had already turned around to face the people surrounding them. They all looked solemn. A battle of life and death was about to break out. Tu Qiaoluo and the other demon kings couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They knew that once the battle started today, their 10,000 people would all be buried here. What did their king do in the ice palace? How did he provoke the proud snow ice guards? Fortunately, although the proud snow ice guards surrounded them tightly, they didn't have the intention to attack. It seemed that they were just trapping them here. After a while, seeing that they still didn't have the intention to attack them, Tu Qiaoluo felt a little relieved. He knew that even if Yang Kai had really offended Bei Limo, there should still be room for negotiation. After pondering for a moment, he pushed aside his subordinates in front of him and stepped forward. He squeezed out a smile and cupped his hands. "Master, greetings. I am Lan Yuan." He had just said a few words when a whip suddenly lashed towards him. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder on the whip, and it was incomparably fast. Tu Qiaoluo's face changed. He instinctively urged his demon chi to resist, but he gritted his teeth and didn't resist. With a light smack, the soft whip landed on his face, leaving a mark on his cheek, which was dripping with blood. The female demon king in the lead sat on her mount and looked down at him from above. She said coldly, "No one wants to know who you are. Stay where you are obediently. If you dare to act rashly, you will be killed without mercy." Tu Qiaoluo's face turned green and white. He clenched his fists. He was an upper-rank demon king. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But the other party was from the proud snow ice guard, so he couldn't do anything to them. He had only lashed them once. Losing face was better than losing his life. But in this way, he was sure that this group of proud snow ice guards had no intention of attacking them for the time being. The matter in front of them was definitely related to Yang Kai. Did they trap them here to prevent someone from leaking information? Tu Qiaoluo frowned and couldn't understand. On the other hand, Sound couldn't help but turn to look at Xiao Wu. If there was anyone who could help them in this difficult situation, it would be Xiao Wu. Last time, Ru Meng's soul descended on Xiao Wu. This time, she could naturally do the same. At that time, even if it was just a wisp of Ru Meng's soul, these proud snow ice guards wouldn't dare to act rashly. As if sensing her gaze, Xiao Wu also looked at her, and then slowly shook her head. Sound's eyes darkened. She knew that even Saint Sovereign Dreamlike could not casually use soul descent. Last time, she had been provoked by Bei Limo's chi, which was why she had appeared. This time, there was no danger for the time being, so she was far from being able to trigger soul descent. Under the proud snow ice palace, there was a cold ice prison with a total of 18 floors. The environment of each floor was worse than the previous one. In the deepest 18 floors, even a Demon King-level expert couldn't stay for long. The cold that filled the air was enough to freeze a person's soul and cause them to die an unnatural death. In the ice prison, there were many demon race who had committed serious crimes. Generally speaking, once one entered, there was no chance to leave. In the end, they would only be frozen to death. When the female demon king who was escorting Yang Kai to the ice prison under Bei Limo's orders arrived, someone immediately respectfully greeted her. This was also a demon king and a high-rank demon king at that. Looking at the luster of stone on his face, he should be a stone demon. However, his status obviously couldn't be compared to the one who was carrying Yang Kai. As soon as they met, they greeted each other. The two exchanged a few words, and then the stone demon looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, "Another one? What did this one do wrong?" "He offended the Holy Master." The female demon king shook Yang Kai. The stone demon grinned. "You have guts." He carefully looked at Yang Kai and suddenly said in surprise, "This guy, he is a human." The female demon king naturally knew what he wanted to ask. "He is actually a human." The stone demon raised his eyebrows and showed a curious look. He had never seen a human before, so at this time he was naturally very curious. After looking at him for a while, he found that the human race was just like this. They didn't have any more eyes or hands than the demon race. He immediately lost interest and said, "What does the Holy Master mean? Do you want him to die quickly or slowly?" If he died quickly, he would be directly thrown into the lower floors of the ice prison. In less than a day, he would be frozen to death. If he was slowly tortured, he would be thrown into the middle floors and be able to survive for a while. "This one cannot die." The female demon king shook her head. "He is very useful to the Holy Master." The stone demon was stunned. For so many years, none of the demon race who were thrown into the ice prison survived. How could this one not die? However, since it was the Holy Master's order, he naturally had to follow. He said, "What is his cultivation level?" "Mid-rank demon king. His body is very strong, but his cultivation level has been sealed by the Holy Master." His cultivation level has been sealed. The stone demon looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. He really didn't know how he offended the Holy Master. Not only was he thrown into the ice prison, but his cultivation level was also sealed. He thought for a while and said, "7th floor. With his current state, he won't be able to withstand it anymore. You can arrange it as you see fit." The Demon King handed Yang Kai to the other side and said, "The Holy Master said that when he wakes up, tell him that the Holy Master will only release him when he repents seriously." Chapter 34:95. A cold sensation assaulted him from all directions, causing Yang Kai to slowly wake up. After staring around for a while, he suddenly remembered the scene before he passed out and quickly jumped up, assuming a defensive posture as he scanned his surroundings vigilantly. What he saw caused him to be startled. This was no longer Bei Li Mo's room. Instead, it looked more like an ice room. The ice walls were sparkling and translucent. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. It was about a few square feet, and it looked more like a prison cell. The cold seeped into his bones, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Yang Kai frowned, wondering what kind of damned place this was. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he was knocked unconscious by Bei Li Mo's palm. As for what happened after that, he did not know. Now that he thought about it, he still felt some lingering fear. The power of the demon saint was indeed something he could not resist. "Hehehe, you're awake?" Suddenly, a deep, sinister laugh came from behind him. Yang Kai's expression froze as he quickly turned around, at the same time feeling a little incredulous because this voice was very close to him. But if the other party had not spoken, he would not have noticed. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with his body, and after examining it for a moment, his face darkened. There were several layers of seals placed on his body, and his Emperor Qi was sealed, making it impossible for him to use it. Judging from the traces of energy left on these seals, it was obvious that Bei Li Mo had done this herself. No wonder he felt a little cold. Without his Emperor Qi to protect himself, and with such a harsh environment, it would be strange if he did not feel cold. However, compared to this, Yang Kai was more concerned about what this place was and what Bei Li Mo wanted to do. The one who had just let out that sinister laugh was a stone demon. This stone demon was tall and sturdy, and his cultivation seemed to be quite high. Standing a few meters away, he stared at Yang Kai mockingly. Between the two of them was a door with only a small window. Only through this window could Yang Kai see what was happening outside. This is really a prison cell. Yang Kai's face darkened even more as he approached the small window, glanced at the stone demon, and quickly asked, "Who are you? Where is Bei Li Mo?" The stone devil looked surprised. "How dare you call the Holy Sovereign by her name? You are really bold. No wonder you were thrown here. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Yang Kai looked impatient. The stone demon smiled lightly and said, "The saintly senior asked me to pass on a message. Only when you truly repent will she release you. Boy, you'd best behave yourself." Giving Yang Kai a meaningful look, the stone demon turned around and left. Yang Kai immediately became unhappy and cursed. You want this king to repent to her? Tell her to eat shit. Yang Kai was obviously invited to repair the realm gate, but now he was locked up in this godforsaken place by Bai Liemo. It would be strange if he was not angry. Furthermore, he was knocked unconscious by this woman. He was the one who suffered a great loss, but Bai Liemo still treated him like this. New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart. He did not care if she was a demon saint or not. He just scolded her first. The stone demon staggered and almost fell to the ground. He turned around to look at the ice prison where Yang Kai was, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was wrong with this human? How dare he insult the holy sovereign like this? Was he tired of living? What would happen if such words were to reach the holy sovereign's ears? If it were any other demon race who dared to speak so arrogantly, he would have killed them immediately. However, he could not kill Yang Kai. After all, the female demon king had said that this guy was very useful to the holy sovereign. He was only thrown into the ice prison to teach him a lesson. Shaking his head, the stone demon said, "Boy, if you don't want to die, you'd better shut up. You should have heard that trouble comes from the mouth." Yang Kai was just casually scolding, but when he heard the stone demon's words, he was enraged. He immediately shouted, "So what if I scolded her?" He then shouted, "Bai Liemo is a B*****. Since he could not beat her, he could only scold her. If he could get her to come out, that would be the best." He wanted to ask that woman what she meant. Such vulgar words made the stone demon's eyelids twitch. He clenched his fists and his face was filled with anger. Yang Kai insulting Bai Liemo was equivalent to insulting the demon race under her command. It would have been fine if he did not hear it, but since he heard it, how could he not do anything? He wanted to teach him a lesson, but after thinking about it, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill Yang Kai. After all, this human's cultivation was sealed by the holy sovereign. He was afraid that he would not be able to take more than a few punches. He sneered and said, "If you want to scold me, then go ahead. I hope you still have the strength to scold me later." Yang Kai really did start scolding the stone demon. His voice was extremely loud and full of energy. Vulgar and insulting words kept coming out of his mouth, echoing endlessly in the 7th floor of the ice prison. On the 7th floor, he was not the only one from the demon race. There were at least 100 of them. When they suddenly heard someone scolding Bai Liemo, they were all shocked. They all leaned against the window of their cell to look in the direction of Yang Kai, as if they wanted to see who was so daring. Although they were imprisoned here and knew that there was no way for them to survive, none of them dared to insult Bai Liemo. Daring to do so was not something that could be solved by death. In this world, there were many methods that could make a person suffer a fate worse than death. Although the stone demon had left, he had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. Listening to Yang Kai's endless stream of words, the stone demon felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Bai Liemo had never been scolded so many times in her life, and almost none of them were repeated. It could be said that the stone demon had opened his eyes. How could someone scold someone so righteously? The human scolded for a full 2 hours before he stopped. The stone demon's patience was almost at its limit. Suddenly, he heard Yang Kai stop, and he let out a heavy sigh. He secretly thought that Yang Kai should not be able to hold on any longer. After all, his cultivation had been sealed, and although the 7th layer was not too deep, he would not be able to hold on for long. Being able to scold someone for an hour was already quite impressive. Compared to Yang Kai's scolding skills, the stone demon admired this guy's endurance more. However, now that he had reached his limit, he could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. But in fact, the situation did not go as he wished. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai, who had stopped to rest, began scolding again. This time, the cursing seemed to have escalated, becoming even more unbearable than before. The veins on the stone demon's temples throbbed uncontrollably. The reason Yang Kai stopped to rest for a stick of incense worth of time was to take some time to check his physical condition. The injuries he had suffered from Bei Liemo were not too serious, only a few broken bones. Although his cultivation was sealed, his recovery ability had not disappeared, so he should be able to recover after a few days of rest. The only problem was that he could not use his Emperor Qi. Yang Kai had tried to break out of this ice prison just now, but under the premise that he could not use his Emperor Qi, his strength was not enough to break out of this ice prison. This damned place was indeed bone-chillingly cold, and the ice principles here were not something a normal person could withstand. But Yang Kai's physical body was strong enough that he was not too afraid of the cold. Bei Liemo wanted to use this method to make him bow his head and admit his mistake, but it seemed she had miscalculated. The frozen ice prison was a deathly silent place, and the demon race imprisoned here had no choice but to freeze to death, so it was basically silent most of the time, with many prisoners silently waiting for death to come. But when Yang Kai came, this place became as lively as a market. When he was tired of scolding, he would take a break, and when he recovered, he would continue scolding. Several times, the stone demon thought that Yang Kai was about to die, but after waiting for a while, this guy would be alive and kicking again, and this continued for 2 days. This made the stone demon realize that he had underestimated the strength of this human's physical body. The 7th floor was definitely not a suitable place for him. Previously, the female demon king had only said that Yang Kai's physique was very strong, which was why he had arranged for him to stay in the 7th layer, but now it seemed that he would have to send him to the lower layers in order for him to safely descend. Thinking so, the stone demon hurriedly sent a message to the female demon king and briefly explained the situation here. On the top floor of Proud Snow Ice Palace, under the transparent dome of ice, Bei Liemo was wearing a simple and elegant dress, leaning against the railing and looking out at the beautiful scenery of Proud Snow Continent. Seemingly aware of the small movements of her subordinates, Bei Liemo turned her head and asked, "Is that guy unable to hold on?" The female demon king looked at Bei Liemo with an awkward expression, not knowing what to say. Bei Liemo said lightly, "There's no harm in speaking frankly. What's his situation now? We just need to teach him a lesson. We can't really kill him." The female demon king whispered, "Saint, you don't need to worry. That guy is quite good now." "Quite good." Bei Liemo looked at her in surprise, frowning. "How so?" The female demon king dawdled for a while, not wanting to explain too much, but under Bei Liemo's majestic gaze, she still opened her mouth and said, "The 7th floor is not a hindrance to him at all. Since he woke up, he has been shouting loudly, and this has been going on for 2 days. Bei Liemo smiled. "He still has the strength to shout loudly. It seems that he is quite good." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "What is he shouting about?" The female demon king was originally relieved, but after hearing Bei Liemo's question, she immediately knew that she couldn't hide anything, so she braced herself and said, "He is just insulting Saint." Bei Liemo's expression turned cold. "He is actually insulting me." The female demon king panicked. "Saint, please calm down. I will go and stop him now and make him clean his mouth." Bei Liemo raised her hand and said, "There is no need. A few insults won't hurt this saint. But how is he insulting me?" At this point, the female demon king could only send a message to the stone demon and ask. After a while, she nervously repeated Yang Kai's insults, saying that she was a whore, a lowly servant, a rotten piece of meat that even a stray dog wouldn't care about, and so on. It was really bad. After listening for a while, Bei Liemo's whole body trembled with anger, her teeth grinding as she said coldly, "Throw him to the 13th floor. I want to see if he still has the strength to insult me." Chapter 3496. The frozen ice prison had 18 floors, each one more frigid than the last. Every 6th floor was a threshold, just like the 6th and 7th floors. The degree of coldness could not be compared. The same was true for the 12th and 13th floors. Bei Liemo was also annoyed by Yang Kai's vicious words. Otherwise, she would not have thrown him into the 13th floor. She had only thrown him into the 7th floor to teach him a lesson, but now she had thrown him into the 13th floor as punishment. If he couldn't beat her, then he would have scolded her. This man was simply too ungentlemanly. 10 breaths after this order was given, The stone demon arrived in front of the ice cell where Yang Kai was and looked at him through the window with a look of pity. Yang Kai wiped his mouth and looked at the golem with his nose. "What are you doing?" The golem shook his head and sighed, not bothering to say anything, simply taking out a token and opening the frozen ice prison's restrictions, opening the door and turning to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. "That slut wants to see me? Tell her to get her ass over here." "You're thinking too much." The golem snorted coldly and reached out to grab him. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to dodge, but Bailey Mo had placed a restriction on his body. Although his physical body was still strong, his strength had been greatly reduced and he was easily caught by the golem. Immediately after, the golem dragged him deeper into the frozen ice prison. Yang Kai felt that something was wrong, but he was also angry now, so it was impossible for him to lower his head. Twisting his body, he said, "Let me go. This king will follow you. But you'd better tell Bailey Mo that unless she comes over and apologizes, this king will not forgive her and will not let her get what she wants." The golem snorted twice, completely ignoring him. Not long after, a flight of stairs appeared in front of him, leading him to the next floor. Without stopping, he continued down. Yang Kai then discovered that this frozen ice prison did not only have one floor, but many, each one harsher than the last. He understood that his insults just now must have reached Bailey Mo's ears, otherwise, he would not have been transferred to the deepest part of the frozen ice prison. This was within reason. Since Bailey Mo wanted him to repair the realm gate, she would definitely pay close attention to his movements. She wouldn't really want him to die. After walking down 6 floors, the stone golem finally dragged Yang Kai into an ice prison. After throwing him in, it closed the door and left. Yang Kai was shivering from the cold. This place was much colder than the place he had been in before. Although there had been some chill before, he had been able to easily resist it with his powerful physique, but this layer had some effect. In just a short while, Yang Kai felt that the flow of his blood had slowed significantly. The omnipresent ice principles were like invisible toxins, constantly corroding his body and penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs through his pores. He bounced around in place for a while, but it did not reduce the coldness in the slightest. Yang Kai was furious. He rushed to the window and cursed outside. Staying here like an idiot would only make him colder and colder. Cursing a few words could make him feel better, maybe he would be able to warm up. Seeing this, the stone demon who was guarding the ice prison was a little speechless. He thought to himself that this human was really something. Even the 13th layer couldn't shut him up. What kind of enmity did he have with the Saint Senior? It was just that he didn't know how long this human could last. The 13th layer and the 7th layer were on completely different levels. The stone demon estimated that Yang Kai would be exhausted in 2 days at most. At that time, he would naturally have no energy to continue cursing. In fact, Yang Kai's tenacity and perseverance were beyond his imagination. Or rather, the sage had seriously underestimated the strength of this human's body. After a full 3 days, Yang Kai was still cursing. Although he would only curse for a while and then take a break, it was already incredible that he could last this long. During these 3 days, the sage would ask about this human situation almost every day. He could not hide anything, so he could only report the truth. He guessed that the sage must be very angry. He could feel this from the tone of the female demon king who passed on the message. On this day, Yang Kai just opened his mouth to curse for a while. Suddenly, a heavy sigh came from the frozen ice prison next to him. "Boy, you have been cursing for a few days. You only have so many tricks. My ears are about to grow calluses from listening to it. Can you come up with something new?" Yang Kai was somewhat surprised to hear someone talking to him. When he was imprisoned here before, he also observed the situation on this floor. It seemed that there were other demon race prisoners here as well. They were all Demon King level existences. He did not know what they had done wrong. There were not many of them, only less than 10. However, these guys were indifferent to anyone who came here. They just sat cross-legged in their own ice prison and tried to resist the cold. No one paid them any attention and let them fend for themselves. Once the demon chi in their bodies was exhausted, they would die. The demon race who spoke should be diagonally opposite. Yang Kai looked through the window and did not see anyone. He guessed that they were hiding in the innermost part of the room. He smiled and said, "This brother is right. Why don't you curse a few times and see if you can come up with something new?" The other side was silent for a while, then said, "I am not as bold as you." In fact, he also did not understand how Yang Kai had the guts to curse Bei Liemo. What he did not understand was why Bei Liemo did not shut him up. Daring to curse a supreme saint like this was something that had not happened for many years. It's just death left and right. What kind of guts do you need to curse? Yang Kai sneered. The Demon King said, "There are many ways to die. I don't want to be tortured before I die." Suddenly, another Demon King's voice came from the other side. "You there. Don't disturb him. Let him continue cursing." That's right, that's right. It's rare for this damned place to be so lively. Who cares if he has any new ideas? Just treat it as having some fun. Boy, just continue cursing. Don't pay attention to him. Yang Kai was stunned by the voices coming from all directions. He did not expect that he would have an audience for his cursing. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Let these demon kings who were imprisoned here curse Bei Liemo. They really did not have the guts to do so. But there was no harm in listening. "Brat, don't stop. Being able to hear you curse me like this before I die makes me feel good," another person urged him. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. "Since everyone is so supportive, let's change to something new." Organizing his words, Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "It is said that in the demon territory, in the proud snow continent, there was a poor family who gave birth to a daughter named Bei Liemo. This Bei Liemo was smart from a young age. At a young age, she was already a beauty. Under the transparent dome of ice, Bei Liemo sat on the windowsill, wearing a transparent chiffon dress. Her two snow-white legs dangled from the edge of the cliff. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and her body leaned against the window, as if she would be blown away by the wind at any time. Her eyes were blurred as she looked at the snow-white world in front of her. Her slender hand held a cup of dark red blood wine, and she took a light sip, causing her red lips that were crystalline and translucent like gems to have a trace of blood-red color, causing her to seem even more charming and enchanting. She tilted her head slightly and asked in a light voice, "How's that fellow now?" When the female demon king who brought Yang Kai into the ice prison heard this, the corner of her eyes twitched, and she whispered, "Very good." Bei Liemo frowned. "Very good. The same answer was given last time." The female demon king said, "It seems this subordinate underestimated the strength of his body. Although his condition is not as good as before, his life should not be in danger for the time being." "Is he still cursing me?" Bei Liemo asked calmly. The female demon king hurriedly shook her head. "No." Bei Liemo was surprised. "No? Does he not have the energy to curse me? Or does he not have the energy to curse me?" She paused for a moment before continuing. "To be honest, why would I lower myself to the level of a mad dog?" Speaking of which, when she found out that Yang Kai was cursing her, she was quite angry. But after thinking about it, she felt that there was no need to do so. It was just a few curses, and as she said before, she would not lose anything. At most, she would teach him a lesson in the future. "He really did not curse me." The female demon king looked embarrassed. "But he has been telling stories recently?" Bei Liemo laughed. "Stories? What stories? To whom?" She did not dare to imagine such a scene. What kind of stories is he telling in that ice prison? This person is really interesting. It is a story that he made up himself. You should not listen to it, lest it pollutes your ears. Bei Liemo's heart was as clear as a mirror. She coldly snorted. "Is he making up stories about me? Tell me, what exactly did he make me do in that story?" The female demon king sighed in her heart. Although she was unwilling to tell the story, she could only reply. The story that Yang Kai made up was very simple, and even very melodramatic. A poor girl fell in love with a rich young master, and for love, she threw herself into a flame like a moth to a flame. Unexpectedly, after the rich young master got her, he abandoned her like a worn-out shoe. The girl was heartbroken and wandered into the world of mortals, and made a living in a brothel. The first part of the story was briefly mentioned, but the second part was very detailed. When the female demon king was telling the story, the girl called Bei Liemo had already received more than 100 patrons, and the price was extremely cheap. The patrons were also very varied, and even the beggars on the streets were lucky enough to have a relationship with her. In the beginning, Bei Liemo listened calmly, but when she heard that the main character of the story was a prostitute, she crushed the cup in her hand. When the old beggar appeared, Bei Liemo's face was extremely cold. Although she knew that Yang Kai was making up stories to disgust her, she still could not accept it. She had never seen such a hateful man before. She turned around and walked down from the window, her eyes cold as ice. "Enough!" The female demon king fell to her knees and said in fear, "Saint, please calm down. This subordinate will go and pull out his tongue." Bei Liemo sneered. "Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Throw him into the 18th floor. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." The female demon king suddenly raised her head. "But Saint Dream..." Bei Liemo looked at her coldly, causing her to swallow her words back into her stomach. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly and chuckled for a while. "I knew you wouldn't do anything to this king." Slowly getting up, Yang Kai stretched his body. With the protection of the ice principles, the influence of the ice principles in this place on him was greatly reduced. Glancing around, Yang Kai coldly said, "Show yourself. What's the point of sneaking around like this?" Chapter 3498. After waiting for a long time and seeing no response from his surroundings, Yang Kai sighed and said, "You're so boring. I know you won't do anything to me. Everything you've done is just because you're angry. Since this king has offended you before, I have no complaints. Since you can't kill me now, let's all sit down and talk. If we can't talk, then we'll go our separate ways. Is it fun to keep tormenting people like this?" After saying so, Yang Kai looked around, as if trying to find where Bei Liemo was hiding. At this moment, a weak but pleasant voice suddenly entered his ears. "I think you should be talking to me?" Yang Kai was slightly surprised and quickly looked around. "Who is it?" This voice definitely did not belong to Bei Liemo. Although it was weak, it was extremely gentle and the tone was completely different from Bei Liemo's. Yang Kai was not confused by this. This surprised him greatly. There was actually someone else in this 18-layer ice prison. Yang Kai had investigated this damned place before, and although it was not small, it was definitely not large either. There were no signs of life, but there were many corpses of masters from the demon race scattered around. Suddenly hearing someone speak to him, how could Yang Kai not be surprised? "This way," the voice called out again, guiding Yang Kai in the right direction. Yang Kai looked around for a moment before looking in a certain direction, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward. Yang Kai's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to know who was talking to him and why he had not noticed them before. Bypassing one ice sculpture after another, Yang Kai walked a few dozen meters before finally standing in front of one of the ice sculptures, his eyes staring forward as a look of amazement flashed across his face. There was also a demon race sealed inside this ice sculpture, and it looked like it was the same as Bei Liemo, a snow demon. Her skin was crystal clear, her hair was black and soft, her figure was slender, and her facial features were exquisite and perfect. Yang Kai had seen many beautiful women and his wives were all outstanding beauties. Of course, due to the limitations of his strength and vision, he could not compare to Yu Ruming and Bei Liemo in terms of temperament, but this one in front of him definitely did not lose out to them. Unlike the other ice sculptures, the demon corpses in the other ice sculptures were all sitting cross-legged without exception. She was the only one standing in the ice sculpture with her hands folded over her lower abdomen. Her expression was serene, as if she had fallen asleep. She didn't look very old either. She looked like a young girl who hadn't grown up yet. Yang Kai did not feel any vitality from this ice sculpture, or perhaps it was because his cultivation was sealed, so even if there was, he could not detect it. Looking around, Yang Kai looked back at the woman in front of him and asked with uncertainty, "Are you the one speaking?" After a few breaths, the gentle voice sounded again. "Yes, it's me. I'm sorry, I've been trapped here for too long. So my soul has been affected and my reaction is a little slow. Please forgive me." Yang Kai almost laughed out loud. The words of this young girl made him feel that she was a little naive. But when he thought of what happened to her, he could not laugh. In his heart, he felt that Bai Liamo was really not a good person. Although he did not know what this young girl's temperament was, he felt that she was not a bad person. However, Bai Liamo actually threw her into this 18-layer ice prison, and from the looks of it, she had been frozen for who knows how many years. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. Even he could not withstand the cold for too long in this damned place, almost fainting from the cold. But this young girl was still able to maintain consciousness to a certain extent. It was obvious how strong she was. No wonder this young Lady Bing could last so long in the ice prison. Young Lady Bing said, "You still haven't answered my question. How did you offend honored master?" Yang Kai scratched his face and said, "Anyway, I accidentally offended her." He couldn't say that he tried to molest her honored master, but was seen through by her and then severely beaten. That would be too shameful, so he quickly changed the topic. "What about you? Why are you locked in here?" Young Lady Bing was silent for a long time, then said, "I shouldn't be saying this to you, but after so many years, you are the first person to talk to me so much. I am locked in here because of a man." Yang Kai's imagination ran wild. "You two master and disciple fell in love with the same man." Miss Bing laughed and said, "How could there be such a thing? It's just me, that's all. But master didn't agree and then cruelly tortured that man to death in front of me. I remember that master wanted him to humiliate and curse me, but he would rather die than curse me. Bastard." Yang Kai was furious, but he quickly reacted and said, "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about that bitch Bai Liamo." Young Lady Bing said, "Don't curse my honored master." Although her tone was light, Yang Kai could hear the dissatisfaction in her voice. So he could not help but ask, "What happened after that? Since she had already killed that man, why would she do this to you?" "Because I was angry and attacked her. She was very disappointed, so it became like this." When Yang Kai heard this, he sighed and didn't know what to say. If this matter was true, then this young Lady Bing was undoubtedly the most tragic victim in this matter. The man she loved was humiliated to death by her honored master in front of her. Then she was cut off from her honored master and was frozen in this place, living a life worse than death. What could be more tragic than this? It was really difficult for her to hold on until now. If it was an ordinary person, their divine soul would have already collapsed. "Right, I just heard you say that honored master won't kill you? Why are you so confident?" When Yang Kai heard this, he smiled. "Because your honored master still has something to ask of me." "Oh?" Young Lady Bing was surprised. "What can honored master ask of you?" Yang Kai did not answer, but instead rolled his eyes and laughed. "I've thought about it. When your honored master comes to ask me, I will ask her to release you. It can be considered as repaying you for saving my life." Young Lady Bing said, "No need." Yang Kai frowned and said, "You don't want to go out?" "It's not that I don't want to." Young Lady Bing's voice was bitter. "It's just that my body has already died, leaving only a broken divine soul. If I am frozen here, I can still struggle at death's door for a while, but if I really go out, I'm afraid I will die even faster." This was difficult to deal with. Yang Kai couldn't check the condition of her body now. Otherwise, he might have been able to find a way out. Just as he was thinking, Young Lady Bing said, "Are you sure you can leave this place? It's not that I don't believe you, but for so many years, no one who was thrown here has been able to leave alive." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Just wait and see." "So it's like this?" Young Lady Bing sighed faintly. It seems that this is really heaven's will. What heaven's will? Yang Kai frowned. Young Lady Bing said, "You just said that you are grateful to me for saving your life, and that you want to repay me. Are you sincere?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Naturally, young Lady Bing, if you want to leave, I can really say a few words to you in front of your honored master. I can't guarantee that she will agree, but I am 80% sure that she will." Chapter 3499. Miss Means. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "I want to ask you to do me a favor," Miss Ice replied. Yang Kai smiled. "Mrs. saved my life. If there is anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask." Miss Ice said, "Don't be in a hurry to agree. Listen to what I have to say first before you decide. Although this matter isn't that difficult to handle, if you really do it, then it's extremely likely that you'll anger Master, and it's even possible that she'll want to kill you. If that's the case, are you still willing?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. "Miss, can you elaborate?" Although he was sure that Bai Liemo would not really kill him, after all, the realm gate in the demon territory needed to be repaired by him. No matter how angry she was, if she wanted to kill him, she would have to ask the other demon saint in the demon territory first. However, he had already offended Bai Liemo once, and if possible, Yang Kai did not want to worsen their relationship. After all, it was not a good thing to have a demon saint hate him. Inside the ice sculpture, Miss Ice was silent for a while, as if she was considering something, but in the end, she said, "I have an item that contains a forbidden technique I created myself. It is very powerful, and I want you to use it on my honored master." Yang Kai's pupils shrank when he heard this. "You want to kill her?" Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little strange. From the words of this Bing girl before, it seemed she still respected Bai Liemo very much. Even if her beloved man was tortured to death, even if she was imprisoned on the 18th floor of the ice prison, she didn't show the slightest resentment. Even when Yang Kai had scolded Bai Liemo, she seemed a little unhappy, even speaking up to defend her. So she suddenly made such a request. It was really puzzling. Miss Ice laughed. "Honored Master is a demon saint. How can I kill her? Not to mention that I don't have the ability to do so. Even if I did, it would be impossible." "Then why did you?" Yang Kai frowned, puzzled. The Ice Lady sighed faintly. "This is just an explanation. Back then, when that person was humiliated to death by Master, I didn't beg for anything. Although I lost my rationality and attacked Master afterwards, it was already useless. Perhaps, if I had pleaded for mercy back then, Master might have let him go on account of our many years of relationship as master and disciple. For so many years, although I've been sealed in ice, between life and death, my heart has always been uneasy. Now that my time is almost up, I'm afraid it won't be long before I have to go to the netherworld to accompany him. This is my explanation to him. When we meet in the Yellow Springs, I can also tell him that I have avenged him, but my power is limited." Although Miss Bing's tone was calm, Yang Kai could feel her sorrow and grief. He also understood what she wanted to express. He couldn't help but be silent. Miss Bing continued, "The 18th floor of the cold ice prison is a dangerous place. For so many years, no one has been able to come out alive. I thought that the forbidden technique would no longer be useful, but I didn't expect to meet you at the last moment. Don't you think this is the will of the heavens? Since the heavens want this, then I can also take this opportunity to fulfill a wish. Of course, you can rest assured that although this forbidden technique is not small, it won't be able to do anything to my honored master. After all, she is a demon saint, but she will definitely investigate this matter. You just need to tell her what I said today, and I think she won't make things too difficult for you." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel conflicted when he heard this. If this Miss Bing had asked him for something else, then it would be fine. Then, If I want you to abandon you Ru Meng and give yourself to me, what will you do? Kill me. Yang Kai straightened his neck, his attitude firm. Bei Liemo angrily knocked his head, making a dong sound. You don't want to think about it? In any case, I am not much worse than you Ru Meng. To be able to be valued by the saint, Yang Kai is very honored. It is really a blessing from my ancestors, but there is nothing to think about. Just kill me. Bei Liemo chuckled and said, well, I won't make things difficult for you. You can't be blamed for this. With that bitch's heart seal secret technique, I'm afraid you can't easily get rid of her influence on you. Speaking of which, did you know that she used the succubus demon clan's divine technique on you? Your feelings for her are the result of that secret technique, not your own feelings. On the first day, Ru Meng told me, but I think that even without that secret technique, it wouldn't have affected anything. Bei Liemo smiled lightly, declining to comment as she stood up and looked down at Yang Kai again. Boy, don't think too highly of yourself and think that you Ru Meng really likes you. She is the same as this saint, one of the demon territory's 12 demon saint. Although you are not ordinary, it is difficult for you to enter my eyes. If not for your relationship with you Ru Meng, this saint would be too lazy to tease you. Let me give you a piece of advice. When the day comes when you feel that you have lost your value to you Ru Meng, you should leave as soon as possible and save your life. When Yang Kai heard this, he felt that there was a hidden meaning in her words and frowned. What does saint mean? Bei Liemo smiled contemptuously. Didn't you Ru Meng tell you that once the heart seal secret technique is used, it is impossible to break it? Yang Kai nodded and said, she did say that. When Bei Liemo heard this, she laughed wildly. But when she looked at Yang Kai, her eyes were filled with pity, as if she sympathized with him. Yang Kai thoughtfully said, could it be that this secret technique can be broken? Bei Liemo stopped laughing and said lightly, an ordinary succubus demon wouldn't be able to break it, but she is a demon saint. If she is willing to pay a price, how could she not be able to break it? She can cut off the heart seal secret technique's restraint at any time, or put it this way, as long as she is ruthless enough to kill you, the heart seal secret technique will break. Sadness only lasts for a moment, but it can be exchanged for a lifetime of freedom. If it were this saint, do you think you would still be alive if you lost your value? I will definitely take your life. A dignified demon saint entangled with a mere human, what kind of person would that be? Yang Kai's face paled when he heard this. He didn't know if Bei Liemo's words were true or if she was deliberately trying to sow discord. But it was undeniable that Bei Liemo's words had successfully pierced a thorn in his heart. Chapter 3501. After an incense stick worth of time, Bei Liemo carried Yang Kai out of the ice prison and threw him directly to the ground. At the same time, the Emperor Qi that had been imprisoned in his body was finally released and began flowing freely. Yang Kai shuddered and silently circulated his secret art to force out the chill in his body. Looking at the light in the distance, he felt as if he could see the light of day again. Being locked in the ice prison for these past few days had been very boring. For the matter of the realm gate, go to the holy city and find Baiya. She will cooperate with you. After saying this, Bei Liemo floated away, not even bothering to look at Yang Kai. The stone demon guarding the ice prison walked over from the side and cupped his fists with a smile. Brother Yang, this king was only following orders and had offended you. Please forgive me, Brother Yang. He had guarded the ice prison for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone walk out alive, and this person was actually brought out by the Holy Senior himself. Although because Yang Kai was locked in the 18th floor, no one dared to enter easily except for the Holy Senior, but this was still an extremely amazing thing. If the Holy Senior did not value this human so much, he would not have personally come here, so in the stone demon's opinion, this human was worth making friends with. Yang Kai glanced at him sideways, coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, turned around, and left, leaving the stone demon behind with an embarrassed expression, but immediately gnashed his teeth in hatred. Just a mere human. What is he so arrogant for? Yang Kai did not go directly to proud Snow Continent's holy city, but first went to find his subordinates. After the 10,000 people were brought here, they had been stationed outside the ice palace. Yang Kai had been thrown into the ice prison by Bai Liamo before, so he didn't know what had happened to them. Everyone else was fine, but Li Shiqing had to be safe. When he arrived, Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The 10,000 people were still in their original state, as if they had not moved during these days, and not a single one was missing. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Tukuro, In, Baza, and the other demon king hurriedly came forward and asked with concern. A few days ago, when the proud snow ice guards were dispatched, they were really scared out of their wits. They all thought that Yang Kai had angered Bai Liamo in the ice palace, implicating them and causing them to lose their lives. However, they didn't expect that the proud snow ice guards would only besiege them for a few days before suddenly retreating. Just as those proud snow ice guards left, Yang Kai appeared. As soon as they met face to face, Yang Kai asked them a few simple questions and found out what had happened to them these days. Yang Kai guessed that Bai Liamo had mobilized the proud snow ice guards to prevent In and the others from leaking information to Yu Rumeng. Although Yu Rumeng could enter Xiao Wu's body in times of crisis, who knew what kind of trigger conditions would be required? Li Shiqing also cast a concerned look at him from behind. Yang Kai glanced at her and nodded slightly, then ordered Bo Ye and In to go to the proud snow continent's holy city to find Bai Ye. The rest of the people were naturally on standby. Li Shiqing looked eager to follow, but Xiao Wu tugged at her sleeve and made her stay. The holy city was only 100 miles away, so it was easy to find. Bo Ye had been here before, so she naturally would not get lost. After entering the holy city, he asked someone to inquire about the location of Bai Ye's residence. A moment later, a group of 3 appeared in Bai Ye's residence. The servants in the residence went to report, while Yang Kai sat in the living room, waiting for the arrival of the master. Not long after, Bai Ye hurried over and cupped his hands as soon as he saw him. "I've made Brother Yang wait for a long time." Yang Kai looked up at him and said in a slightly disgusted tone, "Brother Bai Ye, you're not very kind." He also understood some things later. When he was at Bai Liamo's place, he was affected by the drug. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus dispelled the effect of the drug. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself. At that time, Bai Ye must have been affected as well, or else he would not have left in such a hurry. Combined with his behavior, Yang Kai was sure that Bai Ye definitely noticed it at that time. Even a half-saint could not resist the effect of the drug, which showed how strong the drug was. If he did not have the soul-warming lotus, he was afraid that he would still be lying on a woman's belly today. Bai Ye was startled when he heard this, then laughed and said, "Brother Yang, please forgive me. I was also a victim that day, and there was nothing I could do." He showed concern. "The Lord did not do anything to you, right? Why did I hear that you angered the Lord later, and as a result you were thrown into the ice prison and locked up on the 18th floor? Brother Bai Ye, you are quite well informed in the holy city." Yang Kai snorted. Bai Ye twitched the corner of his mouth. "Brother Yang, are you blaming me for not speaking up for you? Brother Yang, please forgive me for this. The Lord has her reasons for doing things, and as her subordinate, it is not my place to say anything." He also felt that it was funny in his heart. "I have nothing to do with you, so why would I risk offending the Lord for you?" "Forget it." Yang Kai waved his hand. "I know that Brother Bai Ye is willing, but not capable enough, so I don't blame you. Fortunately, it was not dangerous." Bai Ye said, "How did Brother Yang anger the Lord? She actually let her throw you into the cold ice prison. That damned place is not a place that ordinary people can enter." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Brother Bai Ye, if you want to know, you can ask the Lord directly. It is not convenient for me to say it here." Bai Ye laughed dryly. Of course, he did not have the courage to ask Yang Kai about the details. No matter what Yang Kai did, it must have been something that made her extremely angry, or else she would not have thrown him into the ice prison. If he went to ask her, wouldn't it be embarrassing the Lord? Then, the next one to be sent to the ice prison would be him. Back to the topic. Yang Kai bent his finger and knocked on the table. "I have been in the Ao Shui continent for quite some time, but I have been locked up by the Lord and wasted a lot of time. Now that the Lord has released me, of course, she still wants to focus on the portal. The Lord is busy, so she asked me to find Brother Baya to understand the situation. Also, she wants Brother Baya to fully cooperate with me. If there is any hindrance, you will be killed without mercy. Only then would he have a chance to sneak into the Eternal Heaven continent. The next day, Yang Kai opened the door and led Boya and Een directly to Baya, telling her that everything was ready and they could start at any time. Baya naturally hoped that Yang Kai would be finished as soon as possible. The two sides hit it off and immediately set off for the nearest world gate. The proud snow continent had a total of 8 world gates, leading to 8 different continents. Among them, 1 had disappeared, and 2 had problems. At this rate, the proud snow continent would disappear from the map of the demon territory within a few thousand years. This was the place where Bailey Mo rose to prominence. It was also the ancestral land of the Snow Demon clan in the demon territory. It was very suitable for the Snow Demon clan to cultivate and grow, and they could not afford to lose it. This was also the reason why Bailey Mo personally went to find Yang Kai. The survival of ordinary continents was not worth her attention. In less than 10 days, the 3 portals of the proud snow continent had been repaired, and there was no need to repair them. Yang Kai led his 10,000 subordinates directly through a portal and entered another continent to continue his work. Days passed, and although there were tens of thousands of subordinates guarding around, Yang Kai's life was monotonous and boring. However, the process of repairing the portals was also helpful to his comprehension of the law of space. After all, the realm gate was a passageway between worlds. Although he could also set up a space array, the space array could only be used in the same world. In comparison, the space array was inferior. If he could completely understand the secrets of the realm gate, he might be able to break through the barriers between worlds in the future and take a big step forward in his attainments in the law of space. At that time, even Li Wu-yi couldn't be compared to him. Because of this idea, the repair and maintenance of the portals was not a burden to Yang Kai, and he was happy to do it. He couldn't wait for the portals in the territory of the demon realm to have more problems, so that it would be more convenient for him to pry deeper into the mysteries of the portals. As time passed, Baya also lost the novelty at the beginning. When Yang Kai was repairing the portals, he could only watch from the side, and didn't even dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Yang Kai. Even though he was a half-saint and his temperament was not bad, facing this kind of thing for a long time, he would also feel bored. From the beginning, he was monitoring the whole process until now. He just closed his eyes and rested not far away, and even occasionally meditated to cultivate. It was true that he was a half-saint, but it didn't mean that he didn't need to cultivate. In the territory of the demon realm, there was also a saying that the bottle of heaven and earth was the limit. 12 demon saint was the limit, and it was impossible for a 13th demon saint to be born. But now, the war between the two worlds was in full swing, and even the half-saint and fake emperors had gone into battle, and there was a risk of dying at any time. Who could guarantee that one day in the future, the demon saint and the great emperors would not fight each other? When that time came, there might be a demon saint or great emperors who would fall, and the vacated position would naturally be fought for by the half-saint and fake emperors. At this time, the more strength they accumulated, the more chances they would have in the future battle. Not to mention, there was still a great emperor trapped in the territory of the demon realm, and the demon saint hadn't done anything to him yet because they weren't fully prepared. Once the butcher's knife fell, it was bound to be another life and death battle. At that time, at least 2 digits of half-saint would be buried with him. Baya didn't want to be one of them, so he naturally had to be in peak condition at all times. Yang Kai naturally saw the changes on his side, and he was in a good mood. He felt that he was not far away from getting rid of him. 20 days later, the group of people passed through a realm gate and entered another continent. After walking out of the portal, Baya frowned slightly, looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and said, "Brother Yang, if I remember correctly, there is no problem with the portal of this continent. Why did you come here?" Yang Kai said, "There is no problem now, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Maybe you guys haven't found out yet. Since the Lord entrusted me to handle the portal, I naturally have to be responsible to the end. It doesn't take much effort to come here and investigate. It's best if there is nothing wrong, but if there is, I can make up for it in advance." Although Baya felt strange, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He just punched the void in front of him a few times, causing the power of the void to become even more chaotic. Then he turned around and left. It wouldn't take long for the traces here to be restored. At that time, no one would be able to find anything. He wasn't in a hurry to find Baya. Instead, he led his subordinates to continue to investigate the other realm gates. Since he was putting on a show, he naturally had to go all the way. Halfway through, he communicated with the embodiment and learned that he had gained a lot this time. Although he had found 3 missing continents in Yu Ru Meng's territory before, he had only found some myriad demons pills the first time. The next 2 continents had even destroyed the nest of myriad demons, so naturally, he didn't find any myriad demons pills. This time, he had gained more than 1,000 myriad demons pills. Including the ones from last time, it was almost enough for the embodiment to advance to a half-saint. However, even if he had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, it would still take some time to refine these myriad demons pills. After all, the energy stored in the myriad demons pills was really incredible. A few days later, the last realm gate was investigated. A group of people rushed toward Baya, ready to meet up with her and enter the next continent. Boya suddenly flew to Yang Kai's side and turned to look at him. Yang Kai glanced at her and frowned. "What are you doing?" Boya stammered for a while, but in the end, her curiosity won out. "Can you find those missing continents?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Boya rolled her eyes and said flirtatiously, "I mean what I said. Don't pretend. The place you first went had a realm gate that connected to a continent, but that continent disappeared thousands of years ago. If you didn't find it, why would you waste so much time there?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "I'm just doing some research to see if I can find traces of that continent. I did the same in Saint Dreamlike's territory. What's wrong with that?" Boya didn't know whether he was telling the truth or not. She was just a little suspicious. She frowned and said, "But I clearly saw you take something out of the void. Don't forget, I'm a feather demon." As she spoke, she even poked her eyes to show that she had good eyesight as a feather demon. What others couldn't see didn't mean that she couldn't see. "You saw wrong." Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Boya curled her lips. "You're quite careful. Don't worry, since I'm telling you this, it means that I won't tell anyone. Otherwise, I could have secretly told that Baya. I'm just a little curious." "Curiosity kills." Yang Kai snorted. Boya said angrily, I know. You're so annoying. Why can't we have a proper chat? Why are you acting so weird? My soul puppet is still in your hands, so how can I not want something good from you? I just want to remind you to be careful in the future." Yang Kai didn't say anything. She thought that she could borrow Yang Kai's power to protect herself, but who knew that she would end up in a trap? Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It's not a dangerous matter, so don't think too much about it. This king only needs you to stay here." Immediately, he quietly transmitted a few words to the 3 of them. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other, but they didn't ask any questions and obediently obeyed. Tukuro's body trembled, and as his blood chi surged, the world was dyed red. In the blink of an eye, the place where everyone was shrouded in a blood mist. This blood mist had the effect of isolating divine sense, so unless one's cultivation was stronger than Tukuro's, it would be absolutely impossible to find any clues. Great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire had fallen into this place. A trapped beast would still fight. There was no safe place in this entire continent. The demon race naturally had to evacuate in advance. After another half an hour, Yang Kai finally found something. It wasn't the traces of the demon race, but the remnants of the battlefield after a great battle. The earth below was a mess. Mountains had collapsed, rivers had flowed in reverse, and traces of extremely destructive power could be felt everywhere. Gullies that were tens of thousands of meters deep and extended for an unknown number of kilometers were crisscrossed, as if they were scars between heaven and earth that would never heal. The chaotic power of the laws of nature was endlessly surging around these scars. Even though Yang Kai hadn't approached them, the waves of terrifying aura still made him tremble with fear. There were also cracks in the void that couldn't be closed up. They had arranged the entire heaven and earth into a net of slaughter. Anyone who dared to trespass would certainly die without a burial place. Those cracks in the void weren't as orderly as the ones torn by Yang Kai. Instead, they were irregular. Some were long, some were round, and some were like funnels. However, no matter which one it was, the surroundings were filled with the destructive power of the laws of nature. These laws were like the toxins on an abscess, preventing the heaven and earth from self-healing. The reason for this scene was naturally because an expert had taken action and shattered the void. And the only experts who could cause this effect, apart from the great emperors, were the demon saint. The great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire were here. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Yang Kai could finally confirm that his previous guess wasn't wrong. The Eternal Sky Continent was definitely the battlefield where the great emperors and the demon saint had clashed. Otherwise, the mountains and rivers wouldn't have undergone such shocking changes. And this place was very likely the place where the great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire first clashed with the demon saint. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head. His deep gaze seemed as if it could penetrate the hundreds of millions of kilometers of territory and see the deepest part of the battlefield. Without stopping, he flew inside in a flash. The further he went, the more chaotic the battlefield became. From time to time, a huge hole that seemed to lead straight to the ground would appear on the ground below. The whole earth seemed to have been turned over several times. It was truly barren. The more Yang Kai looked, the more shocked he became. He really didn't know what kind of enemies Bright Moon had faced back then. What kind of situation would she be in now? Following the traces left behind by this incomparable battle, Yang Kai flew forward for a full day, but still couldn't find any trace of Bright Moon. If Mingyu was really in the Eternal Heaven continent, then the place where he had fallen was definitely 1,500 kilometers away. There must be a demon saint guarding that place. His divine sense was indeed powerful, and no one had discovered his tracks along the way. However, it was still wishful thinking to get close to Mingyu under the surveillance of a demon saint. I have to think of a safer way. Yang Kai's mind was spinning rapidly as he cautiously approached Mingyu. However, he couldn't think of a feasible way no matter how much he thought about it. The gap in strength was an insurmountable chasm. If there was really a demon saint guarding this place, he would be exposed before he could even get close. How should he answer if he was asked later? Could he say that he was curious and came to take a look? What's more, the other party might directly kill him, and he wouldn't even bother to ask. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai could only place his attention on the demon race. That demon race team was approaching the Bloody Land. Mixing in with this huge team and waiting for an opportunity to enter should be the best way. The only thing he needed to worry about was that the end of this team might not be some kind of dead end. After making up his mind, Yang Kai didn't delay. He dressed up a little, making himself look more like a demon race member. Only then did he approach the team of demon race. After observing the surroundings for a while, he found a suitable opportunity and directly entered the team with a flash. It was naturally impossible to directly teleport over like this. Although these demon race members were solemn and resolute, and had a silent appearance, they would definitely be suspicious if another person suddenly appeared in front of them. Therefore, Yang Kai teleported in a squatting position. Then, he slowly got up and moved forward with the team. They already regarded the star realm as their possession, so how could they allow their future home to be destroyed because of a war? As his thoughts fluctuated, Yang Kai followed the team and kept moving forward. Finally, at a certain moment, he saw the source of the blood world. It was simply a sea of blood. It was boundless, and it was surrounded by the huge formation base he saw before. It was constantly rolling, and the sound of waves crashing was not an illusion. It was real. In the sea of blood, countless corpses and bones were rolling, resentful spirits were wailing, and baleful auras were soaring to the sky. Around the sea of blood, there were demon race members emitting dark red blood auras. They had solemn expressions on their faces, and their eyes were tightly closed. They were making different hand seals, and the demonic yuan in their bodies was surging. It was unknown what kind of secret technique they were using. These demon race members were all blood demons. In the demon territory, their control over blood was hard to compare with the other demon race members. These blood demons were separated from each other by hundreds of meters. Their strength varied, but they had all reached the level of the Demon King. Just as Yang Kai was observing, the demon race members who had walked to the edge of the sea of blood threw themselves into the boundless sea of blood without any hesitation. They melted without a sound and became a part of the sea of blood, increasing its power. Yang Kai suddenly understood. He finally understood how this huge sea of blood came to be, and why those demon race members were all gathered in one place. This was a blood sacrifice. A blood sacrifice for the demon race below the Demon King of the entire Eternal Heaven continent. Although Yang Kai did not know the principle behind it, such a huge scale of blood sacrifice was obviously aimed at Mingyu. Coupled with that extremely terrifying formation, this blood sacrifice would definitely play an unimaginable role. What was Mingyu's current situation? He had fallen into this place alone. He had fought against many demon saints before, so he definitely would not have come out unscathed. Even though he was a great emperor, he was bound to be injured. Now that he was trapped in this place by the demon race using a blood sacrifice and a formation, he was afraid that things were not looking good for him. Yang Kai secretly clenched his fists, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. One by one, the demon race members threw themselves into the sea of blood without any regard for their own safety. Most of them did not hesitate. Although they were somewhat unwilling, it seemed that they did not have the courage to resist. For hours later, it was almost Yang Kai's turn, but he still had not come up with a good plan. With his current strength, he would not be able to save Mingyu if his identity was exposed. Although he did not detect the aura of a demon saint, there were quite a few half-saint here. The demon race in front of him had all jumped into the sea of blood. Then, she had opened a passage in the blood sea to lead him here. If it weren't for Mingyu's means, Yang Kai estimated that he would have been discovered by the demon saint, and it would have been difficult to predict his fate. Mingyu smiled gently. "You're a little too bold," Yang Kai said embarrassedly. "Fortunately, my luck was good. If it wasn't Mingyu who discovered him first, but the demon saint." Yang Kai's scalp went numb just thinking about it. Mingyu nodded and said, "Heaven's Revelation's old man called you here. Although I know he must have his reasons for calling you here, this king is still a little curious. How did you safely enter the territory that became the demon race and come here?" Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "This junior has betrayed the star boundary and defected to the demon territory. In the star boundary, this junior is now notorious and everyone wants to beat him up." After saying so, he raised his eyes to look at Mingyu and found that not only was she not angry, but she also had a look of interest, so he quickly explained the reason. A moment later, Mingyu clicked her tongue in wonder. "In other words, you Ru Meng sneaked into the star boundary and hid by your side, but because her strength was greatly reduced, she couldn't force you and could only use gentle means to bring you to the demon territory. But you already saw through her intentions, so you beat her at her own game and had Iron Blood cooperate with you to put on a show?" Then you naturally betrayed the star boundary and came to the demon territory? Yang Kai nodded somewhat embarrassedly and said, "The general situation is like that." Mingyu couldn't help but praise, "Amazing. This was indeed an amazing achievement. It was basically impossible for a human to come to the demon territory. But Yang Kai did it. And the reason why the great emperors of heaven's revelations let him come to the demon territory was probably because he had grasped a trace of heaven's will. Although he wasn't clear about the process, he definitely expected the final result. Otherwise, why didn't he find someone else but Yang Kai? Master, you flatter me. It was just a chance encounter. Mingyu said, "Are you safe in the demon territory now?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Master, don't worry. I'm very safe here. Yu Rumming doesn't suspect me at all, and because of my space divine technique, the other demon saints seem to be very interested in me. They want to borrow my strength to repair some of the realm gates in the demon territory." "It's been hard on you." Mingyu sighed and pondered for a moment before saying, "But since the heart seal secret technique was used by a demon saint, it must be very powerful. You have to be careful. This little one understands." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that the heart seal secret technique didn't restrict him in the slightest, but he couldn't say it out loud. After all, if he could break the secret technique used by a demon saint, it would be a bit sensational. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shrank. If what Mingyu said was true, then the demon territory's goal was not to take Mingyu's life. Killing a great emperor would greatly change the balance between the two worlds, but if they could also absorb the power of heaven and earth of this great emperor, then that would be the best. That was why Mingyu was able to live until now. On one hand, the demon saint was not willing to force her too much. Even if the 12 of them could kill Mingyu without worrying about anyone dying with her. But if Mingyu resisted with all her might, then there was definitely a chance to heavily injure one or two of them. This was a risk they were not willing to take, so they used the blood sacrifice and laid down a great formation. Once they succeeded, the bottle of heaven and earth in the demon territory would expand to its limit and give birth to a new demon saint. On the other hand, the star realm would have one less great emperor, and it would be a permanent loss. There would never be a 10th great emperor again. It had been many years since he obtained the immortal tree. The immortal tree didn't have many leaves to begin with. Over the years, he had plucked a leaf from time to save people. Now, there were only 3 leaves left. The reason why he dared to make such an answer in front of great emperors Mingyu was because he had the immortal tree to rely on. The wood bead and wood spirits were floating on the left and right of the immortal tree like 2 fairies. But at this moment, they were looking at him with vigilance and nervousness. Yang Kai's sudden appearance in the medicine garden and directly in front of the immortal tree had already made them guess. For the 2 wood spirits, the immortal tree was a true divine object in the world, and nothing could compare to it. After submitting to Yang Kai, they had been diligently taking care of the medicine garden and taking care of the immortal tree. Now that Yang Kai was looking at them with such a dangerous gaze, how could they not be vigilant? After a while, Yang Kai sighed and looked at Mu Na with a wry smile. "I want to save people. It's coming, it's coming. It really is like this." Mu Na and Mu Zhu both showed distressed expressions. This was the first time they had thought of driving Yang Kai out, but how could they, 2 little wood spirits, do such a thing? What's more, the immortal tree belonged to Yang Kai, so they couldn't control what Yang Kai wanted to do. "Do you really need it?" Mu Na bit her lip and asked pitifully, as if Yang Kai wanted her to do something. Yang Kai nodded and sternly said, "It must be it." Mu Na's face instantly turned ashen, but she also knew that if they needed to use the immortal tree, Yang Kai's situation would most likely be extremely serious. After exchanging a glance with Mu Zhu, Mu Na raised a finger and said, "Is 1 leaf enough?" She naturally knew that what Yang Kai wanted was the leaves of the immortal tree, so it was impossible for him to really take the immortal tree out. However, there were only 3 leaves left, so if one was taken away, there would only be 2. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I want all 3. It wasn't that he was underestimating the healing ability of the immortal tree's leaves. According to Yang Kai's calculations, an injury like Ming Yu's could be healed with just 1 leaf, so 2 was an absolute guarantee. But even if he recovered to his peak, he would still have to face a fierce battle, so it was inevitable that he would be injured again. Leaving a leaf of the immortal tree for him might be able to save his life at a critical moment, allowing him to escape from the demon territory and return to the star boundary. So at this time, he couldn't be stingy at all. Mu Zhu couldn't help but look at Yang Kai with some curiosity. Which woman is worthy of you doing this? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you think of me? Why are you talking about a woman? This misunderstanding was a bit big. Mu Zhu sneered. If it wasn't a woman, why would you be willing to pay so much? Yang Kai sighed. It's the Bright Moon Great Emperors. I'm now in the demon territory, and the Great Emperors are in prison with injuries, so I can only rely on the immortal tree's leaves to treat them. It has nothing to do with a woman. The Bright Moon Great Emperors. Mu Zhu and Mu Na both looked serious. The specifics are a bit complicated, so I don't have time to explain too much to you. If you have time, you can ask the embodiment. Mu Zhu nodded. In that case, you can take it. While speaking, she and Mu Na moved to the side. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he have invited 2 helpers to cultivate spirit medicines? This was more like inviting 2 ancestors. If he wanted to use something of his own, he would have to ask for their permission. Reaching out and plucking the 3 green leaves, Yang Kai took out a jade box and placed it inside. Nodding to the 2 wood spirits, he left the small sealed world in a flash. Reappearing next to Mingyu, Mingyu reached out and handed the sealed world bead back to him, smiling slightly. Originally, I was thinking about how to safely send you out later, but since you have this thing, everything will be much more convenient. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before quickly understanding the meaning of his words, but now was not the time to talk about it. Yang Kai took the sealed world bead and handed over the jade box in his hand. Master, this thing should help you recover in a short time. Mingyu looked at him with interest. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as she couldn't figure out where Yang Kai's confidence came from. She took the jade box and was about to open it when Yang Kai suddenly said, Master, it's best to use some kind of barrier to prevent any aura from leaking out. After all, there is still a demon saint outside. Yang Kai took out the immortal tree's leaves to heal her at this time. So how could Mingyu repay his kindness with ingratitude? If I didn't trust Master, I wouldn't have done this. Master's safety is of utmost importance to the star boundary. So I hope that Master can recover as soon as possible and escape from this sea of bitterness. Return to the star boundary and preside over the overall situation. At that time, this junior will be able to retire with success. Mingyu's smile was still the same as before as she hesitated for a while before saying, After a year, pay attention to the news here. If there are any changes, remember to come here. This king still has some things to tell you. Yang Kai stared at her and suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. Mingyu seemed to be explaining her last words, as if she was certain that he would not be able to leave the demon territory alive. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. Comforting a great emperor's was stupid, so at this time, it was best not to say anything and just hope that Mingyu would be blessed. You should go, Mingyu suddenly said. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before nodding. Master, take care. Mingyu smiled lightly. You too, in the demon territory you must be careful, especially that Yu Rumeng. Don't trust her too much. She should have a way to get rid of that secret technique suppression. This was already the second person to tell him this. Bailey Mo's previous words could be explained as Mingyu trying to sow discord, but since Mingyu also said so, it meant that Yu Rumeng really was capable of such a thing. It was just that the time had not come yet. However, this was meaningless to Yang Kai. In any case, he had already escaped from the secret technique, but he still needed to be on guard. I'll keep that in mind. Yang Kai nodded, stared deeply at Mingyu for a moment before flashing into the mysterious bead world. Mingyu's previous words let him know what method Mingyu would use to safely send him out of this place. So at this time, there was no need to say anything, just leave everything to her. Before the sealed world bead could descend, it was caught by Mingyu, and with a flick of her sleeve, the crescent moon hanging behind her suddenly became round and full, releasing a soft white light that spread out in all directions. A violent power swept out, and the blood sea, which had not been calm for long, once again began to boil, the waves tumbling, and the aftermath shaking. Around the blood sea, the many blood demon kings all paled as they madly pushed their demonic chi to protect themselves. But how could they resist the wrath of the great emperors? The blood sea's waves slammed down, instantly killing several dozen demon kings. Fortunately, the nearby half-saint reacted quickly and took action to suppress the situation, preventing it from worsening too much. But with the strength of these people, it was impossible to suppress a great emperor, even if this great emperor was injured. In just 3 breaths of time, the few half-saint kings showed signs of difficulty and panic. At this moment, Xue Li's imposing figure appeared once again on the blood-red pillar, his red hair fluttering in the wind as he raised his hand and slammed it down. It was as if an invisible mountain had pressed down from the sky, and the boiling sea of blood instantly calmed down without the slightest ripple. Only then did the group of half-saints and demon kings fiercely heave a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had escaped death for no reason. On the blood-red pillar, Xue Li's scarlet eyes flashed with doubt, his brow furrowed as he stared into the depths of the blood sea. 2 strange movements in one day was a bit unusual. Mingyu was not an idiot. Resisting so stubbornly would only waste his strength for no reason. Not only would it not be of any use, it would make his situation even more difficult. So what was the reason for all of this? Could it be that Mingyu had given up and was prepared to fight to the death? Just as he was thinking this, Xue Li's expression became serious again. This was because hundreds of bright rays of light suddenly shot out from the sea of blood that had just calmed down. The thick sea of blood was unable to stop the assault of these rays of light at all. Wherever the rays of light passed, the blood water was cleansed, revealing long and thick passages. And wherever these lights pointed, all the demon race would die upon contact. They did not have the slightest ability to resist. The white lights shot tens of thousands of kilometers, piercing through the heavens and the earth, before gradually disappearing. Including the unforeseen event just now, hundreds of demon kings had died. The other demon race were even more numerous. It was as easy as cutting vegetables. Xue Li was furious and shouted, "Mingyu, you're courting death." With a shake of his arms, countless blood beasts instantly appeared in the blood sea. They were all grotesquely shaped, yet lifelike. Every one of them exuded a ferocious aura as they swam through the blood sea, pouncing towards the center of the Pure Land and suppressing the area of the Pure Land. Mingyu used his arts to resist and sneered at the same time. "If you, Xue Li, really have the ability to kill me, then just use it. Who can stop you?" Xue Li snorted coldly. Ignoring the fact that he did not have the ability to kill Mingyu one-on-one, even if he did, he would not do so. The goal of the demon saint was to have Mingyu digest within the demon territory. How could they kill him so easily? However, Mingyu had provoked him twice today and killed so many demon kings. This undoubtedly angered Xue Li, so he did not hold back this time. Mingyu was not that easy to kill, but it was not a problem to add to his injuries. As long as he was completely beaten down, today's situation would not happen again. For a moment, separated by the boundless blood sea, the great emperors and the demon saint fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Within the blood sea, the Pure Land filled with pure white light constantly expanded and shrunk, changing repeatedly. With Xue Li personally taking action, the demon race was finally stabilized. More blood demon kings filled in the gaps, activating the blood sacrifice and assisting Xue Li in his arts. This battle did not last for long, only half a day. Mingyu only stopped after half a day had passed. Xueli did not plan on pursuing him. After all, he did not really want to kill Mingyu here. Although he did not know how Mingyu's current situation was, Xueli was certain that he was definitely not having a good time. The most direct manifestation of this was that the pure white pure land in the Blood Sea had shrunk by half compared to half a day ago. Everyone could be said to have hit it off, so he cupped his hands and said, "In that case, this king will take his leave. Brother Baya, please wait." Anyway, he had already done his part, so Bailey Mo wouldn't have any excuse to blame him in the future. "Brother Yang, wait." Baya hurriedly stopped him. "What else?" Yang Kai asked. Baya said solemnly, "Brother Yang, I'm afraid you can't go back." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Bailey Mo couldn't be thinking of keeping him here forever, right? She was too naive. If she really did that, Yu Rumeng would definitely not agree to it. Baya saw his expression and knew that he had misunderstood, but there was no other way. After all, Bailey Mo also had a criminal record. Last time, she threw her into the cold ice prison and locked her up for many days. She couldn't be sure that she didn't have any resentment. She hurriedly explained, "It's like this. Yang Kai has the ability to repair the realm gate, and the other holy masters also need help, so Brother Yang has to go to the Red Flame Holy Master." Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he heard this. Although he already knew that he wouldn't have peace for a long time in the future, he didn't expect that the demon saint in the demon territory wouldn't even give him time to rest. How anxious were they? He didn't know why they were so anxious. In any case, if there were problems with the realm gates, there would have been problems long ago. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Then I have to go back to the Dream Holy Master and report to her about the situation here." Baya smiled. This is also Dream Holy Master's intention. Dream Holy Master's intention is that Brother Yang doesn't need to go back. First, he needs to deal with the realm gates in the Demon Saint's territory. Yang Kai was a little speechless when he heard this. He confirmed, "Dream Holy Master really said that?" Baya nodded. "Dream Holy Master has a connection with my Holy Master." He reckoned that Bailey Mo wouldn't lie to him about this kind of thing. Since she said so, then it must be true. Yang Kai was annoyed. He was unknowingly sold out by Yu Rumeng. It seemed that his weight in her heart wasn't as heavy as he thought. She might really be able to resolve the suppression of the heart seal secret technique. It seemed that he really had to be careful of her in the future. He nodded with a calm face. Since it's the Holy Master's order, then this king will naturally obey. Baya stretched out her hand. "I will send Brother Yang off." As if he was afraid that Yang Kai would refuse, he added, "Brother Yang's safety can't be lost. Someone from the Red Flame Holy Master's side will come to hand over to me, so I have to come forward." Since he said so, Yang Kai could only agree. He thought to himself, why am I acting like a prisoner under house arrest? Hand over. Leaving the proud snow continent, he rushed all the way to Red Flame's territory. Red Flame was a flame demon, and his territory bordered Bei Limo's territory. Their relationship was the same as Bei Limo's and Yu Rumeng's. They were all neighbors, so it didn't take long for them to arrive. A half-saint was dispatched from the other side. He also looked like a flame demon, even his skin was dark red. However, this unknown half-saint was different from Baya. He had a serious look on his face. After the handover and confirming Yang Kai's identity, he directly threw him a space ring, turned around, and left. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't know what this guy meant. Didn't he invite him to repair the realm gate? Why did it feel like he was sending a beggar away? He wanted to ask for an explanation, but the other party had already disappeared. As expected of a flame demon, his actions were swift and decisive. He didn't even give him a chance to say a word. In desperation, Yang Kai could only check the space ring and found some jade slips inside. He took them out and looked at them. The jade slips recorded information about the disappeared and unstable realm gates in Red Flame's territory, as well as the disappeared continents. It was estimated that Bai Liemo had leaked the information, so she had already prepared this information in advance, which saved Yang Kai a lot of effort. In addition to these jade slips recorded information in the space ring, there was also a token that was neither jade nor stone. There were no words, only a burning flame, and he didn't know what it symbolized. However, Yang Kai guessed that this was most likely the half-saint's token. He understood that this token was given to him to facilitate his travel between continents, so that he wouldn't be questioned and tracked down. Interesting. Yang Kai's face showed joy. Originally, he was a little dissatisfied with the arrogant attitude of the flame demon, but now it seemed that it was exactly what he wanted. On the contrary, Baya, who smiled all day but always guarded against him like a thief, was very annoying. Now that he was in Red Flame's territory, there was no one to interfere with him at all. He could do whatever he wanted and he could completely let loose. After ordering 10,000 troops to repair, Yang Kai took the jade slips and checked them one by one. How many realm gates needed to be repaired and maintained was not the main point. What he needed to pay attention to was how many continents had disappeared from Red Flame's territory. In Yu Rumeng's territory, the sealed world bead had swallowed 3 continents, and there were still 3 that Yang Kai didn't have a chance to search for. In Bai Limo's territory, the sealed world bead had swallowed 4 continents. A total of 6 continents had disappeared from Red Flame's territory. If no one interfered, Yang Kai could find all 6 continents and swallow them all. After studying for more than 2 hours, he planned the route a little and ordered the troops to start directly from the continent under his feet. His days in Red Flame's territory were smooth sailing. Even if some continents of the demon race felt strange about him and came forward to question him, he only needed to show them the token and they could leave. In less than 2 months, everything had been dealt with. Until now, Yang Kai still hadn't seen the flame demon half-saint. Since that guy showed up on the first day, he hadn't seen him again. His token was still in his hands, and Yang Kai couldn't take it away. In desperation, he could only go to the continent where Holy City was located. On one hand, he wanted to return the token, and on the other hand, he wanted to ask where he should go next. He had a hunch that Red Flame's territory was not the end. He definitely had to go to the next Demon Saint's territory. In fact, he found the previous half-saint in Holy City. After returning the token, the other party didn't say a word and asked him to follow them all the way to the nearby realm gate. Chapter 35:12. They had been in the demon territory for quite some time. They had passed through countless realm gates, but none of them were guarded, unless they wanted to seal off a certain continent. However, the realm gate leading to the 100-spirit continent was guarded by a half-saint, so the problem was obvious. When they met, the half-saint guarding the realm gate just nodded slightly. He glanced at Yang Kai and let them pass. After passing through the realm gate, the 4 of them successfully arrived at the 100-spirit continent. Yang Kai was not familiar with this continent. Before this, he didn't even know that this continent was special in the demon territory, but he had seen the existence of this continent on the map, so he knew that it was very vast. The area of the Cloud Shadow continent was not small. In the entire demon territory, it was above average. However, the 100-spirit continent was at least 5 times bigger than the Cloud Shadow continent. It could be said that it was one of the largest continents in the demon territory. After all, it was the territory of the holy spirits in the demon territory, so it was unreasonable for it to be so small. They didn't stop and continued to fly forward. Yang Kai looked around in boredom, but soon his eyes became curious. He found that in the Lingchuan Mountains below, there were many demon beasts running and roaring. Even in the air, there were strange flying demon beasts that he couldn't name shuttling back and forth. There were too many to count. It wasn't that he hadn't seen magical beasts in other parts of the infernal realm. Many infernal kings liked to get a powerful and majestic magical beast as a mount, but he had never seen such a dense population of magical beasts in any continent. As they continued to fly forward, Yang Kai found traces of demon beasts in almost every territory. This 100-spirit continent, it would be more appropriate to change its name to the 1,000-beast continent. What was even rarer was that many of these demon beasts exuded powerful auras that were not inferior to the demon king that Yang Kai had seen before. There are a lot, right? The sister on the right suddenly said. Yang Kai didn't immediately understand what she was saying, but he soon understood and nodded. There are indeed a lot. The younger sister on the left sneered. There used to be more. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what she meant. Just as he was wondering, his sister explained, our 100-spirit continent is not restricted by any demon saint. We seem to be free and unfettered, but in fact, we are just trying to survive in the cracks. This continent is very suitable for demon beasts to live in. In addition, many of the demon beasts here have the bloodline of the Holy Spirit, so they are very popular with the guys outside. If you can tame one and make it your mount, it will be helpful to improve your strength. On the battlefield, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Therefore, our 100-spirit continent sends a large number of demon beasts to the outside world every 100 years. Yang Kai listened quietly. He began to understand why the 100-spirit continent could survive in the cracks. It was undeniable that the master of the 100-spirit continent was very powerful, so the demon saint didn't dare to act rashly. However, the biggest reason why the demon saint tolerated the existence of the 100-spirit continent was that the 100-spirit continent was used as a breeding ground for demon beasts. Countless years of oppression and extortion had made the creatures of the 100-spirit continent extremely hostile to the outside world. This was also the reason why the one-horned Holy Spirit didn't show any respect to Yu Rumeng and even dared to confront her directly. The sister gritted her teeth and said, there are also some shameless guys who sneak into the 100-spirit continent and kill the demon beasts here. Of course, once they were discovered, these guys wouldn't have a good ending. In the past, when there was no one guarding the realm gates, such things often happened. Some demon kings sneaked into the 100-spirit continent in groups of 3 or 5. After they succeeded, they immediately retreated. Because of this, the realm gates that led to the 100-spirit continent were now guarded by half-saint and no outsiders were allowed to enter. Yang Kai frowned. Why are you telling me this? Strictly speaking, he was now just a captive. There was no need to explain the situation of the 100-spirit continent to him, right? The sister smiled. I just think that you should know how pitiful the creatures of the 100-spirit continent are. And you have the ability to change all of this. What ability do I have? Yang Kai was speechless. In the eyes of the demon race, his biggest role was to repair and maintain the realm gates. This was also the reason why many demon saints favored him. By the way, didn't you capture me to repair the realm gates? The sister smiled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. This trip was definitely not as simple as he thought. They didn't say anything along the way as they crossed spiritual mountains and rivers. When a huge castle appeared in front of them, the twin sisters and the one-horned Holy Spirit looked excited. The castle covered a vast area and was located in a mountain range. Between the mountains and ridges, there were strange beasts running. Outside the castle, on top of the walls, there were many strange-looking demonic beasts, each emitting a powerful aura. The castle was built very crudely, as if a giant beast was crouching on the ground. An ancient aura came from it. Even though it was Yang Kai's first time here, he could guess that this should be the place where the master of the 100-spirit continent lived. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If it was another demon saint, Yang Kai wouldn't be nervous, because he knew that he was useful to those demon saints and wouldn't be harmed. But the master of the 100-spirit continent was different. Who knew what he was planning? If he didn't like Yang Kai and killed him, who could he reason with? He landed in front of the castle. Before he entered, he felt a murderous aura. In the dark shadows, a huge figure gradually appeared, and every step it took made the ground tremble. A moment later, Yang Kai was able to clearly see what was approaching him. It was a huge demonic beast that looked like a lion. It was about 5 feet tall, and there was a golden mane in front of its chest. It was as smooth and shiny as silk, and there was a hot breath coming out of its huge nostrils. It looked very majestic. The giant lion looked down at Yang Kai and the others, and its golden eyes emitted a light of examination. The one-horned Holy Spirit and the twin sisters cupped their fists together. Master Lion. Chang Tian smiled. It is said that the space divine technique is mysterious and complicated, but I have never had the chance to see it. Why don't you show it to me? Yang Kai frowned and raised his eyes to look at him. He looked directly into the other party's eyes and said with slight displeasure, Master, you are joking. The space divine technique is not a sideshow. If Master really wants to understand it, you can watch me repair the realm gate later. It wasn't until this moment that he started to seriously size up the master of the 100-spirit continent. Although he knew that he was tall and sturdy, he thought that he was a burly man with big arms and a round waist. However, after taking a closer look at him, he found that he was surprisingly good-looking. It was just that he was taller. His black hair cascaded freely over his shoulders, just like his desire for freedom. Chapter 35:13. Hearing Yang Kai's answer, the corners of Chang Tian's mouth curled up slightly as he glanced to the side. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of danger as a powerful force attacked him from the side. Caught off guard, Yang Kai couldn't react in time and could only instinctively activate his Nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. A slender hand passed through where Kai Yang was standing, hitting empty air. The person who had attacked raised her eyebrows, revealing a look of surprise. Yang Kai had taken this opportunity to teleport 1,000 meters away and looked back with a gloomy expression. He didn't try to use the space divine technique to escape. In front of a master comparable to a demon saint, doing so would only bring disgrace to himself. However, the other party's sneak attack made him secretly annoyed. The attacker was the younger of the twin sisters. Apparently, she had received a hint from Chang Tian and was using force to force him to use the space divine technique. Interesting. Chang Tian put his hands behind his back and turned his head to look at Yang Kai. With his eyesight, he naturally saw through all the mysteries just now and said with a faint smile, But the space divine technique isn't just for defense, right? Don't you have any offensive means? Whether it was the Nihility secret technique or teleportation, they were all for self-defense. Obviously, they couldn't satisfy Chang Tian's curiosity. Yang Kai's face couldn't help but turn black when he heard this. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and he was being attacked by a half-saint. What else could he do but protect himself? What he meant was that if he didn't satisfy him, he wouldn't give up. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, the little sister attacked again. She raised her hand slightly and pointed at Yang Kai from afar. Even though they were clearly separated by 1,000 meters, this finger made Yang Kai feel as if he was being crushed by a mountain. The blood and qi in his chest roiled, making it difficult for him to breathe. It made him feel as if he was nothing more than an ant. Looking at the younger sister's relaxed expression, it seemed that she hadn't used her full strength yet. All the bones in his body creaked. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and flicked his fingers. Numerous pitch-black crescent blades cut through the void and whistled towards his sister. They arrived in the blink of an eye. Not only did they shatter her attack, but they also turned the tables and took the initiative. This caused her beautiful eyes to shrink and reveal a look of surprise. At this point, since Chang Tian wanted to see the space divine technique, Yang Kai could only do as he wished. Seeing this, the big sister opposite him opened her mouth slightly, forming a circle. Those pitch-black crescent blades contained extremely terrifying might, and they were definitely not something a mid-rank demon king could display. From this, it could be seen that the Space Divine technique was not only unique in terms of defense and survival, but it was also not lacking in offensive capabilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to break through a half-saint's attack. In a moment of carelessness, she had underestimated the enemy and allowed several crescent blades to arrive in front of her. She couldn't help but have an unsightly look on her face. Her finger suddenly turned into a palm and fiercely slapped down. Those several crescent blades seemed to have collided with an invisible wall in an instant, collapsing and dispersing. This wasn't over yet. Her figure suddenly swayed and broke through the barrier of 100 feet in an instant, arriving in front of Yang Kai. Her arm was so soft that it seemed to have no bones. Following one of Yang Kai's arms, her palm struck towards Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai wiped the corner of his mouth and turned to look at Chang Tian. As a second-order Emperor Realm Master, this was the limit of what he could do. If Chang Tian wanted to make things difficult for him, he really didn't know what to do. This was the first time he missed Yu Ru Meng so much. That woman should have already set off for the 100 Spirit Continent, but he didn't know when she would arrive. But after taking a look, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown, because Chang Tian was staring at him at this moment, as if he had seen something amazing. Chang Tian's eyes were shining, and the corners of his mouth were curled into an obvious smile. Looking at each other, Yang Kai felt uneasy. Does the master of the 100 Spirit Continent have any special fetishes? If that's the case, it'll be troublesome. Even the twins could sense that something was off. It had been a long time since they had seen such an excited expression on their master's face. That's right, it was excitement. What in this world could make him so excited? Could it be the Space Divine technique that the human race used? Just as he was feeling suspicious, Chang Tian stretched out his hand and a golden light flashed from Yang Kai's side and flew into Chang Tian's palm. The two sisters looked closely and found that what Chang Tian had summoned was none other than the blood that Yang Kai had just spat out. The blood was golden, but what caught the two sisters' attention was that this blood gave them a sense of déjà vu. Before they could figure it out, Chang Tian's expression became even more excited. He even laughed out loud in this empty and cold hall, echoing endlessly. With a flick of his hand, he flung the drop of golden blood away, then looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes and walked towards him. With one step, the whole hall suddenly buzzed and the world trembled. A terrifying pressure swept out in all directions. The twins' faces changed and they had to urge their demonic chi to resist. When the second step fell, whether it was the twins or Yang Kai, they all felt their hearts contract fiercely, as if the foot had not stepped on the ground, but on their own hearts. Chang Tian walked forward step by step, his majestic aura bursting out in all directions. He was not fast, but he gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. His eyes were always fixed on Yang Kai with an expectant look. After the initial shock and uneasiness, Yang Kai gradually calmed down. Soon, he also looked at Chang Tian in surprise and gradually realized that the other party's aura was indeed terrifying, but it also gave him a very familiar feeling. This was Dragon Force. The master of the 100 Spirit Continent was actually a dragon race. However, this dragon race was not the dragon race that he knew, but a dragon race that belonged to the demon territory. It was not surprising when he thought about it. The 100 Spirit Continent was the place where many divine spirits lived in the demon territory. Among the divine spirits, the dragon and the phoenix had always been the most respected. If there was anyone who was qualified to be the leader of all the spirits, it would be the dragon and the phoenix. Yang Kai understood that the other party must have noticed him when he was injured and spat out the dragon blood. That was why he took the initiative to test him. Otherwise, with Chang Tian's prestige, how could he bully the weak like this? After all, when he wanted to observe the Space Divine technique, he had to instruct others to do it for him. While he was lost in thought, Chang Tian had already walked a distance of several hundred feet. The dragon power that permeated the air was almost solid. Coupled with his powerful cultivation base, even the half-step Saint twins found it difficult to bear, and they both showed signs of difficulty. On the other hand, Yang Kai looked calm. If you are willing, I can take you as my godson. In the future, the Bai Ling continent will be yours. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard that. The twin sisters were also stunned. The three of them wondered if they had heard it wrong. If Chang Tian promised Yang Kai some other benefits in order to win him over, it would be understandable. After all, Yang Kai could be considered half of his clansmen and had great potential. As long as he had enough time to grow, there might be a second Chang Tian in the Bai Ling continent. When that time came, he would have more confidence in fighting against the other demon saint. However, taking Yang Kai as his godson was too shocking. If he really did that, Yang Kai and Chang Tian's honor would be completely tied together. Chang Tian would also train Yang Kai as the successor of the Bai Ling continent. As long as Yang Kai agreed, he would be second only to Chang Tian in the Bai Ling continent. Wealth and glory would be at his fingertips, and all the holy spirits would have to obey him. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he looked back, only to see the dark horse biting his clothes with its mouth, staring at him innocently with a pair of big eyes. Yang Kai looked up at it, then down at his torn clothes, and couldn't help but have the impulse to curse. The dark horse obviously knew that it had done something wrong, so it quickly let go of the clothes that was bitten, turned its head to the side, and snorted, as if it had nothing to do with it. Shoo! Yang Kai was shocked, and while making a sound, he pressed down with his hands to calm it down. He didn't expect that the beast not only ignored it, but also became more and more cheerful. He didn't know if it was pretending to be crazy or not. Damn it! I'm going to die because of you. Sure enough, after such a disturbance, Yang Kai heard a whoosh and felt two more familiar breaths behind him. Needless to say, it was definitely the sister Lien. Hey, wind chasing, why are you here? The elder sister Black Lotus's voice came. What did you do to wind chasing? The younger sister White Lotus immediately asked. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes, too lazy to talk to her. But from her tone, this beast seemed to be very important. Otherwise, White Lotus wouldn't be so nervous. Seeing the sister Lien appear, the dark horse called wind chasing no longer snorted, but quickly walked in front of them, lowering its head to rub against them. Black Lotus reached out and stroked its soft mane, smiled slightly and said, I know, it's not your fault. Yang Kai didn't know what she knew, so he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The next moment, Black Lotus turned her head and looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, Do you want to go out? Yang Kai coughed softly and said, Senior asked me to go out and have a look, and I'm going to enjoy the scenery of the Bailing continent. Anyway, Chang Tian had said it first, so he could just blame it on him. That's good. Black Lotus smiled meaningfully, as if she had seen through Yang Kai's heart, which was really annoying, and said, I can't guarantee other things, but the scenery of the Bailing continent is not comparable to other continents. I believe you will like it here after staying here for a long time. Who would like it here? Yang Kai snorted in his heart, and said, Do you want to go together? If you don't mind. Black Lotus smiled sweetly. I mind very much. Wind-chasing wolf suddenly snorted again, and Black Lotus both looked at it in surprise. Black Lotus said with a strange expression, Are you sure? Wind-chasing wolf turned around and walked toward Yang Kai. It came to him in a few steps, and then nudged him with its head. It had to be said that this guy was really strong. Yang Kai felt as if he had been hit by a boulder, and he almost suffered internal injuries. He quickly avoided it, and looked at Black Lotus, and said, What does it mean? This was a bit strange. Logically speaking, with wind-chasing wolf's strength, it should have been able to transform into a human form and gain sentience. However, it seemed that it had a natural defect. Although it could understand human language, it could not speak. This kind of thing was not new in the astral world or in the territory of the devil. Many strange beasts were like this, and could only maintain their beast forms for their whole lives. Black Lotus said with a strange expression, Wind-chasing wolf wants you to ride it, and it will show you the scenery of the 100-spirit continent. Yang Kai turned his head to look at wind-chasing wolf, and then at Black Lotus. He wanted to ask if it was a joke, but when he saw Black Lotus' serious expression, he immediately knew that it was not a joke. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "That's not necessary." In any case, he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master who could fly, so there was no need for him to ride a mount. Chapter 35:16. White Lotus was enraged by him. Her beautiful eyes were full of anger. When she was about to say something, Black Lotus suddenly pulled her. White Lotus immediately suppressed her anger. She gritted her teeth and turned her head to the side without saying a word. Changtian's words were quite effective. Yang Kai was secretly pleased. As he said, Bai Lian's attitude towards him was not good since they first met. She always wanted to do something to him, which really made him angry. Now that he was able to make her suffer, of course, he was using the tiger skin as a flag, but it was also a kind of victory. However, Yang Kai obviously did not intend to let her go so easily. Seeing her unconvinced look, he continued, "Apologize." Bai Lian suddenly turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous cold light. She pursed her lips and said, "What did you say?" Yang Kai slightly raised his head and pointed his chin at her. "I told you to apologize. Do you want to die?" The cold light in Bai Lian's eyes became brighter. "Okay, that's what you said." Yang Kai nodded. With his hands behind his back, he stepped forward. Black Lotus blocked him and frowned. "Where are you going?" Yang Kai looked at her and said, "Nothing. I'm going to find Master Changtian. Are you going to stop me?" Black Lotus was speechless. "Why do you want to find Master?" Yang Kai snorted. "I can't guarantee my safety in the 100-spirit continent. Some people want me to die. I can't stay here anymore. Of course, I'm going to say goodbye to Master and go back to my Cloud Shadow continent." Black Lotus naturally understood what he meant. She sighed and said, "My little sister was a little careless just now. Don't be angry with her." Yang Kai curled his lips. "I'm angry with her? How do you see it?" "I can see it with my eyes closed." However, she could not ignore the situation. She could only say softly, "My little sister's temper is like this. She often offends people. If you want to apologize, I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Please don't be so calculative." Yang Kai sneered. "You didn't want me to die. Why are you apologizing?" "I'll apologize to whoever offends me." As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Lian from the corner of his eyes. He did not want to make things difficult for her. Firstly, he did want to teach her a lesson. Secondly, he wanted to see how effective Changtian's words were. If Bai Lian really apologized to him, then things would be interesting. "Hey, enough is enough." Black Lotus was also a little angry. Yang Kai's stubbornness made her look down on him. Even though White Lotus was wrong, strength was the only thing that mattered in this world. How could you make others bow their heads when you were not as strong as them? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. "Get out of the way. I can't stay here anymore." As he spoke, he bumped straight into Black Lotus. Even though she was much stronger than Yang Kai, Black Lotus still subconsciously leaned her body sideways. If she really bumped into Yang Kai, he would take advantage of her. She naturally refused to do such a thing. "Sorry." Suddenly, there was a mosquito-like voice behind him. Yang Kai paused his steps and turned his head to look back, only to see Bai Lian biting her lips angrily. Her fists clenched tightly as her tender body trembled slightly. She really apologized. Yang Kai was very surprised. Before he could recover from his shock, Bai Lian had already turned into a streak of white light and disappeared into the mountains. It seemed that she, a half-saint, was forced to apologize to Yang Kai, so she didn't have the face to stay. Black Lotus reached out as if she wanted to catch her, but in the end, she failed. She sighed heavily and looked up at Yang Kai. "Are you satisfied now?" After all, they were sisters. Her sister was forced to leave, so she was unhappy. "Oh, it's okay." Yang Kai laughed. Chapter 35:17. Like a bolt of lightning, like a flash of light, the spirit mountains and rivers beneath his feet rapidly receded. The wind blowing against his face was extremely strong. Such speed was something Yang Kai had never seen or heard of before. At a certain moment, when wind-chasing wolf increased its speed to the extreme, it suddenly looked up to the sky and screamed continuously. There was obvious excitement in its voice. The entire Bailing continent was very large, at least on the map. But in front of wind-chasing wolf's extreme speed, the continent was not so big. Wind-chasing wolf circled around a certain territory. After half a day, its speed gradually decreased and it fell into a valley. After half a day of running, it did not feel tired at all. Instead, it was as if it had just done a warm-up. It was still full of energy. The valley was filled with lush greenery, exotic flowers and rare grasses, and a layer of hazy light enveloped this place, causing the valley to look like a wonderland, beautiful and magnificent. Black Lotus had been waiting here, as if she had known that wind-chasing wolf would come here. They looked at each other with a trace of helplessness. She could not catch up with wind-chasing wolf, so she could only wait here. Yang Kai turned over and patted wind-chasing wolf's back. Wind-chasing wolf tilted its head and rubbed against him. "How is it?" Black Lotus walked over and asked with a smile. Yang Kai nodded gently. "It lives up to its reputation." He thought that it would be great if he could take wind-chasing wolf away. This guy looked good as a mount and its speed was so fast. It would be a great help in both traveling and fighting. But this idea was just in his mind. Even though wind-chasing wolf was close to him because of the blood of the dragon race, Yang Kai estimated that he could not take it away. At least, he could not pass the test of Changtian. Looking around, Yang Kai asked suspiciously, "Where is this place?" In fact, he felt strange that Black Lotus had come here to wait in advance. Black Lotus said, "This is wind-chasing wolf's territory." "I see." Just as they were talking, wind-chasing wolf suddenly neighed. The next moment, a group of demonic flame horses ran over from all directions. They all had delicate features and soft and shiny manes, but they were generally a size smaller than wind-chasing wolf. When they came close, they gathered around wind-chasing wolf and rubbed their ears. Yang Kai looked carefully and found that these devil flame horses should be wind-chasing wolf's companions. He could not help laughing. This guy was quite comfortable. After teasing wind-chasing wolf for a while, Yang Kai and Black Lotus flew out again. He had no choice. He did not see anything on wind-chasing wolf's back. He could only let Black Lotus lead him to walk around again. There were 4 gates in the entire 100-spirit continent. Yang Kai thought that Changtian sent him here to use his law of space to repair the gates. But after some investigation, he found that there was no problem with the gates. Could be said that they were very stable. This made him a little confused. Since there was no problem with the gates, why did Changtian send 3 half-saint to kidnap him here? But after some probing, he found that Black Lotus did not mean to stop him from leaving the 100-spirit continent. When he was close to the gates, he could take the opportunity to escape. But once he left the gates, he would be randomly transmitted to a neighboring continent. At that time, even if Black Lotus chased after him, he would not be able to catch him again. It could be seen that the 100-spirit continent did not mean any harm to him. Maybe at the beginning, but after Yang Kai exposed the origin of the dragon race, Changtian changed his mind. "Senior Changtian, what do you want me to do?" On the way back, Yang Kai asked. Black Lotus smiled and said, "Since the master did not tell you, I can't say more. If you really want to know, you may as well ask him directly. If the master is willing, he will tell you the whole story." Yang Kai could not help but roll his eyes. When they returned to the mountain where Sister Lotus lived, White Lotus was waiting in front of the palace. When she saw her sister and Yang Kai appear, she said, "Yu Rumeng is here." Black Lotus turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, the corners of his mouth curling up. "He seems to value you quite a bit." It had only been a few days since they came back with Yang Kai, but Yu Rumeng had already rushed over. This meant that when they returned, Yu Rumeng had already left the Phantom Continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to arrive at the 100-spirit continent so quickly. This female demon saint obviously valued Yang Kai very much. Where is she? Yang Kai looked at White Lotus and asked. She is talking to the master, but the master said that if you come back, he should send a message immediately. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he had no objection. White Lotus immediately cast a spell to send a message. Not long after, a dazzling light was seen in the distance. When it came close, who else could it be but Yu Rumeng? At this moment, she had a nervous look on her face. She directly landed beside Yang Kai and looked him up and down. Then she asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai smiled slightly. He could not help but feel a little complicated. The words of Bei Liemo and the great emperors of the bright moon echoed in his ears. He could ignore Bei Liemo's words, but the words of the great emperors of the bright moon made him have to be more careful. Yu Rumeng's nervousness and concern were not fake. The restriction of the heart seal secret technique connected her to him. For her, he was the most important person in her life. Anyone who tried to hurt him was her enemy. Could such a woman really hide something from him? Could she really break the restriction of the heart seal secret technique at a critical moment? Yang Kai did not know. Perhaps the truth would only be revealed at that time. Now he could not help but be grateful for the strength of the soul-warming lotus. If it were not for this treasure, he would never be able to break free from the influence of the heart seal secret technique. Perhaps he would have made an irreparable mistake. "It's good that you're fine." Yu Rumeng snorted softly. Her cold eyes circled around the Lotus sisters, making the two sisters involuntarily nervous. If Yu Rumeng really wanted to attack them here, they would not be able to resist. After all, they were also involved in the kidnapping of Yang Kai. At this time, it was reasonable for Yu Rumeng to settle the score with them. Fortunately, Yu Rumeng did not seem to have any intention of attacking. Perhaps she was afraid of Chang Tian. At this moment, Chang Tian's figure appeared and landed on the side. She also urged her divine sense to communicate with Chang Tian. After a while, the two stopped talking. Yu Rumeng stood there motionless, lost in thought. Yang Kai and Sister Lien were confused. They did not know what they were talking about, but Yang Kai had a faint premonition that the content of their conversation was definitely related to him. Chapter 35:18. Well, if it's really as you say, it doesn't matter if I agree. A moment later, Yu Rumeng seemed to have made up her mind and stared at Chang Tian. "You better not play any tricks." Chang Tian chuckled. "This concerns the future of this continent. How can I be careless?" He tilted his head and looked at Yu Rumeng. "So it's settled then?" Yu Rumeng snorted and did not comment. But Chang Tian knew that she had agreed to his proposal. After all, this matter would not only not cause her any loss, but would also benefit her a lot. Walking to Yang Kai's side, Yu Rumeng held his hand and said softly, "Come with me." Yang Kai obeyed and walked side by side with her. He did not fly out, but just strolled in the jungle, listening to the birds and insects around them. Behind them, the Lien sisters looked at the backs of the two in amazement. Although they knew that Yu Rumeng valued Yang Kai very much, they did not expect the relationship between the two to be so close. Putting aside status and cultivation, this man and woman were clearly each other's life partners. How could a devil saint be interested in a human? Even if this human had the bloodline of a holy spirit, the jungle was dense, and the towering trees were as thick as several people's arms. Rustling sounds came from under their feet. Without outsiders, Yu Rumeng did not have the majesty of a saint in the demon territory. She leaned her head on Yang Kai's shoulder like a little woman with a peaceful expression. She was not in a hurry to speak, and Yang Kai did not ask her either. This moment of peace brought a rare enjoyment. So good. Interlocking their fingers, Yu Rumeng's mouth curved into a smile. Yang Kai lowered his eyes to look at her, his mouth touching her soft hair, a sweet fragrance wafting through his nose. Yu Rumeng smiled. "This is good. It would be even better if it could stay like this." Yang Kai raised his hand and pinched the tip of her delicate nose. If you want, we can put everything aside and find a place to live in seclusion. Yu Meng broke into laughter and said, we have already failed to live in seclusion once. Do you want to do it again? What happened last time didn't count. Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Just as he was about to say something, Yu Meng suddenly raised a finger and put it on his lips. She murmured, if one day I did something wrong to you, would you hate me? Is he here? Yang Kai's heart trembled as he recalled Bei Limo's provocation and Ming Yu's warning. With a smile on his face, he asked softly, for example. Yu Meng smiled faintly. There is no example, but if there is such a day. Yang Kai stopped, and Yu Meng had no choice but to stop as well. She looked at him in confusion. Stretching out his hands and holding Yu Meng's shoulders, Yang Kai looked straight into those beautiful eyes that seemed capable of captivating one's soul, and said slowly, no matter what you do, I will not blame you, let alone hate you. Yu Meng's pupils suddenly shrank, as if something had hammered her heart. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a dense light. Pursing her red lips, she tiptoed, held Yang Kai's cheeks with both hands, and took the initiative to move closer. The soft touch made Yang Kai feel as if he had fallen into a swamp and couldn't extricate himself. After a long time, Yu Meng suddenly grabbed Yang Kai's hand from her lower abdomen and pushed his chest fiercely. She glared at him and said, you're making trouble again. Her cheeks were rosy and tender. The female succubus demon saint bloomed with an indescribable temptation at this moment. Yang Kai only felt his throat dry up, and he felt as if he was about to lose his mind. He bit the tip of his tongue fiercely to sober up a lot. Yu Meng put her hand on her chest and panted violently a few times. She slowly calmed down, but the blush on her face didn't dissipate. She whispered, wait a little longer. I'm not ready yet. If Changtian's initial plan was to let him seal the realm gates, then he would definitely have no way to survive after sealing them. At the very least, he would not be able to leave the 100-spirit continent. Changtian would definitely not let a person who was proficient in the law of space stay outside. He secretly exclaimed that it was a close call. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the dragon race in him. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Master is very easy to talk to. Only you are easy to talk to. The lion stared at his back thoughtfully. Sister Lien chased him all the way back, and just happened to see Yang Kai turn around and ride on wind-chasing wolf, and disappear in the blink of an eye. They were speechless. But very soon, Chang Tian's divine sense transmission entered their ears. After learning the whole story, the two sisters heaved a sigh of relief. They had been accompanying Yang Kai for the past few months and had nothing to do, so they were really bored. Above the void, wind-chasing wolf was excited, especially after passing through the realm gate of the 100-spirit continent and entering another continent. This change was particularly obvious, and it felt like a fish in the vast sea and a bird in the sky. Although the 100-spirit continent was large, it was still a cage for wind-chasing wolf. Only the entire demon territory was suitable for him to gallop. The earth flew under his feet, and the wind blowing in his face forced Yang Kai to use his Emperor Qi to resist. But wind-chasing wolf was happy to endure it, and his speed was getting faster and faster. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, they passed through one realm gate after another, crossing one continent after another. In less than half a day, the man and his mount had returned from the 100-spirit continent to Cloud Shadow continent. It was a terrifyingly short time. As soon as they returned to Cloud Shadow Continent, Yang Kai got off his mount, patted wind-chasing Wolf's neck, and then stretched out his hand to open a gap in the sealed world bead. In the next moment, the huge figure of the embodiment appeared from the void, startling wind-chasing Wolf. He jumped away immediately and stared at the embodiment with great vigilance. Yang Kai did not have time to comfort him because the embodiment's aura was fluctuating at the moment, and it was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough, but because it was in the small sealed world bead, it could not resonate with the Cloud Shadow Continent, so it had not been able to cross that barrier. After it appeared from the small sealed world bead, the fluctuating aura became more and more obvious. High in the sky, the embodiment fell quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it became a small black dot. However, the moment it landed on the ground, it silently melted into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Wind-chasing Wolf was surprised when he saw this, and he immediately chased after it. At the place where the embodiment disappeared, he dug a big hole in the ground with his 4 hooves. Yang Kai stood in mid-air with a solemn expression, staring at a certain place on the ground. Although he could not see the embodiment, he could perceive its location. In this world, no matter if it was a human, a monster, or a demon, any breakthrough to a great realm was a test of life and death. Yang Kai did not know whether the breakthrough of a half-saint counted as a breakthrough to a great realm, nor did he know whether the embodiment would encounter any danger, but right now there was nothing he could do to help. The embodiment could only rely on itself. Fortunately, although the embodiment cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, it was able to avoid the aftereffects of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques to a great extent because it was born as a stone mongoose. Otherwise, just devouring so much energy would be enough to make it suffer unimaginable hardships during the breakthrough. From this point alone, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques to the level of the strongest Great Emperors in history, was indeed a hero among men. Yang Kai could not figure out how the embodiment resolved the various discomforts caused by cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. The first person Yang Kai thought of was Ming Yu. Just now, he had planned to go to the Phantom Continent to look for Yu Rumeng. Ming Yu was heavily injured and trapped in the Eternal Heaven Continent. Not only was there a magnificent great formation, there was also a demon saint personally guarding it. The demon race didn't hesitate to sacrifice all the living beings in the Eternal Heaven Continent to activate the power of the Great Formation. They wanted to keep Ming Yu in the demon territory forever. However, no one expected that he would secretly sneak in and leave 3 leaves of the immortal tree for Ming Yu. With the help of the leaves of the immortal tree, Ming Yu could recover within a year. Although he was still alone, at least Ming Yu was no longer a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A great emperor's in peak condition and a heavily injured great emperor's were 2 completely different existences. The demon saint had miscalculated on this point. He would probably have to pay a great price for this. The mobilization of troops from the various continents and the mobilization of the half-saint was the best sign. This sign indicated that a battle had already broken out in the Eternal Heaven Continent. The demon saint had probably discovered that the situation was different from what they had expected. Otherwise, why would they need to mobilize reinforcements? If Ming Yu was in his previous state, he would only become weaker and weaker. Just the power of Shueli and the Great Formation would be enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Pay attention to the news in a year's time. If there are any changes, remember to come here. I still have some things to tell you. With Ming Yu's words echoing in his ears, Yang Kai's legs clamped on Windchaser and he turned around and rushed toward the nearest realm gate. My king, Where are you going? Lao Ku exclaimed. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and disappeared with Windchaser. Lao Ku, and the others were left looking at each other in dismay. They didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai. However, before they could figure it out, Yang Kai, who had already gone far away, actually returned. His expression was so serious that it was a little scary. He then gave an order. Quickly gather all of Cloud Shadow and Basket Plane's combat power. Follow me to the Eternal Heaven Continent. It was a little too conspicuous for him to go to the Eternal Heaven Continent alone. If he brought some people with him, even if he was asked, he would have an excuse to explain himself. In any case, everyone was gathering at the Eternal Heaven Continent. Cloud Shadow was just following the crowd. We're also going to the Eternal Heaven Continent? Lao Ku looked surprised. Looked up at Yang Kai and said, My king, what happened at the Eternal Heaven Continent? Why did she become so impatient after hearing this inexplicable news? Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and gather people. Carson hesitated and said, But my king, I didn't receive any orders to. Are you saying that this king's words are not orders? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, causing Carson to immediately swallow the rest of his words. After a while, the members of the demon race scattered and passed down the order. Although Yang Kai was impatient and couldn't wait to fly to the Eternal Heaven Continent to see Ming Yu's situation, he could only wait patiently. The battle between the great emperors and the demon saint couldn't be decided in a short time. Even if he went there early, it would be useless. With his current strength, he couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. If Ming Yu wanted to escape, she had to rely on herself. Moreover, he didn't know how Ming Yu would contact him. Under the watchful eyes of so many demon saints, nothing could escape their observation. In a short time, the two continents of Cloud Shadow and the Blue Plane were in turmoil. Many members of the demon race were mobilized and gathered at the designated realm gates. 3 days later, the 1,000,000 troops of Cloud Shadow gathered. This was because there wasn't enough time. If there was more time, it would be more than enough to gather several times more people. After all, the population of a continent was still very large. The 1,000,000 troops majestically passed through the realm gates, forming a long line that stretched as far as the eye could see. When they stepped into the territory of the Blue Plane continent and arrived at another realm gate, Tukaro, Baza, and the others had already gathered their 1,000,000 troops and were quietly waiting. When the two sides met, Yang Kai's army was more than 2,000,000 troops. When he was defending Roaring Tiger City, Yang Kai only had a few 100,000 troops. The difference was several times greater. When the number of troops increased, the troops became somewhat messy. Fortunately, many Demon King were obedient, so it wasn't too troublesome to unify them. The speed of an army naturally couldn't compare to that of a single person. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least half a month for him to arrive at the Eternal Heaven Continent with these 2,000,000 troops. I hope nothing bad happened to Ming Yu. After passing through one realm gate after another, the army continued to approach the Eternal Heaven Continent. Yang Kai's mood became calmer and calmer day by day. He no longer had the initial impatience and uneasiness. He had already made up his mind that if the time came, he would use Zhue Feng's speed to escape with Ming Yu. As for whether or not they could escape, he could only leave it to fate. Furthermore, he was not sure if Zhue Feng would cooperate with him. Although this fellow was very close to him, it still had its own intellect, so it might not be willing to leave the dark domain with him. On the Eternal Heaven Continent, the Blood Sea was surging. 12 blood-colored pillars were like nails nailed to the ground by the gods, turning the vast territory into an impenetrable prison. Outside the Blood Sea prison, many blood demons were rolling with their devil energy, urging the power of the Blood Sea. In addition, countless demon race were stationed outside the prison, ready to guard against any accidents. Among them, there were more than a dozen half-saint realm experts. However, the situation here was a little different from the last time Yang Kai had come here. The biggest difference was that the demon race that had continuously thrown themselves into the Blood Sea had all disappeared. All the living beings on the Eternal Heaven Continent had been sacrificed, and the Blood Sea's power had been pushed to the extreme. The entire Blood Sea seemed to be boiling, rolling and churning, and constantly emitting huge bubbles. Inside the blood sea, countless ghosts were shuttling back and forth, emitting waves of ghostly wails and howls that shook one's soul. Chapter 35-23. He had clearly severely injured him and sacrificed all the living beings of the eternal heaven continent to exhaust his remaining strength. After such a long time, he should have become weaker and weaker until he died without any power to fight back. Then, he should have been digested by the laws of heaven and earth in the demon territory. So why was he still able to resist? Furthermore, judging from the traces of Ming Yu's attack, this guy's aura was even more stable and powerful than when he was first trapped here. It felt like he had recovered to his peak state. What was going on? Where did he go wrong? Xue Li's expression was cold. He couldn't understand. The injuries on Ming Yu's body were obvious to all. Before he was trapped here, he was injured by several demon saints working together. The wound on his abdomen was caused by Xue Li himself. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to use a secret technique that hurt himself as well as the enemy. Xue Li believed that no one in the world could heal such an injury other than himself. As one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, Ming Yu definitely didn't lack healing pills. But how could his secret technique be blocked by mere pills? Xue Li wanted nothing more than to dive into the depths of the blood sea and see Ming Yu's current state with his own eyes. However, the blood sea that was originally under his control had a circle of pure land filled with gentle light that blocked the power of the Great Formation. Xue Li couldn't see the situation inside at all. Since he couldn't see, then he could only test it out. He had personally guarded this place, but had still allowed the Blood Demon clan to be slaughtered like vegetables. If news of this were to spread, it would be a joke. With a low shout, Xue Li raised his hands. His tall body shook, and a vast amount of devil energy wildly surged out. The boiling blood sea had a trace of strange silence at this moment, as if an invisible hand had pressed down all of its movements. In the next instant, the blood sea suddenly started to spin clockwise, rolling up a tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, a giant blood ball appeared in the middle of the 12 blood-colored pillars. The blood ball was completely red. Even from thousands of kilometers away, it could be seen clearly. It was as if the full moon in the sky had been dyed red and had fallen to the ground. It brought an indescribable horror, as if the world was about to meet its end. At the center of the blood ball, a faint white light was refracted. This was the only pure land that Bright Moon had formed by pushing aside the sea of blood with her supreme cultivation. However, this pure land was almost imperceptible compared to the entire blood ball. Within the sea of blood, blood shadows the size of a palm took shape. If one looked closely, they would discover that these blood shadows were blood-colored bats. Under Xue Li's control, they covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards the pure white land. However, the moment they came into contact with the gentle light, they all turned into dust and disappeared. The number of blood-colored bats was enormous, and they were constantly being born and disappearing. However, no matter how many blood-colored bats there were, they were unable to weaken the light of the pure land. He originally thought that with the 12 great devilish formation and the sea of blood gathered by all living beings in the eternal heaven continent, it would be enough to eliminate Ming Yu. Who would have thought that Ming Yu still had the strength to struggle? Since his original plan was no longer feasible, he could only make some adjustments. Once he thought of this, a hint of determination flashed through Xue Li's scarlet eyes. there was a great chance that he could escape from the demon territory. There were 2 realm gates left in the Eternal Heaven continent, and each of them was heavily guarded. But as long as there was no demon saint present, the demon race was nothing in his eyes. As long as he could charge out of the realm gates, he would have won half the battle. However, the feeling of being watched was still there. This was definitely not an illusion. There really was an extremely powerful enemy hiding in the shadows, like a hunter observing the movements of his prey. He was the prey being observed. What surprised Mingyu was that the enemy hiding in the shadows did not plan to stop him even when he saw the realm gates. He did not let down his guard because the more outstanding a hunter was, the more likely they were to deal a fatal blow to their prey at the last moment. He was still several hundred kilometers away from the realm gates. With his cultivation, he only needed a breath to cover such a distance. But at this time, a powerful aura suddenly appeared from the side and approached him at an unimaginable speed. That was the aura of a demon saint, and it was an extremely unfamiliar aura. Ming Yu's expression sank. He turned his head and saw a short and round figure that looked like a winter melon. His entire body was red as if it was on fire, and he was shouting loudly. He even danced as he flew over, looking extremely comical. This was a red devil? He had been in the demon territory for a long time. Although he had always been imprisoned, it did not mean that he knew nothing about the demon territory. At that time, Yang Kai had also explained the various customs of the demon territory to the people of the Star Realm. He had emphasized the characteristics and abilities of the 100 races in the demon territory. His memory of the red devils and green devils that could explode was still fresh in his mind. Their active figures could be seen everywhere in the 2-realm battlefield. Many people of the Star Realm had died at the hands of these 2 races. These 2 demon race had a very low status in the entire demon territory. It could be said that they were existences at the lowest level. In every war, they were used as cannon fodder because they could self-destruct, and the power of their self-destruction was quite strong. Correspondingly, these cannon fodder-like demon race had extremely low intelligence. It seemed that there had never been a high-level demon race. But at this moment, he actually saw a demon saint-level red devil. That's right, the crimson guy who was shouting while dancing and dashing towards him was indeed emitting the aura of a demon saint. A red devil could cultivate to the demon saint level? Even with Ming Yu's extraordinary temperament, he was still shocked. The red devil demon saint charging over didn't seem to have any intention of guarding against him. Instead, he looked like he wanted to die together with him. What was he doing? Ming Yu frowned. He couldn't be like those low-level red devils and green devils and self-destruct, right? In any case, he was still a demon saint, so his means shouldn't be so low. But soon, he found that he was wrong. This guy really did intend to self-destruct, because as he approached, the aura coming from his body became more and more dangerous, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Ming Yu's expression changed as he turned his head to look at the realm gate in front of him, grit his teeth, and quickly retreated. Even the most ordinary red devil's self-destruction could cause great damage. So Ming Yu couldn't imagine what would happen if a demon saint-level red devil self-destructed. The entire world might be destroyed because of this. But unexpectedly, as he retreated, the red devil in front of him twisted and rushed to within 1,000 meters of him in the blink of an eye. It forcibly opened the python's already closed mouth, and pure dragon's breath filled the surroundings. Yu Sang couldn't see what method Yang Kai had used, but he was definitely not unfamiliar with the aura that belonged to the head of the holy spirits. In the two-realm battlefield, he had once fought with a dragon girl. Her bloodline wasn't too high, but she was still able to compete with him. Dragon race. That human actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. And at this moment, this kind of dragon's breath seemed to be purer and more vigorous than that of the dragon girl. The mouth of the blood-red python had been stretched to its limit, and two sharp dragon claws that flickered with cold light suddenly appeared in his vision. They grabbed the top and bottom of the python's mouth, and then fiercely tore it apart. With a ripping sound, the huge blood-red python was directly torn in two from the head. As blood splashed, the figure of an indomitable monster was imprinted in Yu Sang's eyes. It was also imprinted in the eyes of the millions of soldiers below. A moment of strange silence appeared on the noisy battlefield. Almost everyone raised their heads to look at the huge figure, and their faces were absent-minded. The figure was more than 300 feet tall, and was covered in golden dragon scales. There was a dragon horn on its forehead, and its hands had turned into dragon claws. Behind its butt, a dragon tail swayed, stirring the wind and clouds. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the blood-red python's body that had been torn in two, and fiercely pulled it towards him. An enormous and irresistible force came, and Yu Sang's body was involuntarily pulled over. The blood-red python was formed from his arm, so it couldn't be separated. Naturally, it couldn't resist such a force. In terms of cultivation, he was indeed far superior to Yang Kai, but in terms of pure strength, he was no match for him at all. In a hurry, the blood-red python exploded, turned into a cloud of blood mist, and shrank back into an arm again. However, because of the move just now, there was now a foot-long wound on his arm, and blood was flowing out. The pain made him angry. It was a shame that he had accidentally capsized in the gutter. With the help of Yang Kai's pulling force, he didn't retreat, but rushed straight towards Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yang Kai. His small figure formed a sharp contrast with Yang Kai's tall figure, but his eyes didn't shrink back. Instead, he looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly, as if he was the taller one. In the face of Yang Kai's heavy punch, he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of blood towards Yang Kai. The cloud of blood suddenly turned into a blood ball in midair. The fist hit the blood ball, but not only did it not break, but it was also wrapped up by the blood ball. He could only watch as Yu Sang escaped and disappeared from his field of vision. Yang Kai looked in the direction where Yu Sang disappeared with a ferocious expression. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he felt very uncomfortable. "Someone is coming," the practicing body suddenly said in a deep voice, and put away the demonic war hammer. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a streamer not far away. When the streamer came closer, he discovered that it was Baizhua. Baizhua looked at Yang Kai's huge figure in amazement. After carefully examining it for a long time, he vaguely recognized Yang Kai's appearance. He frowned and looked at the chaotic battlefield below, and said in a deep voice, "What's going on?"